Chapter 321, Take a look. The long night passed. Whether a night is long or not depends on whether you fall asleep. If you fall asleep, it will pass in the blink of an eye. But if you keep your eyes open, the night will seem very long. Why couldn't Xiao Ran sleep? Oh, there was a demon who wanted to take the scriptures, and he couldn't refuse, so naturally he had no time to sleep. Xiao Ran still slept for a while, really only a little while, less than 2 hours, but he still felt refreshed when he woke up. This is the benefit of improving your constitution. Let's go. Xiao Ran thought about it and took Han Yun with him, still 2 people and 1 dog, heading towards New World. Why did he have to bring a girl along? This was equivalent to saying to Qin Sui, "Look, I'm not planning to fight with you, I'm just here to take a look." Tonight, Qin Sui is going to perform an awakening ceremony. Xiao Ran was very interested. How exactly does one awaken? He can also help people evolve, but he needs to wait for the target to be infected with the poison hail for 10 days before he can intervene. This is strange. In other words, Qin Sui's methods are completely different from his. The supernormal abilities that people create have not yet been absorbed, which is also strange. Leopard, let's go. The leopard let out a howl, took 4 steps, and immediately sprinted out. This time the leopard ran even faster. After all, it was a familiar route, so there was no need to worry about going the wrong way or having an accident. The leopard was still set free to roam, and the sentry immediately notified Qin Sui. Soon, the voluptuous and proud Qin appeared in front of Xiao Ran. She seemed to particularly like wearing cheongsams and was not shy about showing off her beautiful and seductive figure. It was indeed very seductive. Her subordinates were naturally very obedient in front of her, but when standing behind her, their eyes were eager to tear her clothes off. "Oh, Boss Xiao likes it here so much, why not just move in?" Sister Qin laughed, covering her mouth, and her smile made her body tremble, almost bursting out of her clothes. Even the men around her blushed in the cold, but fortunately they were all dressed warmly, so they didn't show their shame. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He has seen even more exquisite women every day, and he has seen many different types of women, including those with 2 different personalities, those who are like foxes, and those who can stretch their bodies. "Fine, then I will stay here today," he said. Qin Sui was taken aback. She did not expect Xiao Ran to be so thick-skinned and actually be so rude. But since the words had already been spoken, she could not go back on her words. Besides, she was confident that Xiao Ran would not be able to get any useful information. "Welcome, Mr. Xiao. Please help yourself." She smiled. Qin Sui did not accompany Xiao Ran, but returned to her room. On the way, she could not help but frown. Duan Qiang said that as long as he was close to Xiao Ran, he would sense danger, but she did not. Was the crisis warning ineffective? No, she had her subordinates try to aim a gun at her, and they still had a faint sense of danger. Because the threat of bullets to her was too small, but even if it was small, there was still a warning. So why did only Duan Qiang sense it? An illusion? No, Duan Qiang is very strong. She has personally fought with him, so she believes that Duan Qiang would not have made such a wild accusation. That's strange. Why? She couldn't figure it out, but when she returned, she couldn't find Duan Qiang. She asked her subordinates and learned that Duan Qiang had run out again. Obviously, as soon as Xiao Ran arrived, Duan Qiang's sense of crisis returned, and he was completely afraid to let Xiao Ran get close. However, Duan Qiang also said yesterday that if he and Xiao Ran were to face off in the wilderness, he would be confident that he could get close to Xiao Ran in an instant and break his neck, giving him no chance to activate his abilities. Qin Sui was convinced of this. The explosive power of a physical-type psychic is beyond doubt. But in this hive-like base of hers? Sorry, Duan Qiang's abilities are limited in every way, and he has to run out to avoid them. Qin Sui shook her head, but the image of Duan Qiang's honest face kept coming to mind. His tall body was even more impressive because he was a physical type, and the explosive feeling of his muscles was unparalleled. She was tempted. These days, the private lives of supernormal people are definitely very messy. There's no way around it. As long as you absorb a supernormal ability, there will be a side effect. Even if you are a husband and wife, there may be times when your spouse is not around. Qin Sui naturally could not keep her body as pure as jade, and of course she did not have a craving for that, and did not keep a bunch of male pets in the house. All she had in her heart was power. But Duan Qiang was different. He was really a simple man. He did absorb many supernormal abilities, but he did not find the women he guarded, but solved them himself. She had confirmed this with the women who had asked Duan Qiang to protect them. These women were only too happy for Duan Qiang to take them, and with his simple-mindedness, they could easily control him and realize their ambitions at once. Qin Sui was even more tempted. On the one hand, she really valued Duan Qiang's strength, and on the other hand, her heart, which had been through a lot and had seen countless people, was actually a little bit tempted. If the other party was Xiao Ran, the stronger Xiao Ran was, the more she would be afraid of him. Not to mention moving her heart, she would definitely run as far away as possible. But Duan Qiang was different. He was just a simple guy. He's so cute. She couldn't help but smile when she thought of Duan Qiang putting on his jacket for her and blushing when she accidentally touched him. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't help but smile. She was also looking for excuses for herself. With that idiot's personality, I just have to give him some medicine and let him take the initiative to violate me. After that, he will definitely feel extremely guilty and will only think about how to compensate me. Plus my beauty and kung fu, he will definitely not leave me after he has tasted the sweetness. Thinking of Duan Qiang's explosive body, she couldn't help but blush and her breathing became a bit short. Not tonight, Xiao Ran is here, so I'll take this idiot down tomorrow night. Chapter 322, Awakening Ceremony. Today plain heart didn't show up. Xiao Ran was slow to realize, and thought of what the girl said yesterday. Could it be that she had already been given to Lu Kang by Qin Sui? He naturally wouldn't care about a woman, especially when she was obviously a sugar-coated cannonball that someone else had fired at him, and even the sugar coating couldn't be peeled off. With a single sweep of his spatial awareness, Xiao Ran found plain heart. However, she wasn't given to Lu Kang, but was instead locked up. It was because Duan Qiang had come that Lu Kang was not taken seriously, and there was no need to reward him with a clean little beauty? Maybe. Xiao Ran was curious about this Duan Qiang. His spatial awareness quickly found the men and women that Duan Qiang had brought over yesterday, and then he went looking for them. He immediately showed off his ability and took out a bag of frozen steaks, and these people immediately sold Duan Qiang out clean. In their mouths, Duan Qiang was simply a saint. In fact, Duan Qiang had only met them 7 days ago. They had fled into a commercial complex for various reasons and had been struggling to survive for many days. He came alone, without bringing anything with him. After learning about the difficulties of the 16 people, he immediately went to find food and stayed with them, taking responsibility for finding food for them and saying that he would only leave after finding them a shelter. During this time, some supernaturals came to kill them, but Duan Qiang was very patient and kept persuading them until they had to fight back. In short, this person is the new era's Madonna, and there is not a single flaw to be found. Then, after he killed the supernaturals, did he have any side effects? Xiao Ran thought of a question. After a physical supernaturals kills someone, they will naturally absorb the supernaturals immediately. Unless he uses a weapon. But Duan Qiang doesn't seem like the type to use a weapon. Yes. A woman said, still a little resentful. After Duan Qiang came down with the side effects, he solved it alone in his room. Me, damn it. Xiao Ran's mouth opened. Okay, you're not a saint anymore, this is a completely saint. But how did such a saint survive? Why wasn't he killed when he was weak? He asked again. Not to mention, Duan Qiang was not at all calculating, and the 16 men and women also wanted to cling to Duan Qiang, and they kept asking about his situation in a roundabout way, while Duan Qiang spoke very thoroughly. Before the end of the world, Duan Qiang had been a soldier, and he was also a special forces soldier. He had only been discharged for a year. In layman's terms, this person was a soldier king, a fierce general who could solve a dozen ordinary people with his bare hands. Therefore, although he was cheated at the beginning of the end of the world and almost froze to death, he unexpectedly awakened his superpowers. He was not disappointed in human nature, but continued to help others. He never limited himself to any place, but helped people along the way. He joined New World to find a place for the 16 people to live in peace, and then he would set off again after a while. There are too many people in this world who need his help. Gee. Han Yun was deeply impressed. It is really rare to find such a kind person these days. Yes. The 16 people all nodded in agreement. Some people's humanity is so shining that it is hard to resist and admire. However, after experiencing the betrayal of his ex-wife's family, Xiao Ran would not trust anyone, but would rather be suspicious. Are there really such good people in the world? He still doubted, thinking that there was something unreasonable about Duan Qiang's story, but he just hadn't found it yet. He took Han Yun away. There was still a long time before nightfall, and Xiao Ran looked at the beautiful and charming woman beside him and couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher Han, let's play a game." "No." Han Yun decisively refused. As soon as this guy called himself a teacher, he definitely had an improper intention. "At home, it doesn't matter, you can play any way you want, but this is someone else's lair. I don't know how many people live here. If she loses control and forgets to call my husband, will she still be a human being in the future? It's too shameful." However, how long can her week will last under Xiao Ran's skilled techniques? Although Xiao Ran was acting recklessly, his spatial awareness was always on. With his current abnormal power, even if it was always on, the amount of energy consumed was not as much as the amount recovered. Unless he used an enhanced version, which would also reach the cellular level, the amount of energy consumed would be terrifying. However, Qin Sui did not intend to do anything to him. At least for the time being. Time passed quietly into the evening, and Xiao Ran and Han Yun did not go out. They had dinner indoors, and then he noticed that a large number of people were heading towards the largest room in the hive. This room was really big, about 30 meters high, roughly spherical, and about 50 meters in diameter, quite large. The builders really had some skill to be able to dig out such a large room and solidify it so that it would not collapse. The awakening ceremony was about to begin. Although Xiao Ran could see clearly from here, he still had to pretend to be interested since he had said he would visit. He took Han Yun out and arrived at the huge nest. There were no lights, but torches were lit, giving it a very ritualistic feel. The groups of people all wore black and white robes, making it seem more like a cult. Xiao Ran watched from the side, and Han Yun was also silent. The ceremony began. These people were extremely pious, and they kept turning around in the nest in a line. After half an hour, Qin Sui finally appeared. At this time, the ceremony was also coming to an end. Everyone was humming an inexplicable tune, which echoed in this huge nest, and it actually had a kind of sacred feeling. Finally, 50 people who had been selected came to the middle of the nest, and Qin Sui took out the sacrament and let them eat it. It is said that this is the key to awakening. Xiao Ran glanced at it and couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. It was a steamed bun. It wasn't even a bun. Eating this stuff can awaken you? You're kidding me. However, Xiao Ran had been operating his spatial awareness, mastering every detail, so he knew clearly whether or not there had been any subtle manipulation. No, absolutely not. Is the mystery in these steamed buns? Xiao Ran activated his enhanced spatial awareness and focused on the steamed buns. Chapter 323, Tracking, Discovery, Shock. Under the enhanced perception, the details of the buns were all revealed. Xiao Ran could only say that these were really plain buns, with no filling. But Xiao Ran didn't actually count what the filling of the buns should look like, so if there was something mixed in with the flour, Xiao Ran would never be able to find it. He began to pay attention to the 50 people. These people first held the steamed buns high in gratitude, and then began to eat them, their expressions agitated. Soon, they all finished eating the buns. It was only 10 minutes later that they began to tremble all over, falling to the ground one by one, while the people around them were not the least bit nervous, but instead began to shout with their arms raised. This is the beginning? It really was. Xiao Ran could clearly see that. In the minds of these people, energy seeds were rapidly coalescing, and without any outside help, these energy seeds were coalescing one by one, without fail, and then shattering, nourishing their entire bodies. It was as easy as picking up a glass of water and drinking it. That was it. In just a short while, these 50 people all got up one by one, and then each displayed their own superpowers. Flames, ice arrows, and magnetic control. For a time, the lair was extremely lively. Xiao Ran was surprised. It really worked. It was so easy to create supernormal abilities. And the success rate was 100%. It was hard to believe. But the key was a steamed bun. Who would have believed it? Where did these steamed buns come from? Xiao Ran thought to himself, if only he knew the ingredients for making the steamed buns, the answer would come to him. But Qin Sui should have guessed that I could see through walls. With me around, would she still make such steamed buns? Then keep a lookout nearby? That's all I can do. There was nothing more to see, so Xiao Ran took Han Yun back to Qingfeng Garden. The leopard had already returned before the fog appeared. He had appeared on a foggy night before, and had taken Lu Jilua away 100 meters away, which had already revealed some of his abilities, so Xiao Ran didn't mind showing them again. After Qin Sui learned that Xiao Ran had left, although she was further convinced that Xiao Ran had the ability to see in the fog, which made her feel very troublesome, this was quickly overshadowed by another matter. Xiao Ran had left, so she could activate the plan ahead of schedule. Go find Duan Qiang. Xiao Ran had left, so Duan Qiang naturally returned. Qin Sui came to Duan Qiang's room with her hips wiggling. It's the middle of the night, and you're coming to a man's room. What a disgrace. Duan Qiang is obviously a 1.9 meter tall man, but now he's blushing like a little child. So cute. How could there be such a man? I can't sleep. Have a drink with me. Qin Sui smiled. Duan Qiang shook his head. No, it's too late at night. Drink tomorrow. If you don't drink with me, I won't leave. Sister Qin played the rogue. Duan Qiang had no choice but to invite her to sit down. Qin Sui poured a glass of wine for each of them, and then both parties raised their glasses. When they clinked, Qin Sui only took a small sip, but Duan Qiang drank it straight up, showing his true nature as a reckless man. Magnificent. Qin Sui poured him another glass. One glass after another, Duan Qiang accepted them all. His tolerance for alcohol was already excellent, and after becoming a superhuman, his resistance to the essence of the clear spirit also increased greatly. But as he drank, Duan Qiang felt something wrong with himself. He felt hot, irritable, and had a strong urge. You have to leave. He realized what this urge was. After all, he had absorbed so much superhuman power, how could he not understand? What's wrong with you? Qin Sui pretended not to know, went up and touched Duan Qiang's forehead, and said, Wow, your face is so hot. Duan Qiang could have resisted, but a charming woman leaning over like that immediately made his control collapse, and he immediately held Qin Sui tightly. What are you doing? Let go. No. Qin Sui said no, but she didn't resist at all, and the situation naturally got out of hand. Another night passed. Xiao Ran left early and soon arrived with Zhang Yuning at a place 1 kilometer outside of Xintiandi. Xintiandi is built underground, but that doesn't mean the area around it is empty. On the contrary, there are buildings of all heights around it. Xiao Ran didn't choose a tall building, but a bungalow. He sat inside, embraced the police officer in his arms, and while they were making love, he monitored Qin's territory with his spatial awareness. Today, it was a coincidence that a team of 43 people came out on a sled and headed off into the distance. They were collecting supplies. Xiao Ran quickly followed. He hugged Zhang Yuning and jumped onto the leopard, which followed the supply collection team from a distance. After more than an hour, the group found a commercial building. In fact, there were other commercial entities on the way, but they had all been emptied. Xiao Ran confirmed this with his spatial awareness. These people obviously knew this as well, so they didn't stop along the way, and only stopped when they arrived at this commercial entity. The supplies in this commercial entity had also been moved out by more than half, and it was clear that they had come here before, so they naturally knew the way and headed straight for their destination. After arriving, more than 40 people began to move the supplies. It was not surprising that Qin Sui was so generous as to let the supernormalists do the hard labor. After all, could ordinary people brave such cold weather to go out? To let them go out to look for supplies? Maybe within a kilometer, but beyond that, it would be better to collect their bodies. Xiao Ran and Zhang Yuning waited quietly on the side. Perhaps the group of people who had been sniping Qin Sui would not appear, or perhaps they would appear the next moment. Wait, that's all there is to it. Huh? Xiao Ran was startled. He sensed someone entering his field of perception. It was a woman, and he could tell from her figure. However, she was wearing goggles and a hat, and not even a strand of hair was visible, so he couldn't see her face at all. That's fine. Xiao Ran intensified his perception, and suddenly the goggles, hat, and even the clothes all blurred in front of him, as if they didn't exist. The woman's appearance, including her measurements, appeared clearly in his mind. Holy cow! He was stunned. Qin Sui. No, this is not Qin Sui, but a woman who looks exactly like Qin Sui. Because Qin Sui's body is like a black hole, Xiao Ran can't see through it at all, but this woman is different. This woman's body can be seen through, but it seems that thousands of foreign objects are sleeping in her body, exuding an inexplicable horror. I've never seen such a monster. Xiao Ran's brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 324, Twin Sisters. It's weird. This masked person is not Qin Sui, but she is definitely Qin Sui's sister, and they are twins, otherwise they wouldn't look so much alike. Clones? Forget it. Qin Sui clearly has a twin sister, why aren't they together? Could this person be the mysterious sniper? They're not even in the same gang, there's only one. But why? Did the sisters fall out? Or is there another plot? My head is spinning. Xiao Ran rubbed his head and looked at Officer Jiang. It's also very big. It relieves the pressure. Jiang Yuning. I'll give you a dirty look. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Just take the person down. Xiao Ran thought. But he didn't act immediately, but continued to observe. What is this person doing here? Is this really Qin Sui's longtime rival? But they are not a group, but a single person. At this moment, the mysterious person also appeared in front of the 43 people. Suddenly seeing an unexpected guest, the group immediately became alert, but after seeing that there was only one person, and that the woman was also very good-looking, they all revealed lustful expressions. Can 43 supernormal people not defeat you? Little girl, take off your hat and goggles and let us take a look. Hey, I haven't had sex for a few days, so I'm going to have a good time today. Who isn't? In the new world, ordinary supernormal people really can't act like tyrants. Unless a woman comes to them of her own accord, they can't force themselves on her. This is a strict order from Sister Qin, but they are only low-level supernormal people, and even if a beautiful woman wants to come to them, it's not to them. But when you're out in the open, you don't have to follow Sister Qin's rules. Woman, look at her tiny waist and her big, perky butt. The woman ignored them and pointed her finger. A strange scene unfolded as black mist flew out of her fingertips and then coalesced into a giant, 6-meter-tall figure with no facial features, just a humanoid shape made of black mist. The humanoid black gas swayed back and forth, completely lacking a sense of solidity. However, this scene was also quite creepy, causing the 43 people to shudder slightly. Little girl, why bother? Yes, it would be so much better if we all had fun together. Go, take her down. Try not to hurt her, and even if you do, try not to hit her face or chest, or her butt. A crowd of people surrounded her, completely unaware of the woman's horror. Xiao Ran shook his head. These 43 people should all have obtained their superpowers through the awakening ceremony, because their cells are only slightly stronger than normal people. And the mysterious woman? She is strong, very strong, and extremely strange. The woman pointed again, and the black giant immediately floated out. It was very fast, and it pounced on one person. The person naturally fought back, using his superpowers, but he could neither hurt the humanoid black gas nor stop its attack. The humanoid black gas penetrated the man's body, and the man immediately rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, dead. This scene naturally stunned everyone, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. However, the humanoid black gas had already launched another attack. It was too fast. 1, 2, 3, it quickly and silently penetrated one person after another, and as long as it touched them, everyone was instantly killed, incredibly strange. Xiao Ran was watching the woman and the black humanoid gas with a sigh. Some of the billions of foreign objects in the woman's body disappeared. They appeared in the black humanoid gas. What kind of superpower is this? How strange. Xiao Ran locked onto a person who was about to be attacked by the black humanoid gas. When the black humanoid gas entered the body, the cells in his body instantly lost their vitality, and the person died immediately. A killing machine. Xiao Ran said to himself, this woman's ability is really amazing. On the other side, the humanoid black gas was still killing indiscriminately. No attack was effective against it, and no defense could stop its approach or penetration. How could such an enemy be fought? Attack the woman. Yes, if we kill her, this ability will definitely be ineffective. Kill. About 30 people remained and all of them charged at the woman. These people had all sorts of superpowers, and 3 of them were physical types. They rushed towards the woman at speeds far exceeding those of the 100-meter sprinting champions, and they did so from 3 different directions. But the woman clearly had no intention of defending herself, and she just stood there motionless. Are you looking for death? The 3 physical types had already attacked, and now they had no mercy, but instead kicked and punched her directly at her vital points. This woman is too terrifying, she must be killed at the first opportunity. However, when they swung their fists and feet, they directly penetrated the woman's body, as if the woman was not a physical entity at all. It was like that human-shaped black aura. Xiao Ran also slightly raised an eyebrow, because before being hit by the attack, the woman's physical state had changed, as if she had changed from a physical entity to a virtual form. The 3 body-type fighters missed their first attack, and just as they were about to continue, they immediately rolled onto the ground, lying motionless. They were dead. Good boy. At this point, attacks such as fireballs and ice arrows only reached them, but they all penetrated through the woman's body without causing the slightest harm. What's going on? Run. The remaining people had no more fighting spirit. This kind of opponent was too terrifying. What else could they do but run? However, the humanoid black gas continued to chase 1, 2, 3, and soon solved more than 20 people. Only 7 were still fleeing, but they had run far enough. In particular, one of them was not only a beast, but also a bird after transformation. With a flap of his wings, he ran faster than anyone else. The woman was not in a hurry. She drew her bow with both hands, and then, incredibly, an arrow made of black gas appeared out of thin air. The black arrow was as fast as a bullet, and it shot past the man in the sky. The birdman had no injuries, but his eyes rolled back and he fell from the sky. After the woman shot the arrow, she didn't look at it again, but continued to draw the bow, and shot 6 more arrows. Without a scream, all 6 arrows hit their targets, and the last 6 people also fell to the ground silently. The woman approached from near to far, operating on the bodies one by one. She took out a knife and stabbed the corpse, then reached into the air with her right hand, and a wisp of silky substance floated out of the corpse and eventually gathered in her hand, turning into a drop of liquid that faintly glimmered with a hint of gold. Ha! These manufactured supernaturals can't directly absorb supernatural power, but have to extract it in this way? But can that drop of golden liquid really enhance supernatural power? Chapter 325, Mutual Answers. The woman refined all the corpses, extracting a drop of light golden liquid from each one. There were 43 drops in total, and she took half of them directly, and then put the other half away. She was leaving. Attack immediately, or follow her to the lair and then attack? Xiao Ran only had to think about it for a moment before making a decision. Attack. In fact, the lair is not that important to a psychic. Even if you know where the other person is, what good does it do? Wait for me here, Xiao Ran said to Zhang Yuning. Space exchange. Whoosh, he quickly closed the distance with the woman. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The woman suddenly turned her head and looked at Xiao Ran. Face to face. Although the woman was wearing goggles and could not see very clearly, Xiao Ran had spatial awareness and immediately discovered that the woman's face was full of shock, as if to say, how could this person appear here? Xiao Ran changed to walking and stopped 10 meters in front of the woman, smiling slightly. It seems that Qin Sui told you about my appearance. Even you saw it with your own eyes. Through that returnee. The woman's body trembled again, and she suddenly giggled. Xiao Lao is really amazing, and he's really bored. He's been watching and following these people. This is very much in the style of Qin Sui's charming demeanor. Xiao Ran was unmoved, and said, Are you the older sister or the younger sister? He didn't ask if the other person was a twin sister of Qin Sui, but said it in a certain tone, so that the other person couldn't argue about this point. Sure enough, the woman frowned slightly and said, Your spatial ability is so terrifying. I'm dressed like this, and you can still see my appearance. Huh, so can you see my body too? You're such a bad man. It seems like she's teasing, but she's actually confirming. Xiao Ran didn't care, and said, The rose tattoo is nice, but don't get another one next time. The two sisters had the same tattoo in the same place. Now, the woman was really moved. Xiao Ran could really see through. She did have a rose tattoo, but where was it? On her butt. I'm Qin Sujuan, my sister. She giggled, her mind already adjusted, her charm restored, and she took off her goggles to reveal a face identical to Qin Sui's. Can you answer a few questions? Xiao Ran asked. Sure. Qin Sujuan giggled, but for every question I answer, you have to kiss me. Xiao Ran's expression froze. You actually flirted with me? No? Qin Sujuan shook her head disappointedly. Okay, I'll answer one of your questions, and you answer one of mine. That's fair, right? Okay. Xiao Ran nodded. He knew what Qin Sujuan was thinking. I'll answer your questions, but my goal is to get your secrets. As for my secrets, they've already been revealed? It's okay. I'll just kill you after this. Coincidentally, Xiao Ran was thinking the same thing. A master like them can easily capture the slightest facial expression changes, even the extremely small changes in pupil size and breathing, so it is very difficult to make up a plausible lie in a question and answer session, and it is also easy to be exposed. Then, you ask first, after all, you mentioned it first. Qin Sujuan looked like a gentle big sister, and with her charming charm, she was really heart-stirring. Xiaoran thought for a moment, what was the thing you just extracted from the corpse? Qin Sujuan's face suddenly changed, revealing a look of intense surprise. How could you see so clearly from such a distance? No, there are still many walls between us, which shows that your ability to see through things has reached such a terrifying level. Is there any privacy in front of Xiaoran? But after the shock, she smiled charmingly. Then I might as well take off my clothes, since you've seen everything anyway. Xiaoran made a gesture of invitation. You're so bad. Qin Sujuan laughed so hard that her clothes were shaking. She wasn't wearing much, and her breasts were swaying with her laughter, dazzling the eyes and causing the blood pressure to rise. In fact, although her face was exactly the same as Qin Sui's, there were some differences in their figures. Her breasts were obviously one size larger, but her butt was a little smaller. She obviously knew her own advantages very well and was obviously showing off her breasts. But Xiaoran still looked indifferent, with no change in his eyes. Qin Sujuan felt a chill in her heart. This man is so indifferent. You're not impotent, are you? Otherwise, any man would be breathing heavily and staring at her when he saw such a sight. She didn't know that Xiaoran wasn't impotent or uninterested in sex, but had seen too many of the best. Moreover, just thinking that she was so powerful, and that the single plank bridge was about to be trampled on, made it impossible for him to be tempted. Qin Sujuan put away her smile, became serious, and began to answer the question. This is my ability. I can extract this substance from their bodies. I call it supernatural liquid. As you can see, it can be directly absorbed, which has the effect of enhancing supernatural abilities. Why not directly absorb supernatural abilities, but have to go around in such a big circle? Xiaoran asked. This is the second question. Qin Sujuan squeezed her eyes and threw a flirtatious glance. It's my turn to ask a question. Ask. Xiaoran nodded. Do you have 3 billion in supplies? Qin Sujuan asked. No. Xiaoran answered very clearly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation, and even a lie detector would not be able to tell that he was lying. This is not because he is a master of lies, but because the supplies in his hands are more than 3 billion, so Qin Sujuan asked this question, and he could have answered with a simple no, rather than a yes or no. But what does Qin Sujuan mean by saying 3 billion? Gao Liang went to Chengqian to form an alliance to deal with Xiaoran together, and the 3 billion supplies were naturally the top priority. When forming an alliance, they would definitely have to be presented, otherwise Chengqian would not be stupid. Why would he make enemies with people for no reason? There must be enough benefits. Later, Chengqian took refuge with Qin Sui, and this information must have also been given to Qin Sui as a gift. If Qin Sui knew, wouldn't her sister know? Qin Sujuan was stunned at first, but she immediately realized that her question was flawed, allowing Xiaoran to exploit the loophole. She was not angry, but just gave Xiaoran a cold stare. You are a big man, but you still want to take advantage of others. She stamped her feet repeatedly, and her chest seemed to wave like the waves of the sea. This woman is very good at using her own advantages. Xiaoran asked with a smile. Those people just now should not be able to directly absorb the supernatural power, so you must use a special method to extract the supernatural power liquid. So why is this the case? Chapter 326, Object Exemption. This question directly gets to the point. Qin Sujuan looked enchanting with a seductive gaze, her little ass wiggling and her water snake waist seemed to be boneless, and now she was about to show her underwear. She glanced at Xiaoran and couldn't help but stick out her tongue and blink her eyes. I forgot that this person in front of me has X-ray vision and knows that I'm not wearing underwear. Gidge, I didn't mean to lie. The demon girl is amazing. She is already charming and moist, and with this kind of revealing flirtatious talk, how many men can withstand it? At this time, Xiaoran seemed like a holy monk in his 9th life, completely calm and collected. It's okay, please answer the question. He said lightly. Qin Sujuan couldn't help but frown. Are you a man or not? I doubt you are, otherwise why don't we try it out? Xiaoran just looked at her indifferently. Go on, keep stalling. She didn't blush at all when she was caught in the act, but just pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, I'll tell you. It has to do with my ability. I can create this kind of superpower that you can't absorb, and I can extract it with a special method, which is this superpower liquid. This should be true. Xiaoran really couldn't absorb the blood poison man's superpower, and the other party was truly a superpower user. However, this woman definitely hadn't told the whole truth. Unfortunately, he had already asked his question, and it was Qin Sujuan's turn. The woman thought for a moment. After killing you, will your supplies disappear, or will they all explode? This statement seemed curious, but it contained a strong murderous intent. If Xiao Ran answered that it would explode, she would probably kill him the next moment. What if he didn't? Then it was hard to say. Would she capture Xiao Ran alive and force him to hand over the supplies, or would she kill him outright and eliminate the threat? Xiao Ran shook his head without hesitation. I don't know. He really didn't know. Should he cut his own throat and find out? Qin Sujuan giggled, and a large amount of black mist swirled around her fingertips, quickly transforming into a humanoid figure 6 meters tall. Xiao Ran sighed and shrugged. Didn't we have a good chat? Don't be so quick to turn on me. I still want to talk to you. You're welcome to talk on the bed, but not when you're sitting down. Qin Sujuan still smiled like a flower, but her expression immediately hardened, and the humanoid black mist whistled towards Xiao Ran. It was very fast, reaching at least 100 meters per second. The speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. Xiao Ran was extremely calm, and just as the humanoid black gas was about to touch him, it suddenly stopped. Qin Sujuan frowned, looking a little hesitant. The humanoid black gas was not stopped by Xiao Ran, but by her initiative. Because Xiao Ran was too calm. This guy clearly saw her massacre 43 people here, and should know the horror of the humanoid black gas, so it was unreasonable for him to stand there so calmly. Is there a big danger in front of Xiao Ran? She couldn't help but think of Qin Su's description of Xiao Ran's abilities. First, he can suck people into a mysterious space. Second, he can shoot extremely fast steel and stone out of thin air. Third, he can crush people to death. Fourth, he can move people around in a strange way. So, is the mysterious space in front of the human-shaped black gas? Qin Su's eyes flashed, and the human-shaped black gas continued to move forward. Sure enough, the humanoid black mist disappeared from the air in a very strange way. Qin Sujuan couldn't help but say, the ability to manipulate space is truly amazing. She wasn't the least bit flustered, and black mist appeared again at the tip of her finger, reforming into a huge humanoid shape. Can only release one at a time? Xiao Ran asked curiously. Yes. Qin Sujuan smiled coquettishly, but the next moment she pointed her finger without hesitation, and the humanoid black mist floated toward Xiao Ran again. Again? You've already taken one, and you want to lose another? Xiao Ran didn't think Qin Sujuan would be so stubborn. This woman may seem to rely on her looks and body to make a living, but she definitely has a good brain. If you think she's dumb, then you're really fooled. He thought for a moment, and the sonic steel bars activated, shooting towards Qin Sujuan. Qin Sujuan didn't know that she couldn't avoid it, so she simply didn't try to avoid it. She still had something to rely on, and she didn't intend to move at all. Yes, it was scattered. It was as if the 3 steel bars had been corroded for tens of thousands of years and had already become hollow. What kind of superpower is this? Time-related? No, that's impossible. How could a time-related power create a superpower? Perhaps her body is like a special furnace, and as long as it is penetrated, it will be refined, just like the 3 physical attacks that directly killed her. At this time, the humanoid black gas arrived late. After all, it was less than 1/3 of the speed of sound. Just as the humanoid black gas was about to repeat its mistake, suddenly, it underwent a major disintegration, transforming from a giant into countless black gas masses, which then spread in all directions, from the sky and from the ground, 360 degrees, all round, without any blind spots, rushing towards Xiao Ran. Faster! Xiao Ran shook his head, and the spatial exchange was activated. He and Qin Sujuan exchanged places. The black gas couldn't stop at all, and rushed into Qin Sujuan's body. However, while this would be fatal for others, it didn't matter to Qin Sujuan at all. The black gas didn't enter her body, and the next moment it all rushed out again. The black gas was fine, and so was she. They were one and the same. Xiao Ran smiled. This was the first time he had encountered a superhuman who could completely ignore physical damage. Wei Lily could only absorb, but there was a limit to how much she could absorb, and it was easy to reach that limit. But Qin Sujuan should be able to maintain this special state for a long time, because the amount of alien energy she absorbed was likely to be a terrifying number. Since physical damage doesn't work, I'll try something else. Xiao Ran threw a stone, then locked onto Qin Sujuan, and the spatial exchange was activated. The stone and Qin Sujuan exchanged places. Freefall began. Qin Sujuan found herself suddenly in another place, with her feet off the ground. Instead of being shocked or frightened, she was surprised and curious. Then, a warning of danger sounded in her mind. Die! 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 However, the next moment, a large amount of black gas was released from her body, causing her to float in midair. Xiao Ran was speechless. It's only been a few days since the end of the world, less than 3 months, and in theory everyone should still be in the early stages of their superpowers. You see, Luo Yufei, who plays with fire, can float in the air like a hot air balloon, and now Qin Sujuan has also released black gas to stabilize herself in the air. Bah, is it so difficult to die? Xiao Ran sighed, and space compression was activated without hesitation. You don't want to enter? I'll invite you. Chapter 327, Undying Little Strong? Space compression, surround 3 and release 1. Boom! Qin Sujuan immediately felt like she was sitting on a rocket, being pushed down hard. In fact, space compression is also a powerful technique, but it can also be resisted, like Wei Lily, who was compressed into a sheet of plasticine, but she was still alive. But try it in a different space? This is a dead end. With the real killer move of a different space, even space compression becomes a supplementary method. With a whoosh, Qin Sujuan didn't even have time to exclaim before she was pushed into a different space. She disappeared into thin air. As soon as Qin Sujuan was absorbed into a different space, the black gas she released immediately dispersed, as if it had been evaporated. It's nothing. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. Space compression and spacegate, this is really awesome. Qin Sujuan is so powerful and so strange, but what can she do? In fact, the only one who can really threaten him is the physical type. He will kill him at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, killing him before he can react. However, at present, in order to achieve this, it is estimated that he will have to absorb 10 times more supernatural power than he does. Otherwise, how fast can thoughts turn? Not to mention opening a spacegate, because you have to know where the opponent is coming from first, and then open a spacegate in that direction. Once the body type enters his 100-meter range, and he knows about it, then the offensive and defensive positions will be reversed. He can play with the body type. In the future, he can even send it directly into space. Then, Xiao Ran focused his attention on Qin Sujuan. Although he was unable to force her to reveal the secret of her superpower, such as the details and key to creating a superpower, it was still better to kill such a dangerous enemy. Safety first. His brain was connected to the other dimension, and his consciousness could see what was inside. I'm so fucking pissed. What did he see? Qin Sujuan was struggling, her expression painful, like a fish out of water, but even so, she was not dead, just struggling. Are you immortal? Wei Lily is not as perverted as you. I don't care, I don't believe that the other dimension can't kill you. Let's see if she's dead tomorrow. Xiao Ran distracted himself, he went back to find Jiang Yuning, and the two of them rode on the leopard. Because it was still early, Xiao Ran let the leopard go to the zoo. Would the leopard like a tiger? Maybe. Otherwise, they can only find a few female dogs and let them evolve as well. Otherwise, the difference in size between them and the leopard is too great. They arrived at Shangfang Mountain, where there is a zoo. Unfortunately, the animals here have either frozen to death, starved to death, or, hey, broken out of their cages? Xiao Ran saw a broken glass wall, and inside was also empty, with no animal carcasses. Then he saw the introduction to the animals in the cage on a piece of broken glass, black bears. In theory, even if the black bear was extremely powerful, it would be impossible for it to break through the glass wall and escape, unless it had become a spirit. Are you really going to steal the monk's robe? Xiao Ran muttered. How did the black bear inside get out? There was only one possibility. It had evolved and gained supernormal abilities. Xiao Ran carefully scanned the area, but there was no sign of the black bear within his spatial awareness. Where did it go? Xiao Ran looked down the mountain. Beyond the stone lake was a vast expanse of buildings. Black bears are large wild animals, and how terrifying will they become after further evolution? I wonder how many people will have to fill this guy's stomach. However, it is impossible for him to track down a black bear. Hey, I got it. Xiao Ran had a flash of inspiration, and he decided to tell Qin Sui, or more precisely, Duan Qiang, about the black bear in the zoo that had become a spirit. You're the Virgin Mary, go and get rid of this black bear. He always felt that there were no saints these days, at least not superheroes, so he would see if the facts would slap him in the face. Go home. Xiao Ran and Jiang Yuning returned to Qingfeng Garden. On the way, Xiao Ran also found 3 dogs and brought them back together, but they were not kept in the mansion, but in the villa next door. He also let these dogs start to evolve, and it all depended on luck how many of them would succeed. Of course, all 3 dogs were female. Xiaoran simply threw the leopard into the villa, allowing it to develop a relationship with the bitches in advance. He returned to the mansion and took a warm bath to warm his body, although he didn't really need it. In the evening, the family had dinner. Xiaoran finished eating quickly, and his consciousness cleared, and he couldn't help but grin. Sujuan was still struggling. It's been a few hours, are you really immortal? Never mind, I'll see it tomorrow. After dinner, Xiaoran asked the women to change into Cheongsams. He had seen Su's Cheongsam outfit the past 2 days and was very excited. In no time, 12 beautiful women with their own unique characteristics were all standing in front of him in Cheongsams. The Cheongsam really shows off the figure. If you have a slightly poor figure, you won't be able to control it, and you'll look ridiculous. But if you have a good figure, you can also fully show off your beautiful figure in a Cheongsam. That kind of charm and softness is too in line with the grace of Oriental women and the kind of charm that comes from the bones. This is completely different from the kind of big breasts and fat buttocks of foreigners. The night of debauchery passed. Xiaoran glanced at it with his consciousness. Oh my god! Sujuan was still alive. She was still alive after spending a night in the alternate space. Xiaoran was impressed. If he had gone into the alternate space, he would have died instantly. He left the mansion far behind and opened the door to the alternate space in a dense forest, throwing Sujuan out. Sujuan was at first dazed, but when she saw Xiaoran not far away, she couldn't help but tremble, as if she had seen a demon. She knelt down and bowed her head to Xiaoran. Please don't throw me in there again. I'll do whatever you say, even if you want me to kill my sister. Her face was a complete mess. That space was terrifying. She was screaming, but she couldn't make any sound. It was a world of absolute silence. Many people find the environment noisy when they sleep, and this is true, but if you come to an absolutely quiet place, so quiet that there is not a hint of noise, it will not bring peace and comfort, but strong unease. There have been experiments in this regard. The alien space is even further. Even if you want to make a sound yourself, you can't. Absolute silence. After one night's work, Sujuan had already had a nervous breakdown. Xiaoran of course would not easily believe it, and he had no intention of subduing this woman. Since she is not dead, let's interrogate her. How did you create a superhuman? He asked. Chapter 328, The True Face of the Devil. Sujuan did not hesitate for a moment, and quickly said, I can split my soul, enter the body of the target through the method of making people take it, and trigger the target's evolution. Once the target becomes a superhuman, it only takes 10 to 15 days for the soul fragments I implanted to grow to a certain extent, and then I can harvest them. The so-called harvest is to extract the light golden liquid. When my superpower was still weak, I could only split 10 soul fragments at a time, and I could only split them once every 3 days. But as I grew stronger, I can now split 50 soul fragments at a time, and I can split them once every day. Sujuan continued. This is an acceleration. In the early stages, it is very slow, not only limited by the number of splits, but also waiting for about 10 days. But in the middle and late stages, the number of each batch will continue to skyrocket, reaching a staggering point. Xiaoran was all teeth. If this ability was on the other side of the ocean, would he have to wait a long time to encounter it? What would happen if the ability to absorb the number of people in an entire country was powerful? Please don't let me go back to that place again. Sujuan was crying, I can help you extract the ability liquid, and make you the most powerful person in the world, as long as you don't let me go back to that place again. She was really scared. Xiaoran was unmoved. The space compressed and squeezed, and Sujuan was thrown into the different space again. I curse you, Sujuan screamed, her face was hideous. She was really afraid of that dead space, but she was not a pushover either. She was still brewing a counterattack, deliberately saying that she could help Xiaoran refine the supernormal fluid, arousing Xiaoran's greed. As long as she had a chance, she could kill Xiaoran. But this guy doesn't have any greed at all? She really doesn't want to go into that dead space again. Although she won't die for the time being, she will go crazy. Xiaoran just smiled coldly. Cooperate with Sujuan? That's like asking a tiger for its hide. This person's ability is extremely terrifying. Whether it's her or the black chi, they will die directly if they touch it. As long as he relaxes even a little bit, he could be killed by this woman. Why bother? If he wants to be strong and absorb supernatural powers, he can go hunting for supernatural powers. After Su Cheng is killed, he can go to Kuan Chang, the next door neighbor's house. After Kuan Chang is killed, he can go to Haidu, which is one of the few first-tier cities in the country. With a population of more than 20 million, how many supernatural powers can be born? Greedy for Qin Sujuan? While you are greedy for other people's interests, others are coveting your principle. Only by suppressing your greed and resisting temptation will you not be deceived. I don't believe it. If I can't kill you in one night, what about 2 days? 10 days? Xiao Ran thought to himself. He wouldn't throw Qin Sujuan out again, so without food, water or air, he wanted to see how long Qin Sujuan could last. This person must die. It's too dangerous. Go to Xintiandi again. Now that you know the secret of the sisters, there's nothing to hesitate about. Turn the table over. Xiao Ran didn't bring any girls with him, nor did he let the leopard take the wheel. This time he was going to kick some ass, so why bring girls along? Would they slow him down? Xiao Ran took out his hovercraft and headed for Xintiandi. It didn't take long before he was outside Xintiandi. Because he had already sensed part of the underground lair, he immediately discovered that a massacre had just taken place here. The bodies were strewn everywhere, and the blood was flowing like a river. Because it was warm underground, unlike on the surface, where even if someone's head was cut off, the wound would freeze quickly and no more blood would gush out. The cause of death was the same for all of them. Their necks had been broken, facing directly behind. Some of the bodies had already bled out, while others were still bleeding, indicating that the killing had just ended or was still in progress. Which force had broken into Sister Qin's lair? Xiao Ran continued to move forward. More corpses. However, he finally saw living people, as well as the murderer who was killing people. Duan Qiang. It was this honest man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes? But now, when he looked again, Duan Qiang no longer had the slightest hint of innocence, but was full of a sinister, murderous air. He moved like a ghost, twisting the necks of everyone he saw and killing them. He was so fast that many people didn't even see him, and they were killed instantly. Damn, I told you there's no such thing as a saint, let alone a saint. Duan Qiang is a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, this murderer is not a wolf, he's a demon. Where's Qin Sui? Xiao Ran jumped off the hovercraft, put it away, and then ran forward quickly. The underground lair appeared more and more in his mind. Qin Sui has been found. But she is already dead, and she is also a headless corpse. If Xiao Ran had not remembered that she had a butterfly tattoo on her but like Qin Sujuan, he might not have recognized her at first glance. Sister Qin is dead. Not only that, her entire power is also crumbling. Who did it? Isn't the murderer still here, continuing to kill? Duan Qiang. Hiss, this person has created a character of a simple man, and was invited into the house by Sister Qin. You have to know how terrifying the explosive power of a martial artist is. If he is given a second to output, he can kill more than 100 people. Although Xiao Ran did not know how Qin Sui was killed by Duan Qiang did not immediately fight with Qin Sui after encountering her, but deliberately created a character and infiltrated here, which shows that Duan Qiang was still quite afraid of Qin Sui. In this way, Qin Sui died quite unjustly. So, don't think that in the end times, you can go around the world with great power, but if you encounter someone who uses the dark arts against you, you will still die in a very frustrating way. How long has Qin Sui been dead? Has Duan Qiang's side effect erupted? Or has it been solved? Xiao Ran's face was gloomy. Steal my superpower? Then I'll take a double. Xiao Ran used spatial exchange directly, quickly approaching Duan Qiang. In the underground lair, Duan Qiang's physical skills could not be used to their full potential. Even if he was blocked by 3 or 4 walls of mud, his speed would be greatly restricted, which was enough for Xiao Ran to activate spatial exchange, causing Duan Qiang to either fall into or rush into the spatial gate. He calculated the distance. At the last moment, he was still about 150 meters away from Duan Qiang, but the next moment, he used another spatial exchange to shorten the distance to 80 meters. It's too close. What if Duan Qiang is really too strong, and he breaks through all the walls and kills himself in an instant? 80 meters is almost enough. Duan Qiang, die. Chapter 329, Provoke the Opponent. In an instant, Duan Qiang's hair stood on end. He immediately abandoned his target and turned and rushed. Boom! 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 Duan Qiang burst out with unparalleled speed and power, destroying the dirt walls in front of him. What was even more terrifying? The breaking of a dozen walls only made one sound. How fast does it have to be to turn the sound of a dozen walls breaking into one? In his spatial perception, Duan Qiang instantly rushed more than 70 meters. You have to know that this is underground, with a series of earth and stone walls in front of him. How can he still rush out so far in an instant? The physical type superpower user is really abnormal in terms of explosive power. No, Duan Qiang should have also absorbed Qin Sui's superpower, so his strength must have skyrocketed. Moreover, the power of the physical type superpower all comes from the body, and the strengthening of cells is not done overnight, so if he is given a few more days, this Duan Qiang may be even stronger. Xiaoran couldn't help but secretly feel relieved that he wasn't too close to Duan Qiang, otherwise this guy wouldn't have been running away, but would have been charging towards him to give it a go. In an instant, he had run more than 70 meters away. He had just completed a spatial exchange, and there would definitely be a moment of sluggishness, and such sluggishness would be enough to allow such a powerful physical type to kill him in an instant. You can't be careless, you absolutely can't be careless. Xiaoran pursued. This time, the distance between them was 90 meters, which was even farther than the 80 meters just now. He was afraid that Duan Qiang would set a trap for him. What if this guy was actually capable of instantly sprinting 80 or 90 meters? If he was careless, he would probably be killed in one blow. Don't underestimate the physical type, their explosive power is terrifying. If Duan Qiang sensed it, he would desperately break through the wall and rush. Bang, 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 he had retreated to the edge of the hive, so, just like last time, he continued to break through the layer of mud and rocks. However, this time was different from last time. Last time, Xiaoran had no intention of killing, he was just curious and teasing Duan Qiang, but this time he had the intention to kill. Duan Qiang must die. Therefore, he pressed forward much faster. The space exchange was still about 90 meters closer. What should Duan Qiang do now? There were not a dozen mudstone walls in front of him, most of which were hollow, so the difficulty of blasting through them was naturally reduced. But now there were solid mudstone layers, so how difficult would it be to blast through them? He could not blast through them, but it was impossible to do so in an instant. What should he do? He roared, and suddenly, a strong smell of blood came from his body. He seemed to have swelled up, and his arms were thicker than an ordinary person's thighs. His explosive power had increased tenfold, and he punched like rain. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed his way to the ground and onto the snowy plain. At this point, Duan Qiang finally let out a sigh of relief and regained his composure. There was no longer any obstacle that could affect his speed. Xiaoran had strange abilities that could kill him in a split second, but so could his explosive power. Xiaoran flashed into view, 200 meters away from Duan Qiang. This was flat ground, and Xiaoran was also afraid of the terrifying explosive power of the physical type. Xiaoran? Duan Qiang shouted, although it was more than 200 meters away, his voice was full of energy and clearly reached Xiaoran's ears. The only person who could threaten him without showing up was Xiaoran. Xiaoran smiled, I am Xiaoran, Duan Qiang, finally meeting. Duan Qiang stared at him. Although it was more than 200 meters away, his facial features were much sharper than ordinary people, and this distance did not affect him at all. He suddenly smiled, I didn't expect you to come over so quickly. He hadn't killed everyone in the hive yet. There were still some supernormal people there, and they could run very far in this weather, so it was possible that he would be exposed, and it would be difficult for him to create such a fake identity in the future. Xiaoran also smiled, I didn't expect you to have such a vicious heart, despite your thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was all tisk, as if he had been tricked by Duan Qiang, just like Qin Sui. You're really good at acting. Duan Qiang didn't care about Xiaoran's taunts. Xiaoran was deliberately trying to provoke him, and they both had the ability to kill their opponents in one blow, so whoever was the least bit careless could die. Besides, there was no harm in being scolded, so he was naturally calm. Xiaoran, are you interested in Qin Sui? He was naturally not a pushover, and he was also provoking Xiaoran. I'm sorry, I slept with that woman the night before last. And this woman came to me on her own initiative. Do you know that she thought I was a virgin and actually gave me an aphrodisiac? Ha ha ha, it really made me laugh to death. Do you know how hard it was for me to hold back my laughter? But this woman's taste is really good. He paused for a moment, looking at Xiaoran, whose face had turned a little pale. Do you want me to tell you the details? She's already dead, and her body is cold. You can't take advantage of the heat to have a go, so I'll just have to tell you. Shu Raji of course deliberately let his face fall, so that Duan Qiang thought he cared about Qin Sui, and then pretended to be shocked and lost his mind. This guy should have taken the initiative to attack. He had already opened a space portal in front of him, putting himself in an absolutely invincible position. So when Duan Qiang came close and realized that there was a big crisis ahead, he suddenly stopped. From rushing to stopping, and then fleeing in the opposite direction, even a body type like Duan Qiang would need a few tenths of a second. This amount of time is enough for him to lock on and perform a spatial exchange. You are a physical type, with your feet off the ground, so you are a dead crab, and you can only let him do whatever he wants. This is the difference in supernormal abilities. Duan Qiang began to talk. Don't look at Qin Sui, she is over 30, but wow, her body is really well preserved, her skin is smooth and tender, and her breasts. He went on, describing the details of the night the two of them spent together. He emphasized how Qin Sui was overwhelmed by his performance, and even embellished the story by saying that Qin Sui called Shu Raji's name a few times when she was out of control. This made Shu Raji laugh out loud. Qin Sui was extremely afraid of him. If she thought of him in bed, it would not be a boost to her mood, but rather a moment of cold sweat and a complete loss of interest. Just like Duan Qiang, if he suddenly realized that Shu Raji was approaching when he was having a good time, would he immediately run away without even pulling up his pants? Definitely. However, although he was holding back his laughter, the anger on Shu Raji's face was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was about to erupt. Come on, attack me. As soon as you get within 100 meters of me, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 330, Duan Qiang's Evil Deeds, 2400 plus more. Duan Qiang just stared at Shu Raji. Suddenly, he smiled. I almost fell for it. Shu Raji, although I lied professionally and am not a veteran at all, I did study expression analysis. Although you tried to look angry, you actually weren't. Your emotions were off. Although it was 200 meters away, I could still see clearly. I could even hear your heartbeat, a fierce beating without any violent rage. You motherfucker. Shu Raji was speechless. How could a 1.9 meter tall man have 800 hidden tricks? Who said he was a rough man? I'm the first to disagree. Shu Raji smiled. It's a real loss that you don't go into acting. Ha ha ha. Duan Qiang laughed, but there was hesitation in his eyes. Attack or retreat? To be honest, Shu Raji is very strong, and he can sense the threat of death. However, this also means that Shu Raji is a big meal. Killing him and absorbing his supernormal ability will definitely make him stronger. Now that there are so many people, killing one more big boss may make you stand out. This is a snowballing advantage. If he can become the strongest psychic in the world, or even kill all the other psychics and become the sole overlord, to what extent can his body be strengthened? He now has a feeling that his vitality has increased dramatically, that he is immune to disease, and that his lifespan has been greatly extended. Can he be as powerful as a god? Or even surpass a god? He was full of ambition, and ambition also meant greed, making him unwilling to give up even in the face of danger. And he did have the ability to kill Shu Raji. It all depended on who could seize the opportunity. Their battle would definitely not be lingering, with each exchanging dozens or hundreds of moves, and there would not be a hint of extravagance. Either he would be killed by Shu Raji with that mysterious method, dying silently, or he would punch Shu Raji's head to smithereens. It would be so simple, so direct, and so violent. Duan Qiang was unwilling to accept this. After missing this time, when would he meet Shu Raji again? And what if Shu Raji's abilities continue to improve? Would he be able to kill him from 1 kilometer or even 10,000 meters away? Physical skills are physical attacks, and their power is linear and predictable, but Shu Raji's abilities are magical, and they are not easy to judge. No, he still wanted to try again. Duan Qiang decided to continue to verbally attack Shu Raji, to make the other person truly lose control. Whether it was anger, sadness, or something else, as long as emotions were out of control, there would be a flaw, and all he needed was a trivial flaw. He leisurely said, "You went to college, right?" "Yes, I went to college, and college students also went to college." Shu Raji smiled and said, "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I heard that college students are all angry young people." Duan Qiang still leisurely said. Shu Raji also cooperated. "I didn't go on to graduate school because I didn't have enough intelligence or money for 4 years of undergraduate study." Duan Qiang wanted to kill him, and so did he. So, they both tried to trick each other into revealing their weaknesses or getting hooked. Their battle ended in one move. Duan Qiang looked back on his memories. University was great. When I was in college, I even pursued a senior female student. It took me half a year to get her, but then one day I ran into her working at a hotel massage parlor. I was so angry that I didn't eat for 3 days. You're not a good guy either. Xiao Ran thought to himself, but remained calm. What did this have to do with him? This incident made me realize the importance of money. Duan Qiang continued, so after graduating from university, I went to Haidu. With my eloquence and ability, I quickly gained a foothold in a high-tech company. At that time, someone approached me and asked me to find a way to steal the data that the company was developing and give it to him, and he would give me a generous reward. I thought about it for 3 days and agreed. Damn it, you're still a traitorous bastard. Xiao Ran was also rude and directly scolded him. Duan Qiang, however, made a gesture of calmness to him. That person had approached me many times, and I had received a lot of money, betraying a lot of secrets of the company. What is ridiculous is that I knew that the company would definitely realize that there was a traitor and would conduct a self-examination. That colleague was usually quiet and unsociable in the company, but what about me? I was completely different, sunny, cheerful, honest and honest. Who would suspect me? So, that honest man was not only fired by the company, but also locked up and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Gee, I even visited him several times. He said his wife divorced him, and I was the only one in the entire company who believed in him and visited him. Do you know how much I wanted to laugh when I saw him move to tears? Ha 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 ha. Duan Qiang laughed wildly. He not only had no remorse for this past event, but on the contrary, he was even proud of it and took it as a record. What a disgusting little man. You really are a piece of work. Xiao Ran said coldly, and he was really angry. However, part of it was deliberately shown to Duan Qiang. Go ahead, do it. Duan Qiang was not at all ashamed. He only told this story to anger Xiao Ran, and in his opinion, this was the proudest work of his life. One of them. Seeing that Xiao Ran was really angry, but not yet angry enough, he smiled and continued, later, my company closed down very quickly and was acquired by another company. And you know what? The company that acquired it, was the one that let me steal the secrets. I wasn't laid off, but was reused. In fact, I even chased after the daughter of a director and got married 2 years ago. And that's when I joined the nationality of Zairizi. What? Xiao Ran raised his eyebrows sharply and looked at Duan Qiang, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. That's right. Duan Qiang was even more satisfied. That's what you're supposed to be angry about. As long as a person is truly angry, reason will disappear. That company is Zairizi's. Ha, do you think I'm a traitor? That's right, I'm a traitor. But what's wrong with being a traitor? As long as you have money and power, what's wrong with being a traitor? Moreover, I'm not the one who's got Sakura under my thumb. Well, I still have a name from Little Day, called Teng Tianifu, and Teng Tian is my wife's family name. To be a traitor and still be so smug, this person is nothing but an animal. I think your father must regret not shooting you in the wall. Xiao Ran said coldly. Remember the deep hatred for Little Day, this is the production setting of every Chinese person. Except for defective products. Chapter 331, Invite the Beast to Die. That's right, when I got married, neither of my parents came, and they even disowned me. Duan Qiang said nonchalantly, so what? I'm the one who enjoys the glory and wealth. Do you remember that schoolmate I mentioned before? After I got rich, I took her as my mistress. Do women still need to be chaste? Ha, isn't it frustrating? Why didn't the heavens take someone like me? Wrong, a talent like me is suitable for living in this world. After the natural disaster, not only did I not die, on the contrary, I also had supernormal abilities. My wife and son didn't suffer at all, and they had big fish and big meat every day. I also played with all the women in my neighborhood. I don't care if they are other people's wives or daughters, as long as they are beautiful, I don't pick them. Xiao Ran finally became furious. You are a beast. His fists were clenched and he was trembling. He was furious. It was at this moment. Duan Qiang's eyes flashed, and blood mist was spurting from every pore of his body. His heartbeat was at least 300 beats per minute, and his adrenaline was secreting in large quantities. Xiao Ran was really angry, and his anger had gotten out of control. Die! He rushed out. Although he was more than 200 meters away from Xiao Ran, with his current burst of energy, it would only take him 20 milliseconds to reach him. What is the concept of 20 milliseconds? Although he couldn't sustain such a super burst for more than a few seconds, how long would it take him now? He could finish off his opponent in 20 milliseconds. A fruitful harvest was right in front of him. Die! He rushed towards Xiao Ran like a ray of light. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. No, it should be said that time had stopped. He had already covered half the distance, but Xiao Ran didn't react at all, not even his pupils had begun to constrict. Because Xiao Ran had not yet caught on that his body had disappeared from its original position, leaving only a shadow. 60 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Duan Qiang revealed a cruel smile. He had not hesitated to speak of the evil deeds he had committed, all for this moment. However, he suddenly felt a strong tremor. It was dangerous. He would die. How could that be? Duan Qiang couldn't believe that the two had been facing off for so long. If I don't make a move and waste time with you, will you still have any energy left? You'll be finished without me having to make a move. However, a warning of danger had appeared. Although he couldn't see any danger ahead, Duan Qiang still chose to trust his instincts. Boom! He slammed his feet down and then abruptly changed direction, continuing to run. He didn't dare to stop, giving Xiao Ran the chance to catch him. He went straight and then made a sharp turn, almost a 90-degree turn. Of course, turning is faster than stopping and then backing up, but even so, it takes time. Xiao Ran gave a cold smile. You've fallen for it. He threw a stone and Xiao Ran activated the space exchange. Duan Qiang appeared in the air 2 meters high. There was nowhere to use as leverage, so even if he had 100 million tons of strength, it would be useless. However, Duan Qiang was still trying his best to save himself. A warning of danger flashed through his mind, and he shouted, slapping his hands together, causing a huge gust of wind to blow, which actually slowed him down. He was really worthy of being a powerful physical type. In the future, can we just ask a martial artist to be the blower in a wind tunnel experiment? Xiao Ran, let's talk it over. We can discuss anything. Duan Qiang let out a cry of fear. He was only able to prolong his life in this way. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. The space compression activated. Boom! Duan Qiang was unable to control his body at all. He was pushed towards the space portal and crashed into it. He was completely unable to control it. Duan Qiang disappeared. Xiao Ran closed the space door and let out a long sigh of relief. It's done. Entering the alternate space means that the dust has settled. I'm relieved. Xiao Ran calmed down a bit, then walked back. After scanning the space, he found that there were still about 300 people in the underground hive, but they were mostly ordinary people, so he didn't bother to deal with them and returned directly to Qingfeng Garden. After absorbing Duan Qiang's superpower, the side effects could be extremely violent. Forget about those women in the new world. Hurry back. Xiao Ran only took 10 minutes to return to Qingfeng Garden. His physical strength was at least 100 times that of a martial artist. It was only a 20-kilometer journey, and 10 minutes was already slow. Hey, you're back early today. The women were all a little surprised. It's not even lunchtime yet. Xiao Ran smiled and said, hurry up and get ready. Your husband is about to make a big move. He used his consciousness to check the alternate space. Sujuan was still struggling. Although she looked in pain, she was not dead. Duan Qiang was different. He was not breathing. Of course, there was no air in the other dimension for him to breathe, and his heart was still beating, but it was getting slower and slower. He was a physical type, and his vitality was really tenacious, but compared to Sujuan, he was far worse. After another half hour, Duan Qiang's heartbeat completely stopped, and his vitality also suddenly dropped to 0. There were no brainwaves. He was completely dead. Xiao Ran was still worried, so he waited for another hour. During that time, Su Qingmei and the other girls came to check on him, but he said that he was almost dead. Duan Qiang was still completely still. He must be really dead. Xiao Ran threw Duan Qiang out and immediately activated the space exchange, causing him to fly into the air. He couldn't use his strength, so he used space compression to squeeze him. He's really dead. Otherwise, with Duan Qiang's terrifying power, he could probably withstand the pressure of space compression. People rely on their strength to make a living, but when the opposing energy is equivalent, or even greater, how can he suppress it in terms of strength? Now it's all broken up, and he's definitely dead. Chapter 332, Space Domain. Xiao Ran reached out and pressed. A huge warm current surged in, giving him an instant feeling of bursting. The amount was too great. Boom, the spatial perception immediately soared. Zone, it rose 1,000 meters, then quickly stabilized. The distance through spatial perception increased, which was the easiest way to confirm the amount of psychic power absorbed. 3,102 meters. It wasn't that his spatial awareness had increased to 3,102 meters, but that it had increased by 3,102 meters. In other words, Duan Qiang had provided 3,102 copies of his ability, and Xiao Ran had provided 2,100 copies. Therefore, Duan Qiang was not only stronger than Xiao Ran, but also nearly 50% stronger. Winning was really incredible. Xiao Ran was a little scared. If it weren't for his ability to suppress physical skills, it would have been hard to say who would have won in the previous battle. However, in the end, he won, and he also received a fruitful reward. Qin Sui is definitely not weak, with at least 1,000 copies, plus there are some non-man-made supernaturals in the New World, like Lu Kang, who can provide 40 copies of supernaturals, so Duan Qiang's original strength should be around 1,500 to 2,000 copies, which is comparable to mine. He is a physical type, and after absorbing the ability, he cannot immediately exert it 100%, so when he fought me, he was only slightly stronger than before he absorbed it. So, the previous battle can be considered a confrontation of the same level. The result was that Duan Qiang was completely defeated. Of course, if it was Duan Qiang who killed Xiao Ran, it would have been harmless. It was all over in one move, there was no entanglement, and one side died and the other was seriously injured. Phew! Xiao Ran didn't have time to think. The feeling of the new power sprouting was extremely strong, but even stronger than that feeling was the desire for sex. He had absorbed too much power, and the side effects were also extremely violent. The waves of the Yellow River, wave after wave. Xiao Ran was refreshed. He looked at the existing major abilities, but there was no essential change. The space gate, for example, had not changed at all. Space cutting and compression had only increased in power, but there was no change in distance. Banishment has nothing to do with power, so even the distance hasn't changed. The increased duration is the only thing that has changed. The space exchange is even more difficult to see. The maximum exchange distance of 100 meters remains the same, but the number of times it can be used has skyrocketed to more than 500. But that's still amazing enough. A new ability has been born. What is this? Xiao Ran thought, and an invisible cage opened up. It was spherical, with a radius of a little more than 10 meters. This is different from the space of banishment. Su Qingmei and the other women can come and go without any impact at all. It is also not like a space gate, which must not have any obstacles on the way to opening. This open cage can completely coincide with the real world. What use can it be put to? Xiao Ran looked at a TV set in the cage and, with a thought, the TV set immediately split into countless parts. It was not the kind of violent destruction, but all turned into normal parts. He repeated the command, and the parts all came together again. Then the power was turned on, the screen lit up, and a movie from the USB drive began to play. Coincidentally, it wasn't a proper movie, and the moaning and groaning immediately attracted the attention of the women, who all looked over. That's enough. You have us, the best women, and you're still watching this kind of romantic action movie? Look at her. Where does her appearance and figure compare to theirs? Xiao Ran didn't explain, just smiled, then raised his right hand, and all the women floated up. They just floated up, as if they were completely unaffected by gravity. This shocked all the women. Do you have a new ability? Su Qingmei was the quickest to react and said so at the first opportunity. Xiao Ran nodded. Banishment can also make people float in mid-air, but the prerequisite is that the target is already in the air. For example, if he jumps up, and he uses banishment, then as long as he doesn't remove the banishment, the target will remain suspended in mid-air. However, if it is suspended, it cannot move, because banishment is to throw the target into another space, so it cannot be attacked, but at the same time it will not be harmed. This ability is completely different. In this cage, Xiao Ran felt that he was the god who dominated everything, able to control everything. He could make people and objects in the cage float freely, ignoring gravity. He could also crush targets, exerting terrifying pressure, and he could even disassemble targets, just like he had just disassembled the TV, not just into parts, but down to the cellular level. He was not yet at the molecular or atomic level, but he believed that once he absorbed a massive amount of psychic energy, reaching the atomic level would not be a problem. Then can I make a nuclear bomb with my hands? Xiao Ran muttered. This ability is too awesome. It works in a three-dimensional space, which is similar to the realms in fantasy novels, right? Then it's called a realm, a spatial realm. He maintained the realm, but after a little more than 10 minutes, he felt exhausted. The psychic power consumption was too great, and he had to withdraw. Fortunately, although his psychic power had increased greatly, his recovery rate had also skyrocketed. After 6 hours, his psychic power had completely recovered. I can go wild again. Xiao Ran opened the map and looked at it. He had no opponents in the main city of Su City. The 5 major forces had all been destroyed, and Xin Jie's forces had also been destroyed by Duan Qiang. He had picked up a bargain, but in terms of the results, there were indeed no larger supernatural powers in Su City. It was a good feeling to be able to relax and enjoy the waves without any opponents. But Xiao Ran looked up at the sky, where the sun was still high in the sky. In the near space that he couldn't see with his naked eye, there were many satellites passing by, monitoring everything that happened on the ground. Was his battle with Duan Qiang just captured by a satellite? Would he be targeted by an unknown person or force? Could he be complacent and satisfied with the status quo? Even if no one else said it, just Duan Qiang was enough to give him a wake-up call. From Duan Qiang's description, he should not yet be the strongest in Haidu, but before he failed to defeat Qin Sui, he was probably not inferior to Xiao Ran in terms of the amount of his supernatural power. Otherwise, why would Duan Qiang come to Suzhou? It is estimated that the supernormalists in Haidu are too competitive, and he has already gained no benefit, so he has to run to the surrounding cities. You see, Qin Sui is the fat meat he has eaten. If it weren't for Xiao Ran's appearance, Duan Qiang would have been directly stuffed after this battle, and he might have been able to return to Haidu and become the overlord. Should I go to Haidu for a tour? Chapter 333, The Power of New Abilities. Xiao Ran thought that he was not invincible in Haidu, but he could definitely protect himself. Should he go or not? He didn't think about it for now. Even if he wanted to go, it was still early, and he would have to wait for the 14 women in the Qinghong building and the 3 wives of the leopard to evolve. It would take a few more days. Then wait. Xiao Ran was also busy. In the following days, he took a woman out to look for energy. He would not miss any supplies, and he would collect everything, whether it was useful or not. It was so easy for him to collect oil now. What is the maximum range of spatial awareness? 5,255 meters. More than 5 kilometers, such a vast range, in the sky, underground, even if there are walls and lead plates blocking it, he can ignore it, it can't affect his observation at all. If he could encompass the entire world one day, wouldn't he be able to observe people doing embarrassing things at any time? That's exciting, or rather, disgusting. Fortunately, spatial awareness doesn't have to be as wide as it is to be effective. It's just an upper limit. Xiao Ran can easily open it to 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, or 2 kilometers, as he pleases. This ability allows Xiao Ran to find gas stations, commercial buildings, and convenience stores across a dozen blocks, even if they are covered in snow. If he wants to collect fuel, he can locate the tank from afar and then directly activate space exchange. The fuel inside is exchanged with the stone he throws, and then he opens the space door at the bottom, and the fuel is naturally and easily absorbed due to free fall. On the contrary, the goods in convenience stores and supermarkets are not easy to collect, and they need to be collected by hand. Because space exchange can only collect one item at a time, even if Xiao Ran can use it more than 500 times a day, he can only collect more than 500 items. That's nowhere near enough. Then he used the old method, touching it directly with his hand. As soon as he touched it, it was absorbed into the space portal. Especially now that his physical strength is incredibly strong, his speed is extremely fast, and his endurance is amazing, it won't take long to collect all the supplies in a whole shopping mall. After a few days of busy work, Xiao Ran decided to take a day off. He looked at Qin Sujuan in the different space. Damn, this woman is still alive. Have you already become a land-dwelling immortal who can survive without food? Xiao Ran frowned. Although Qin Sujuan was unable to pose a threat in the alternate space, the current psychics were relatively weak, and her psychic power could not be ignored. Moreover, it always felt awkward and uncomfortable to have a person living in the alternate space. Wait, try the power of the space domain? Xiao Ran came to the small forest alone, and then threw Qin Sujuan out, and the space domain was already open. Xiao Ran. Qin Sujuan gritted her teeth, as if she were a madman, and black gas came out of her body, quickly condensing into a human shape. It was understandable. After all, she had been locked up in a different space for several days, and anyone would go crazy. It was already very rare that she hadn't completely gone mad. But in the next moment, she disappeared into thin air. She wasn't taken away by the space exchange, but she had directly become a cellular level, which was visible to the naked eye. Xiao Ran reached out, as if touching something, and then a warm current surged over. Qin Sujuan was dead. She died so easily, as if she were a speck of dust that could be wiped away at will. 1758 points of ability. Xiao Ran discovered that his spatial awareness had soared by nearly 2,000 meters, and immediately determined how much ability Qin Sujuan had provided. It was not as good as Duan Qiang, but Duan Qiang had just absorbed Qin Sujuan's ability, and it was only then that the ability had exceeded 3,000 points. Qin Sujuan was not far behind. Xiao Ran walked back while thinking. Qin Sujuan is amazing, isn't she? She didn't even die when she was locked in the spacetime continuum. However, in the spacetime continuum, such an almost immortal little strong man died quietly, without any resistance. What does this mean? High-end supernormal abilities are terrifying. In the future, as long as the level difference between supernormal ability users is large, the battle will be an absolute one-sided battle, or even a matter of a wave of the hand or a thought. Just like the battle between him and Duan Qiang before. Not only him, but I think the abilities of the supernormal will become stronger and stronger in the future, and only the physical type will run on the path of the reckless man without turning back. However, the physical type doesn't need to worry about it. When strength and speed reach the extreme, what other fancy skills are needed? Does someone bald know? Xiao Ran returned to the mansion and absorbed nearly 2,000 supernormal abilities, and his stamina was great. Playing poker, playing poker, playing poker. What a boring day. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 14 people from the Qinghong building had reached the critical point of evolution. Xiao Ran immediately got to work. The 2 people didn't start together, but an hour apart. But it didn't matter. He had absorbed the abilities of Duan Qiang and Qin Sujuan, and how much stronger was he than before? Operating 2 surgeries at the same time? Piece of cake. Another half hour later, the first woman completed her evolution. It was a success. However, Xiao Ran did not have time to ask her what superpower she had awakened, but instead concentrated on operating on the second woman. Another hour later, the second woman also completed her evolution. It was a success. Both women were extremely happy. One of them was called Chen Xiangxiang, and the other was Guixin Yue. Chen Xiangxiang's superpower was to emit air blades, which were not very powerful. After all, with only 1 dose, how powerful could it be? Guixin Yue's superpower was more rare. She can make plants grow. Unfortunately, there are no plants at home, so she has no place to use her power. That's okay. After solving the side effects of the 2 girls, the next day Xiao Ran went to a seed company to collect all kinds of seeds. He couldn't stockpile them because the other world couldn't contain living things, so if he forced them in, they would die. Not everyone is Qin Sujuan. Then, he built a sunroom on top of the mansion so that the sun could shine in and keep the temperature at around 30 degrees. Of course, it wasn't just the sun that did it, but the air conditioner. During the day, the air conditioner and sunlight could reach 20 degrees, but at night, it definitely wouldn't work, so Xiao Ran prepared a thick quilt outside the sunroom and wrapped the glass at night, so that it could keep warm. After planting the seeds and watering them, Guixin Yue used her superpower again. Visible to the naked eye, the seeds broke through the soil one after another and grew to a height of 3 inches before stopping. Guixin Yue's superpower was exhausted. It was already pretty amazing. Xiao Ran nodded. Now I can really eat fresh vegetables, but isn't this kind of accelerated ripening like taking hormones, and there's no nutrition? Forget it, I don't like food anyway, so why not let her grow flowers? In the evening, 2 more girls reached the critical point. However, even with Xiao Ran's intervention, today, they actually harvested 2 duck eggs. The evolution of the 2 girls had failed completely. Of course, they were not dead, but they also did not have superpowers. Xiao Ran touched his chin and had to wait until tomorrow to continue the lottery. Chapter 334, Lume asks for help. For the next 5 days, Xiao Ran held a lottery every day. Of the 14 girls, a total of 9 had completed their evolution and obtained supernormal abilities. The ratio was not low. It was not as good as Qin Sujuan, but although Qin Sujuan had a 100% success rate, the supernormal ability she created had no possibility of improvement, and she could only make wedding clothes for her. Xiao Ran was different. He was just helping out, no different from a normal supernormal ability user. He is the real deal. The 3 wives of the leopard were 1 success and 2 failures. The only one that succeeded in evolving also grew to a size comparable to the leopard, but its ability was not a shield of earth, but a fireball. Under the leopard's tutelage, the newly evolved dog was also extremely affectionate toward Xiao Ran, and was not at all as fierce as the evolved beasts. However, the leopard actually looked down on the 2 dogs that had failed to evolve, and only got affectionate with the one that had succeeded. Look at your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you're actually a heartless man. Xiao Ran smiled. Indeed, after evolution, the leopard and the ordinary dog can't be considered the same species at all. The size difference is too great, and Xiao Ran is afraid that it will lead to a tragedy if they are forced to live together. Forget it, just keep the 2 dogs. After all, there will always be some leftovers every day, and it would be a waste to throw them away. What surprised Xiao Ran was that Baiyun, the newly evolved dog, had not absorbed the side effects of the superpower. It was just playing with the leopard, and had no intention of fighting. So, that side effect only works on humans? Well, it doesn't seem to make much sense to study this. Xiao Ran returned to the mansion. It was time to think seriously about the next step. Su Chang was already invincible, and the large-scale superpower forces had already been eliminated by him. It would be very difficult for him to make any more significant progress. There are indeed sporadic supernormal humans, but how powerful can they be? Therefore, if he wants to continue to grow stronger, he can only continue to fight in other places. It's not that I want to fight, but if I don't, when the fighting is over in other places, the next person who comes may be a boss with 10,000 or 100,000 supernormal abilities, and I will be killed in seconds without even thinking about it. This is definitely not him scaring himself. Imagine, if he is still at the level of the Jofu community, what will happen when he encounters Duan Qiang? He could approach him without him noticing and easily break his neck. If you stay in the same place, while others are constantly getting stronger, you will be easily eliminated. The fact that a psychic can obtain psychic powers by killing the other party determines that there will be excessive competition between psychics, full of blood and fighting. There is no way to hide. Even if I hide in the mountains, as the superpowered people become more powerful, they can easily find me. Like him, his spatial awareness has reached 7 kilometers. What's the point of hiding in the mountains? Therefore, Haidu must go. But how to go, and who to bring? Xiao Ran thought about it with his chin in his hands, very seriously. My physical fitness is now basically able to ignore the cold, and my speed and endurance are very good. My speed will never be lower than that of a sports car, and I can easily run 120 yards or even faster. So, even if I run to Haidu, it will only take an hour or 2, which is faster than driving to Jofu community on a hovercraft. Plus, I can call home via satellite phone, so it seems like going to Haidu won't have much of an impact. So, I'll go tomorrow? Should I bring anyone? Forget it, this time I'm going to explore the road. I have to wait until I'm on my feet before I can bring anyone over. Having made up his mind, Xiao Ran didn't hesitate any longer. He announced his decision, and the girls were all very unhappy. We can't stay with Xiao Ran anymore. It's been so many days since the end of the world, and they have already developed a dependency on Xiao Ran. You guys stay at home patiently for now, I'll explore the road, and if I'm on my feet, I'll move you all over. Xiao Ran reassured them. It was useless for the girls to be unhappy, Xiao Ran had already made up his mind. The long night passed. The new day arrived. This was already the 101st day of the end of the world, September 7th. Xiao Ran was about to set off when he received a phone call. Phone call? He would have received a phone call from him, except for Xiao Chocho's prank, then there was only one possibility. He picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Lulu. It was indeed Lu Mei, but this woman had not called him for many days. The last time she called, Lu Mei heard a woman's voice next to him. When she asked, Xiao Ran did not hide it, and then lawyer Lu probably got jealous and angry, and immediately hung up the phone without talking to him again. Xiao Ran did not call back either. He could not give up the forest next to him because of Lu Mei, so the only thing that could be changed was Lu Mei. So, did Lu Mei make a decision? Hello? He connected the call. Xiao Ran. The sweet voice of Lu Mei immediately came over, with a little fear, even her voice was trembling a little. What should we do? There are bad guys after us. Xiaoran frowned. Don't be afraid, talk slowly. Lu Mei started to talk. She and her little sister had been living in a shelter, and the shelter was also built in the mountains. It was already a bit desolate here, and there was no one around, so even after the natural disaster, no one would go to them. Until just now. A group of people appeared, first trying to trick them into opening the door with a friendly face. After being rejected, they revealed their true colors and tried to break down the door with violence, but the shelter was also built at great expense and was very sturdy, so they returned empty-handed. However, before they left, they made a threat. They would come back in the afternoon or tomorrow, and they would bring explosives with them. If the two women didn't want to be buried alive, they would immediately open the door themselves. Although the shelter was very strong, neither of the two women was sure if it could withstand the power of explosives, so Lu Mei was desperate, and in desperation, she had no choice but to find Xiaoran. After all, the only person who could keep in touch with her now was Xiaoran. Send me your exact location. Xiaoran thought for a moment and said. This is the goddess he has been flirting with for many days, how could he let someone else have her? Okay, good. Lu Mei quickly sent a text message with her location's latitude and longitude. Xiaoran looked at the map and found that it was in a mountain in Jining City, next to a forest park. In fact, the location was quite good. I don't know how much money Miss Yaya spent or how many connections she made to get permission to build a shelter there. Wait for me. He replied to Lu Mei with 2 words. Chapter 335, Arrive, Doubt. From Dongshan to Lu Mei's shelter, the straight line distance is only 167 kilometers. It's more than 100 kilometers to Haidu. Xiaoran calculated that if he ran at full speed, he could probably arrive at Lu Mei's in less than an hour. It might take a little longer, after all, he hadn't traveled long distances before, so he wasn't sure. First, he could do it now, and second, Lu Mei was the first woman he had ever known, so there was a certain amount of special affection involved. He didn't need Lu Mei, but since she had asked for help, he didn't mind running this errand. It was easy to get 2 extra pairs of chopsticks at home. Let's go. Xiaoran walked out of the mansion, made sure of the direction, and then began to run. With more than 7,000 copies of the superpower enhancement, how terrifying was his current speed? He rushed out, even faster than a top-of-the-line sports car. It seemed that he could definitely reach Lu Mei within an hour. He was also using his spatial awareness, which was definitely the most powerful detection system in the world. He was completely in control of the area within a 7-kilometer radius, so it would be strange if he crashed. He could also use it to precisely control his direction, and he didn't have to worry about running and not knowing where he was going. With long-distance running, even a slight mistake in direction would result in a shocking outcome. After running for half an hour, Xiaoran deliberately stopped to confirm his current latitude and longitude, and then checked it against the map. In less than an hour, he had already arrived in a mountainous area. This is a forest park, but not every mountain is within the park, so there is room for maneuver, allowing Yaya to build a shelter in one of the desolate mountains. Build in a forest park? The probability of being reported is too high. Xiaoran slowed down and stepped on the snow. The snow has become very solid after so many days, at least a normal person's weight can be fully supported. Xiaoran walked step by step, and his breathing was still very stable. His current physical fitness is simply abnormal. He had run 160 kilometers, and his speed might have reached 200 kilometers per hour. He had run for nearly an hour, but he was only slightly out of breath, and there were only a few beads of sweat on his forehead. This was still a side effect of the superpower enhancement, and it was not a true physical technique. Otherwise, Xiaoran could not imagine how fast and powerful a physical technique of this level would be. Could he push a mountain with one punch? Even if he couldn't now, he would definitely be able to in the future. Xiaoran was quite moved. He continued to walk, and after a while, he discovered a very strange building. Half of it was exposed to the ground, and most of it was built into the mountain, relying on the mountain to form a natural cover. There were 2 women in the building. I didn't know one of them, but the other one was the beautiful and glamorous lawyer, wasn't she? She was still as beautiful as ever after more than 100 days, but there was a little more worry and loneliness on her face. It is true that there are only 2 people in such a large shelter, so they must be lonely. It is also fortunate that there are 2 people. If one person lives for so long, their mental state will be problematic. Xiaoran was not in a hurry, and he walked slowly over. It didn't take long, and he arrived in front of the shelter. The door and walls were made entirely of metal, but the reflection was not very strong, but exuded a faint metallic luster. However, there were also surveillance cameras and speakers installed on the walls, which made it very convenient to communicate with the people inside. However, these devices are no longer working now. With limited energy, it is definitely possible to save as much as possible. Xiao Ran knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. In the shelter, Lu Mei and Tu Xinyue both shuddered. Are those people here again? Didn't he say that they wouldn't be here until the afternoon at the earliest? Mei, what should we do? Yu, what should we do? The two girls said at the same time, but they stared at each other, but they could only see fear in each other's faces. If I had known, I should have notified Xiao Ran earlier. Lu Mei said with great annoyance. During their conversation, Xiao Ran mentioned the supernormal ability to her, and also expressed the fact that he was a supernormal ability, but he didn't say what specific supernormal ability he had. But isn't it enough that he is a superhuman? 2xinu stamped her feet and said, what's the use of regretting now? Besides, even if he were here now, could he fight off bullets? She didn't believe in any superhumans, thinking that Xiao Ran had made it all up. Only that silly girl Lu Mei would believe it. She didn't know what possessed that silly girl to believe such nonsense. Lu Mei thought about it and sighed. Yes, those people have guns. Even if you have superpowers, how can a human body fight bullets? In movies, how many superheroes can survive a hail of bullets? So we pretend we're not here? She said uncertainly. Those people are horrible. When I was monitoring them, I could see their faces. When they found out there were women inside, and there were more than one, their faces suddenly became evil and greedy. Lu Mei had seen such expressions in court and prison, and they were all extremely vicious criminals. Now that the world is in chaos, are such bad guys everywhere? She was really scared. 2xinu bit her teeth, maybe it wasn't that group of people. It's not easy to get around now, and they're going to get the explosives, so they can't be back so soon. Maybe this will be an opportunity for us. Lu Mei also nodded, we have to try. The two of them turned on the surveillance camera again and saw a man standing at the door, but they couldn't see his face clearly because he was wearing goggles. Outside, Xiao Ran discovered that the surveillance camera was on. He waved at the camera, but didn't see Lu Mei's expression of ecstasy, so he couldn't help but laugh. I forgot. He took off his goggles. Xiao Ran. Inside, Lu Mei blurted out, showing a look of ecstasy. And excited. At her most helpless moment, a man appeared out of nowhere like a god. How could she not be excited? Yeah, open the door. She hurriedly said to Tu Xinyue. Tu Xinyue, however, looked doubtful and first asked Lu Mei to confirm, is he Xiao Ran? Yes, it's him. Lu Mei nodded and said, yeah, open the door quickly. She couldn't help but rush to press the switch. 2xinu stopped her, solemnly saying, my silly Mei, don't you think about it? You just called him an hour ago. How could Xiao Ran appear in front of us so quickly? Chapter 336, Disputes, Enemies Arrive. Lu Mei couldn't help but be shocked. Yes. Xiao Ran is in Suzhou, and she is in Jining. The straight line distance between the two is nearly 200 kilometers. It's only been an hour since you called, and you're already here? Is that possible? No way. Even if you came by plane, how could you find your way here when the road signs are all buried in snow? This is a mountainous area, and with the snow, it's difficult to travel and difficult to observe. Even if you sent an army, it would be hard to find this place so quickly. Could it be that the gang is pretending to be her? Lu Mei blurted out, but immediately shook her head. It's impossible. You don't even know what Xiao Ran looks like, so how could the gang know? The gang would have to know what Xiao Ran looks like before they could pretend to be her. This is basic logic. 2xinu was also thinking. After a few seconds, she said, could it be that Xiao Ran has been lying to you all along, and he's actually in Jining, or even nearby? After she said that, she took a deep breath and looked shocked. What's the difference between Xiao Ran's behavior and the legendary idiot? So perverted. So scary. Lu Mei was also shocked, but immediately shook her head. I didn't tell him our exact location. My silly Mei, if that guy really wanted to follow you, it wouldn't be difficult to find us here by spending a little money and asking the city government. 2xinu looked wise as if she had already figured out the truth. Didn't you say he won the lottery? He won a few $100 million, so it wouldn't be hard to bribe someone to get an address. And 2xinu suddenly gasped, slapping her hands together. It's very possible that the group of people before were sent by Xiaoran. How could it be such a coincidence that no one came for so many days, and then suddenly a group of people found us, and then Xiaoran appeared? Lu Mei said weakly, is it possible that I called Xiaoran? No, no, no. 2xin shook his head repeatedly, looking determined. Why don't you think about it the other way around? What if this was Xiaoran's plan? He deliberately let that group of people come to scare us, forcing you to call for help, and then he ran over, even forcing the group of people to retreat. I ask you, would you be moved by him, and when he hugged you, would you give in to him? Lu Mei couldn't help but blush. You're such a flirt. Tu Xinyu snorted, that's right, that's the truth. That person is indeed Xiaoran, but everything started with him. Lu Mei still felt that this was too coincidental. She had spoken with Xiaoran on the phone many times before, and they had also video chatted. Xiaoran was clearly in his newly purchased villa. How could he have come to Jining after the natural disaster? Could it be that Xiaoran had supernatural powers that allowed him to come here so quickly and find this place? She raised the opposite opinion. Do you think it's possible? Tu Xinyu asked in return. The two of them looked at each other, and they both saw stubbornness in each other's eyes. If you don't want me to go in, then I'll go back. Suddenly, Xiaoran's voice rang out. What? The two women were startled at the same time, thinking that Xiaoran had snuck in, but looking at the surveillance footage, Xiaoran was clearly still at the door. Xiaoran had opened up a spatial domain, and within that domain he was like a god, so it was easy and simple to transmit his voice. What's going on? Does he really have supernatural powers? The two women said at the same time. Yeah, open the door. Lu Mei begged. This was 2xinu's sanctuary, so she couldn't open the door on her own. 2xinu hesitated for a long time before saying, okay. However, we have to be prepared for anything. Go to the kitchen and get the kitchen knife. Lu Mei was about to object, but she saw 2xinu's insistence on her face. It was obvious that she wouldn't open the door unless she got the kitchen knife, so she had to compromise and go. In a short while, she came back with the kitchen knife. 2xinu nodded and was about to press the switch to open the door. Her hand was already in the air, but she didn't lower it. Because someone else suddenly appeared on the monitor. The gang of criminals from earlier. Could it be that Xiaoran is really one of them? The gang of criminals is here, open the door and let Xiaoran in. Lu Mei was anxious. Even if Xiaoran really had supernatural powers, there were more than 10 enemies, and Xiaoran was unarmed, while the gang of criminals had guns. How could he fight? No, slightly, reached out and pinched one of the bullets, then tilted his head slightly, and suddenly, all the bullets fell to the ground. In fact, he could have done it without the accompanying action, but it was more handsome this way. The 15 people felt as if their heads had been blown off, and they all trembled. How could they possibly match such an enemy? Xiaoran played with the bullet in his hand, then flicked his finger, and the bullet shot out. There are so many people here, why are you hitting me? Then, he fell to the ground with a thud and was still. Psychic! The remaining 15 people exclaimed in unison, trembling. Ha! Xiaoran glanced at these people. Do you know psychics? The fact that they all said it at once clearly shows that they have seen such beings before, and they have even been given a unified name. Otherwise, shouldn't they be called superpowered people, psychics, or cultivators? He randomly pointed at one of them and said, You, come here. Yes. The person who was called out said in a trembling voice, with his teeth clenched, My boss and I are part of the group of superpowered people. Xiaoran caught the extra meaning in his words and asked, Did the group of superpowered people just arrive now? Yes, the person quickly said. They are 9 people in total, and they came to our place 2 days ago. They killed many of our people and forced us to be their lackeys. Oh, don't say you're aggrieved. You were so arrogant when you first arrived. But this person was quite clever. He didn't even ask how many there were before he said it. Xiaoran smiled. Who are these 9 people? I only know one, and I really know one, because only he said his name. The man hurriedly explained, afraid that Xiaoran wouldn't believe him. Go on. Xiaoran stopped him from going on. Deng Tian Fui. The man said. Wait. Xiaoran suddenly felt a chill. This name is not a native, and it has a strong smell of chicken feet. Moreover, he had only heard of the surname Deng Tian not long ago. Duan Qiang. Didn't he marry a woman from a small country and become a member of her family? Never mind, who cares? Anyway, after marriage, he had a name from a small country. Deng Tian or something. What a coincidence. Is this Duan Qiang's father-in-law? Xiao Ran's murderous intent immediately soared. He wasn't a resentful youth, but he was a Chinese. He said lightly, "Lead the way. I want to meet this Colonel Deng Tian." Colonel? The man said carefully, "Boss, Deng Tian Fui is not a soldier." Damn it, can't I call the Japanese devils like this? Xiao Ran's eyes widened, and the man obediently shut up. Lead the way, Xiao Ran said. So, 15 people walked ahead, and Xiao Ran followed behind with his hands in his sleeves. Naturally, all the explosives and the like on these people were thrown away, affecting the journey, and what was delayed was Xiao Ran's time. The group walked down the mountain, getting farther and farther away. At this time, the competition between Lu Mei and Tu Xin Yue also came to an end. Although Lu Mei had practiced yoga for many years, she was obviously no match for Tu Xin Yue, who was exhausted and panting. But when she looked at the surveillance screen with concern, she couldn't help but be stunned. Where is Xiao Ran? 2xinu also saw it and couldn't help but snort. I said they were a group, didn't I? Otherwise, why didn't they fight? Lu Mei still didn't believe it, but she was even more worried. Maybe Xiao Ran was taken away by force. They had guns. 2xinu snorted. It's more reasonable that they are a group. Lu Mei was worried and annoyed. She was like an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in circles. She wanted to rescue Xiao Ran, but she didn't have the strength to face these gangsters. If she didn't go out, she would feel guilty for Xiao Ran coming all the way here to help. Wouldn't she be hurting Xiao Ran? She was so anxious. 2xinu added fuel to the fire, saying, "Hey, let's watch the surveillance playback to find out." She called up the surveillance video, rewound it to the point in time when Xiao Ran was confronting the group, and then started playing it. Then, the two women's mouths both opened into circles. Oh my god, did they see a fairy? Xiao Ran followed the 15 people all the way down the mountain. In fact, the place where they lived was not far away, in a residential area at the foot of the mountain. This is a wealthy residential area, full of villas. Near the forest park, the mountains are good, the water is good, and the air is fresh, which is really good. Under Xiao Ran's questioning, these people also talked about the evil deeds they had committed after the end of the world. In fact, they are now enslaved, but they were not good people before. They were a group of criminals who roamed around and committed crimes. They happened to come to the neighborhood before the end of the world, and later infiltrated this community, killing most of the men and making all the women with a little beauty their playthings. But they were forced by food, and they would go out almost every day to look for food. Later, when Deng Tian Fui and the other 9 people arrived, they killed a few of their accomplices to show their power and intimidate them into not daring to think of any resistance. Under Deng Tian Fui's orders, in addition to looking for food, they also had to look for survivors in various places. Once they found them, they had to bring them back as much as possible, and if they were unable to bring them back, they had to report back. If there was no gain in a day? Being whipped was the least of it. But why didn't they run away? They didn't dare. Because one of the 9 people in Deng Tian Fui's group has the ability to poison, and he has already poisoned each of them. Every day, he needs to use his magic to absorb the poison and plant it again to reset the clock, otherwise he will die of poisoning. In this way, how dare this group of people have any strange ideas? They can only work hard. Xiao Ran used the enhanced version of his spatial awareness. Sure enough, he saw some strange black substances in the bodies of these people, like nails stuck in their blood, flesh, and bones. He could use spatial exchange to replace all of these black substances, but these substances were too small, and there were too many of them, thousands and tens of thousands, and how many times could he use spatial exchange in a day? This won't work. What about the space field? Xiao Ran quietly opened it, and the 15 people were completely unaware of it. Then, with a thought, all the black matter in one person's body disappeared. I'm so awesome. The space field is awesome. Ah, but then, a voice of extreme terror rang out, along with a series of heavy breathing sounds. Xiao Ran looked and saw that the person he had operated on had lost both arms, was separated by a distance of 2 meters, and was floating in the air in a strange way. What was even more strange was that the blood from the wounds all over the body was not gushing out. Mistake. Chapter 338, The Footbath Chicken's Superhuman. Xiao Ran laughed. I'm sorry, I just used this ability to operate. I'm not familiar with it, you have to bear with me. This was obviously a bad joke, and none of the 15 people laughed. This was embarrassing. Xiao Ran walked over and connected the severed arm to someone. In the field, he was a godlike being, and the wound healed as soon as he said it would, without a single drop of blood spilling out. See, everything is fine now. Xiao Ran smiled. He removed the field, but still no blood spurted out. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they felt that Xiao Ran was no different from a god. Except for one person. It was the one whose arms had been reattached. He had a long face and said in a trembling voice, "Big brother, you've reattached my arms the wrong way round." Ha! Xiao Ran looked and saw that it was indeed the case. No wonder it felt awkward. Alas, it's not unusual to make a mistake when performing an arm reattachment for the first time. I haven't even put the scalpel in the patient's stomach yet. But he just performed the surgery to test whether he could detoxify himself, and he didn't really intend to save these people. He has already committed many evil deeds, and he is also a lackey of the chicken feet, so what makes him qualified to save them? Just make do with it for now, and you can be left-handed from now on. He comforted him. But I am already left-handed. That person was about to cry. Xiao Ran laughed and said, "Then you can be right-handed from now on. Isn't it better to go with the crowd?" Okay. Okay. The man saw that Xiao Ran's expression already carried a threat, and he could only nod with a wry smile. What's the difference if you switch your arms around? At least you're still alive. What if Xiao Ran gets angry and takes your arms off and won't put them back on? You can't ask for too much. The others were trembling. This man is terrifying. No, it's not terrifying. It's weird, like a god or a demon. Go, don't just stand there. The group walked into the high-end residential area and arrived at the location of the building. This was a 4-story villa, and the snow around it had been cleared away. Xiao Ran had confirmed through his spatial awareness that there were 13 people inside, 9 men and 4 women. However, 4 pairs of men and women were having sex, but it was obvious that the 4 women were numb, as if they were dead. Are these 9 men Deng Tianfui and the others? Xiao Ran frowned slightly, because from the outside, these 9 men were indistinguishable from the Chinese. No, there is still a difference. These 9 men all deliberately started growing beards just below their noses, but it hasn't been long, so it looks very light. It's ugly, as if the nose hairs have grown out. Xiao Ran threw 4 stones, and then activated the space exchange. Whoosh, 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 the 4 men appeared almost at the same time, all of them with their bare bottoms. Some of them were still in motion, but they stumbled into the air and almost broke their backs. These 4 people were naturally bullying the woman, and since Xiao Ran had seen it, he would never allow them to continue. Ah! What's going on? #Yen, @ Some people were speaking Chinese, but others were speaking Japanese. Xiao Ran's knowledge of Japanese was limited to baka and yakuza, so he couldn't understand what they were saying. It turned out that even the 4 men were embarrassed. They all covered their faces with their hands, while the other men searched at them with angry and suspicious eyes, waiting for their superpowers to erupt at any moment. "Luijuan, what's going on?" a footbath chicken asked. The 15 men were all in a difficult situation. They can't afford to offend the foot-basin chicken's supernormal ability users, and they themselves have been poisoned and need them to resolve it, but can Xiao Ran be offended? Look at that technique just now. The gods are no better than that. Xiao Ran said directly, "Are you all having a good time?" Ha! The 4 of them looked at Xiao Ran together. "So, did you cause all this?" "Kill him." The 4 of them didn't exchange any glances, but just started to attack. Very taciturn. For a moment, 4 different abilities were unleashed at the same time. There were ice arrows, fireballs, and stone balls, which were fired by the fingers, but had an astonishing speed and were terrifyingly lethal. This was a very good combination. Although the light was the weakest attack, it could blind Xiao Ran's eyes, at least for a while, and the other 3 attacks could seriously injure or even kill him. Xiao Ran opened the door to space and absorbed all the attacks. Well, from now on I will be the attacking kaleidoscope. Who can guess my true abilities? After the first attack, the 4 devils were naturally shocked. How could this be? What kind of superpower do you have? Xiao Ran saw that they did not answer, and asked again, "Is one of you Deng Tianfui?" "I'm here." At this moment, a man's voice rang out, and the villa's door opened. A man in his 30s came out. Not only did he have a beard that began to grow in the characteristic style of a footbath chicken, but his clothing was also Japanese style. Fortunately, he was a superhuman, otherwise he would definitely have frozen to death. But now he was braving the cold, looking fearless. "Who are you?" asked Tenda Fui. This person's accent was completely devoid of any foreign accent, as if he were a native Chinese. Xiaoran said indifferently, "Do you know Duan Qiang?" "Duan Qiang?" Deng Tianfui seemed to be stunned. "How do you know Duan Qiang?" "That means you know him." Xiaoran naturally wouldn't answer him. "So, you came from Haidu?" "Huh, why did you come here?" "Hagaku." Deng Tianfui was furious. "I'm not your prisoner. And, how dare a mere Han Chinese question me?" At this time, 4 more men in loincloths also came out of the villa. One of them was wearing a typical samurai outfit, with a katana at his waist, his hand on the hilt, but he didn't draw the sword, as if he were a legendary katana-drawing warrior. "You're not being honest and cooperative." Xiaoran smiled, and the spatial cutting began. How terrifying is his spatial cutting now? It can cut steel. Just ask, what kind of brain can withstand such a terrifying cutting force acting on it? Suddenly, the 4 naked men all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Xiaoran said leisurely, "Answer my question, or die." The 5 people of Deng Tianfui were all shocked. Those 4 people all had supernormal abilities, and they were not ordinary people. Why did they die so silently? Although there was a gap in strength between the 9 of them, with Deng Tianfui at the head, he was also the strongest, but the gap in individual strength was not particularly large, and no one could kill the other in a split second. But Xiaoran? He killed 4 people in a second. This Chinese person is so strong. Deng Tianfui immediately laughed and said, "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Since you know Duan Qiang, then we are on the same side. Please come in." He also bowed to Xiaoran at a 90-degree angle. "Huh, what is a bowing craftsman? Feet and chickens are all like this. What mistake have they made?" Xiaoran smiled and walked toward the villa, and when he took a step, the 15 evil people who helped the wicked fell one by one step at a time, very rhythmic. Boom, boom, boom. When he walked into the villa, all 15 people fell to the ground and died. Deng Tianfui and the other 4 looked at each other, all showing a look of horror. Chapter 339, No Fight, No Acquaintance. The 5 people from Deng Tianfu did not even have the courage to run away, and they followed Xiaoran into the villa with their heads hanging low. However, Deng Tianfu still had a glimmer of hope. Xiaoran knew Duan Qiang. He knew exactly how strong Duan Qiang was. Although he despised the Chinese, Duan Qiang was an exception. He was so strong that he could only tremble. Therefore, if he just told him his identity, then in the name of Duan Qiang, Xiaoran would definitely not dare to kill him. After all, after knowing how powerful Duan Qiang was, who would dare to offend him? Xiaoran walked into the villa and sat down on a sofa. "What is your relationship with Duan Qiang?" he asked. "I thought Deng Tianfui was Duan Qiang's father-in-law, but his age was obviously wrong." You finally asked the key question. Deng Tianfui immediately said, "Duan Qiang is my brother-in-law, and my sister is Deng Tian Sakura Koo." Oh, Duan Qiang didn't mention that he also had a brother-in-law. "Where are you from?" Xiaoran asked again. "Haidu." Deng Tianfui was very cooperative, and he kept talking without Xiaoran having to ask any more questions. After the natural disaster, one of the adults in our Shuji community soon discovered that after being infected with toxic hail, they could evolve. This adult did not hesitate for a moment and informed everyone in the community of this news. After discussion at the higher levels, we decided to evolve collectively. So, although more than 90% of the people died, we organized a team of more than 300 supernormal people and swept through the Gubei New District. However, there were too many people in Haidu, and the number of supernormal people was also staggering. Soon, several forces confronted us, and we could not expand our territory for the time being, so we had to think of another way. We sent a group of people to the surrounding areas to plunder the population and force them to evolve. Once they succeeded, we immediately plundered their supernormal abilities. Then we will use Haidu as our base to contact our country, and at that time we will push across the entire China and complete the glorious mission that our ancestors failed to complete. The more he talked, the more excited he became, and he even started dancing. The other 4 footbath chicken were also beaming with excitement, as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood. How ruthless! Xiaoran was a little surprised. How many people live in Haidu? About 400,000. So, after learning about evolution, all these little days voluntarily evolved, even at the cost of 90% of their population dying? That's just too perverted. No wonder Jang Yuan Kai can always produce incredibly perverted movies and do incredible weird things. It turns out that their blood and bones are imprinted with perverted genes. And the end times have amplified the anxiety in people's hearts. You have to know that there are no legal restrictions now, and no one cares if you kill someone. So, with the historical hatred between China and Jang Yuan Kai, how can Jang Yuan Kai in China not be on edge? It is precisely because they are afraid that they will seek power like crazy and then enslave others, just as their ancestors did. Fortunately, Haidu has produced many talented people. Although Jang Yuan Kai was so crazy that it was unable to complete unification, it was stopped by other forces. Even so, Jang Yuan Kai was not destroyed, which shows that they are also very, very strong. Moreover, since they could not win in the front, they also thought of sending people out to kill and train supernormal people in the surrounding areas. They are not only vicious, but also very clever. Mister, how did you and Duan Qiang meet, and how strong is he now? Deng Tianfui asked with pride. Duan Qiang is not the best fighter in their group, but he is in the top 10. That's his brother-in-law. Xiaoran smiled. I and Duan Qiang became friends after a fight. Deng Tianfui understood this old Chinese saying and couldn't help but smile. After a fight, we became good friends. However, I didn't know how to control my strength and accidentally killed Duan Qiang. Xiaoran said leisurely again. Ah? Deng Tianfui's smile on his face suddenly froze. Ha, you must be joking. He laughed dryly. No, I'm not. Xiaoran said leisurely. You must be. Deng Tianfui shouted, almost crying. If Duan Qiang died at the hands of Xiaoran, would this Chinese man show mercy to their subordinates? He would definitely die. Therefore, he is now very single-minded. I'm not joking. Xiaoran said again. You are. You are. Deng Tianfui was hysterical. Hey! Xiaoran shook his head, and the space cut was activated. Deng Tianfui immediately tilted his head and died silently. 7,000 copies of the Big Boss, any ability is ridiculously strong. How many copies of supernormal abilities does Deng Tianfui have? At most no more than 50 copies. This is absolute crushing. Escape! The remaining 4 footpots were completely without a shred of fighting spirit, scared out of their wits, and scattered in all directions. Still want to run? Xiaoran laughed. He threw 4 pebbles, and the space exchange was activated. A strange scene appeared. The 4 footpots had clearly run out of the villa, but they mysteriously reappeared inside. They were first stunned, and then they started running again. Xiaoran was unhurried, and continued to throw pebbles. Exchange. Shoo, 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 the 4 chickens reappeared in the room. At this point, they knew that Xiaoran was playing with them, no matter how stupid they were. Come on. We are the bravest warriors. Kill. The warrior man was the first to attack, finally drawing his sword, but he fell to the ground after drawing it for only 1/10 of the way, and was completely lifeless. Xiaoran opened the space portal again and gently pushed the remaining 3 chickens in with a space compression. All solved. In fact, he could have killed these chickens in an instant, but killing them directly would not be satisfying. He had to toy with them a little to make them feel utterly hopeless. Even in death, you will still be filled with resentment. You still want to act like a tyrant on our land? Not 70 years ago. Not now. Xiaoran looked north. Haidu was in that direction. There were more than 300 foot-basin chickens there, and they were all supernaturals. I, Xiaoran, have reserved your heads. No one can take them from me. Xiaoran threw the bodies out of the different space and touched them one by one. It looked like 362. Not a bad harvest. Hey, what about the side effects? Xiaoran walked up the mountain and soon appeared in front of Tu Xinyue's shelter. He knocked on the door and then looked at the surveillance. Open sesame? The next moment, the sound of mechanical operation rang out and the door slowly opened. The door opened to the sides, was made of alloy, was 20 centimeters thick, and was very exaggerated. Then, the sound of footsteps came, and Lu Mei, who had not been seen for many days, rushed out. Because of the running, the chest was swaying, and the waves were so turbulent that Xiaoran's side effects had not yet taken effect, but he already had a deep respect. Xiaoran. Lu Mei had already rushed over and directly thrown herself into Xiao Ran's arms. Excited. Extremely. Xiao Ran also felt it. Lawyer Lu's bosom is really broad. Chapter 340, Smart Lu Mei, 2,800 plus more. Xiao Ran also hugged Lu Mei. At this time, another woman also walked out and looked at Xiao Ran with a doubtful gaze. Tu Xin Yue. Although Xiao Ran already knew what she looked like, the impact of seeing her with his spatial perception and with his naked eye were different. People say that things gather in groups and people are divided into groups, and it really is true. This little sister of Lu Mei is also a beautiful woman. Although she is a little less attractive than Lawyer Lu, she is also enough to be classified as the best. She has bright eyes and white teeth, long hair with a shawl, and her eyes are particularly smart, giving a person a feeling of cunning. She is tall, has long legs, and a waist that is just right. She definitely has a model's body. If you have to say that she has a flaw, or that she doesn't fit Xiao Ran's aesthetic, it would be that her breasts are a little small, maybe a B-cup. Xiao Ran, you're amazing. Lu Mei finally recovered and realized that she had been a little too intimate with Xiao Ran. She was embarrassed and pushed him away, blushing. Gee, Lawyer Lu is so cold and aloof, usually cold as ice, but now her face is flushed, and a charming charm is coming at you. Even though Xiao Ran has seen a lot of charm, he is still moved. Xiao Ran smiled. Didn't I tell you about the superpower? It just so happens that I am quite powerful. Lu Mei nodded repeatedly. When I looked back at the surveillance video and saw you subdue those criminals, yeah, and I couldn't believe it. Seeing that Lu Mei finally mentioned herself, 2xinu walked forward and said, Hello, my name is 2xinu, Mei Mei's best friend. Her voice was soft and sugary. Oh, are you trying to be nice to me now? Sister, it's too late. Xiao Ran only nodded slightly at her. Thank you for taking care of my Mei Mei for so many days. Lu Mei's pretty face turned red again. Xiao Ran actually called him my Mei Mei, which was naturally an act of declaring sovereignty. Before the end of the world, even if she was very interested in Xiao Ran, the golden turtle son-in-law, she would still care about her face. After all, he was a lawyer, how could he be knocked out so easily? Moreover, there were other women around Xiao Ran. She was so proud and arrogant, how could she be willing to share a man with others? But today's encounter made her realize that in such an apocalyptic world, without the protection of a strong man, she was extremely vulnerable and could easily become someone else's plaything. Tu Xinyue was anxious. What did Xiao Ran mean by that? Was he going to take someone away? What would she do? She quickly said, Come in and sit down. Xiao Ran thought about it for a moment, then nodded. The room was better than the hovercraft. The three of them entered the room. Tu Xinyue pressed the button by the door, and the door slowly closed. Xiao Ran, you must be hungry after the long journey. Eat something. Tu Xinyue was very attentive. She went to the kitchen and brought canned food. She is a doomsday fanatic, and she built this doomsday shelter, so of course she didn't forget to prepare food. But it could only be this kind of doomsday canned food, which can be stored at room temperature for at least 3 years. Xiao Ran took a look. Even his dog won't eat this stuff. He didn't hide it, but kept taking out hot dishes from the other dimension and placing them on the table one by one. In the stunned silence of the two women, Lu Mei and 2xinu, he smiled and said, Eat mine, it's still hot. The two women were stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Lu Mei had accepted the idea of the superpower user before, and she was the first to recover. She picked up a mouthful of food with her chopsticks and said in surprise, This is real. 2xinu, like a soulless robot, also picked up a mouthful of food and put it in her mouth. She chewed it twice and swallowed it, but it seemed that she had not tasted anything at all. After a while, she jumped up and exclaimed, I must be dreaming. Mei Mei, slap yourself to see if it hurts, then tell me if I'm dreaming. Lu Mei rolled her eyes at her, Are you really my best friend? Pop. She slapped 2xinu's hand, which made her cry out in pain, but it also completely woke her up. She looked at Xiao Ran blankly and suddenly said, Master, are you taking on an apprentice? Xiao Ran glared at her, Your thinking is a bit fast. Even if I really took you as my apprentice, you could only warm my bed and you wouldn't be able to learn my skills. Xiao Ran ignored her and said to Lu Mei, Mei Mei, eat while it's still hot. Lu Mei nodded obediently. The greatest advantage of being a lawyer is being able to calmly analyze cases. She clearly knew how far apart she was from Xiao Ran. His strength had already been proven, and now he could conjure up delicious hot dishes out of thin air, but what did she have? A smart woman doesn't need to be reminded, she will naturally know her place. 2xinu, on the other hand, was thick-skinned enough to sit down and eat after being shocked. She may be thin, but she has a very good appetite and can eat a lot. She can eat 2 bites of food with 1 bite of Lu Mei's, and obviously she has only been able to eat canned food for so many days, so she is also very hungry and her stomach is round and round. Xiao Ran didn't even look at her. Seeing that 2xinu had taken in Lu Mei for more than 100 days, he didn't mind letting her have a little bit of the good fortune and eat a hearty meal to satisfy her cravings. But to make him smile and even take her with him? No way. You thought I was a liar before. Seeing that Lu Mei was about to stop eating, Xiao Ran leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Do you remember when I told you that there would be side effects after absorbing the supernatural power?" Lu Mei was shocked and quickly looked up at Xiao Ran. She saw that his eyes were bloodshot and his face was abnormally red. For a moment, her eyes were as seductive as silk, and she was both embarrassed and hopeful. Lawyer Lu never gives up. Even if Xiao Ran already has a woman by his side, so what? Can she compare to her? It's just that she's been trapped here for a while, which is why those birds and bees have taken advantage of the situation. When I was having an affair with Xiao Ran, you guys were still practicing in some demon cave. She was confident that as long as she followed Xiao Ran, he would be captivated by her. She was so beautiful and had such a great body. Sometimes after taking a shower, she would stand in front of the mirror for a long time, admiring herself and thinking about which man would marry her after burning incense for 9 lifetimes. What a cheap bastard. Let's go to the bedroom, she said with a pout. Xiao Ran naturally didn't hold back. The side effects had already started to kick in 10 minutes ago, but at that time, Lu Mei was still eating, so he didn't interrupt, but just endured it a little. He picked Lu Mei up and walked away. Hey, where are you going? 2xinu was stunned for a moment before catching up. Xiao Ran had already entered a bedroom according to Lu Mei's instructions. When he entered, he hooked his foot and the door closed. Bang! 2xinu hit her nose and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Chapter 341, The Fierce Girl. Lu Dali is really beautiful and charming. Delicious and delicious. It's just that Xiao Ran is a little bit of a tooth, and his side effects have not been completely eliminated. But Lu Mei has already passed out. What to do? Click, just then, the door actually opened. It was 2xinu. She was full of pride, saying, "This is my home. Don't I have a spare key?" It's just that she has always had a bad memory, and she had been looking for the key for a long time. Then, she looked at the 2 people in bed, and her pretty face suddenly turned red as fire. I'm sorry. She quickly turned around and ran. But after 2 steps, her footsteps stopped, and she actually turned back. 2xinu gritted her teeth, "Can you take me and Mei Mei with you?" Ha! Xiao Ran was not in a hurry. The side effects had already subsided, so he smiled and said, "Why should I?" 2xinu stamped her foot and said, "The food here is only enough for me to eat for a month. After that, I'll just have to wait to die. If I follow you, I can at least survive." Xiao Ran was surprised. "Didn't you just scold me to death?" "That was because I didn't know you at all," 2xinu said, "and besides, I've never met a psychic before. Do you think I should just accept the fact that you flew here from Sioux City in a flash? I doubt your logic is very normal. What if you really are a bad guy? I have to be responsible for myself and Mei Mei. Okay, that's a reasonable reason, but I'm Lu Mei's man. If you want to steal her away, aren't you afraid that your best friend will turn against you?" Xiao Ran said. 2xinu was very relaxed. Are there still laws and morals in this day and age? Besides, if mankind can survive this disaster, the most important thing is to reproduce and grow the population. Even in a lion pack, the male lions have to fight for mating rights because only the best genes are worthy of being passed on. You are so powerful and so good. In such a special period, it is very normal to have more women. Wow, your idea is great, I appreciate it. However, I don't mean a few women, but many, many. I don't even remember the names of a few of them. Xiao Ran still smiled at her, "That's a good point. But why should I want you?" 2xinu seemed a little angry, opened her arms and spun around in place, then pointed at her face, "Look at my figure, look at my looks, which part of me can't be called a super beauty?" Xiao Ran smiled, "First, you're not as pretty as Lu Mei. Humph, it's just a little bit off, and it's the same when rounded up. 2xinu is very thick-skinned. Don't look at her soft and plump speech, which is very similar to a soft and cute girl, but this is really not related to her personality at all. Xiaoran was unmoved. Second, your breasts are too small. You don't understand, what's so good about being too big? It's uncomfortable to walk, and Mei Mei's shoulders hurt from the straps every day. 2xin you spoke with conviction, and her breasts were not small either. Why, are you a breast maniac? You guessed it right. Xiaoran admitted calmly. But I've never had a boyfriend before, just like Mei Mei. 2xin you said. Who doesn't have a virgin complex? This is a huge plus for her. Xiaoran said leisurely, you're the one with the small breasts. I speak softly and sweetly, but I can be both sweet and salty. Tu Xinyue was still trying to sell herself. Xiaoran still said leisurely, you're the one with the small breasts. Xiaoran, even a clay figure has a temper, and is there nothing but meat in your head? Tu Xinyue was angry. Xiaoran still said leisurely, Lu Mei has more than just a little meat, at least 2 catties. I'm fucking. 2xin was full of frustration and swearing. Whether she was reading or working, she was universally recognized as a goddess. Who would despise her small breasts? Besides, B can't be considered small, right? You superficial guy. Xiaoran, just give me a quick answer. Are you taking me with you or not? She said viciously. Xiaoran smiled and finally stopped being leisurely. 2xin you now hated this expression so much. She said, then ask your good sister. 2xin you looked at Lu Mei blankly, and saw that Lu Mei had woken up at some point and was looking at her with a surprised expression, full of disbelief. Obviously, her long speech had been heard by Lu Mei. Damn man, Mei Mei woke up and didn't mention her. But, ugly wives always have to meet their in-laws, so it's coming anyway. Mei Mei, you're awake. She was very generous, and as good friends, you wouldn't let her die without help, would you? Lu Mei still looked at her blankly, and the surprise in her eyes was even stronger. Do you know what you're saying? Is this how sisterhood is used? If I say I mind, will you back down? She said in a low voice. No. Tu Xinyue shook her head sincerely. Xiaoran is the only hope for me to live on, and he is so capable, so I'm not wrong to follow him. No, this is not about whether you are wrong or not, but whether I will agree or not. Lu Mei frowned and said, there are more than just Xiaoran in this world. But I don't have time to wait. 2xin you walked over. Lu Mei decisively turned her face and hurriedly stopped her. The two women immediately wrestled into a ball. However, how can a yoga practitioner beat a fitness practitioner? Chapter 342, Success, Go Home. Tu Xinyue is really a great contrast. She is tall and has long legs, but her voice is soft and cute, her speech is a bit poisonous, but she is passionate and unrestrained. Xiaoran is speechless about her. You are getting married, can you stay at home? Definitely not. 2xin you said, I come from a wealthy family, not only are we rich, but we also have power. However, I am the eldest sister, and there is a younger brother. Not only will the family property be inherited by my younger brother, but I will also be used for marriage alliances to help the family consolidate its position in the business world. This sanctuary is the land that the family specially found connections to help me get approved for, and they also took out several $100 million to build it. They want me to marry someone, but the guy isn't bad looking. After all, he's a descendant of a wealthy family, so his genes are good. But this marriage is so annoying. I've already decided that after the wedding, we'll each go our own way. He can find a mistress, and I'll find a mistress too. We'll just keep our distance from each other, and show off our affection in front of others, and then, I never thought that the end of the world would come, and that you bastard, would be enough to satisfy me. I don't need to find other men anymore. Xiaoran's 3 views were somewhat shattered. He only had a little money 3 months before the end of the world, and he had accumulated a total of more than 3 billion, but in front of a real powerful family, it was not enough at all. Moreover, the time was too short. Even if he could really be counted as a powerful family, he would not be able to understand the so-called life of a powerful family. Are powerful families so chaotic? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, again. After a few more times, even Tu Xinyue, who had been working out, was completely exhausted and fell asleep. Xiaoran got out of bed, dressed, and poured a cup of Wangleji to drink. Next, he would definitely bring Lu Mei and Tu Xinyue back to Qingfeng Garden and let them start evolving as well. However, this time he wasn't going to wait another 10 days, but would go directly to Haidu. Damn it, there's a bunch of chickens with feet there. Are all the supernaturals in Haidu eating shit? Don't they know to unite and destroy these little devils first? Fighting among themselves is fine, but the prerequisite is to destroy the enemy first. Look at the Three Kingdoms period, when Wei, Shu and Wu were fighting each other, but they still managed to beat the foreign enemy into submission. When it comes to killing, there's no need to care about right and wrong. Damn it, I'll kill one after another, which is just right for strengthening my power. I'll go back to Qingfeng Garden later, and then go to Haidu tomorrow. There's no time to lose. Now, if there is a war between the powers of the supernormal, it may create a terrifying master. This kind of snowball accumulation method is very amazing, so now that he knows, he has to hurry. Anyway, there is a satellite phone to contact, and at his speed, it doesn't take long to take a trip back to Qingfeng Garden. Yes, that's the plan. He took out the hovercraft, put the two women on it in exchange for space, took measures to keep them warm, and then set off for Qingfeng Garden. The hovercraft's speed was completely incomparable to his walking speed, but there was no other way. He couldn't possibly run with the two women in his arms in the cold wind, otherwise they would be frozen beauties in a few minutes. It's fine to go slowly, it's only 160 kilometers, and there's no traffic now, as long as the direction is correct. After more than 4 hours, the familiar Taihu snowfield appeared before his eyes. Xiaoran smiled and drove the boat onto Taihu Lake, continuing on. He went up the mountain, came to Qingfeng Garden, stopped the boat in front of the door, and exchanged the three of them directly into the house. This skill is really high-end. Like it. When their men came back, the women were naturally happy, but when they saw that Xiaoran was actually bringing two beauties with him, they couldn't help but be a little jealous, but what could they do? These days, not to mention 3 wives and 4 concubines, what about 72 concubines? In the end times, men are the main force in finding supplies and are also the strength to protect their families. The attrition rate is very high. If you can investigate, there are definitely more men and fewer women, just like during wartime, and the ratio will be staggering. Therefore, one man with many women has become a natural arrangement. The difference is that there are many women now, but not many beautiful women, and the best ones are even rarer. Either they are hiding somewhere, or they will definitely be taken over by a big boss and become caged birds, with no freedom. Compared to this, they are simply living in paradise. Chapter 343, Departing for Haidu. Xiaoran once again announced his decision to go to Haidu. Because he had already announced it once, and he was supposed to leave today, but was delayed by a phone call from Lu Mei, the women no longer felt the panic and unease they had felt when they first heard the news yesterday. But Xiaoran was their mainstay. When he was always there, even if he was away from home for a few days, they knew that he was in Suzhou, and they had peace of mind and would not panic. But now Xiaoran is going to another city. They are so disappointed. The night passed. Su Qingmei and the other girls were still asleep, but Lu Mei and Tu Xinyue, the two sisters, came downstairs first. It seemed that they had reached an agreement and stopped arguing. Hey, could it be that they have formed an alliance to deal with other women together? Had ha. Xiaoran just smiled, with no intention of discouraging them. The more competition, the better. Let's get ready for breakfast, he said. Soon after, Su Qingmei and the other women also got up and came to the dining room. At first, Lu Mei and Tu Xinyue were very calm, but soon they panicked. How is that possible? There are so many top-notch women here. Su Qingmei, Zhang Yuning, and the others were no less attractive than them, and each had their own unique characteristics. Some were charming, some were pure, some were aloof, some were capable, and there were even 2 sisters. One of the beauties was even more beautiful than the rest, so beautiful that they could not find a single flaw in her. They were like vegetables that had been hit by snow, immediately wilting and losing their morale. Xiaoran called the girls to eat, and after they finished, he let Lu Mei and Tu Xinyue start evolving, and he himself set off for Haidu. This time, he had to go. Xiaoran really wanted to stay at home, because he really didn't have the ambition or desire to dominate the world, but the battle between supernaturals was too cruel, and it was destined that he could not stay in one place. Then let's fight. He was confident that with the abilities he had now, he wasn't invincible, but at least he could protect himself. With the reluctant farewell of the girls, Xiaoran set off on his journey to Haidu. In fact, he had also considered whether to go and pick up Lu Soso, but Lu Soso was in Xizang province, and it was still in the countryside. Even if he knew the address, and even if he had spatial awareness, it would be very difficult to find. In comparison, the priority of the Haida chicken was higher. Lu So had to be put aside for the time being. Xiao Ran sped up and ran towards Haidu. The faster he ran, the more painful the cold wind felt on his face, especially since the temperature was so low, almost 50 degrees below zero. But this was for ordinary people. Xiao Ran felt almost nothing, and after full activity, his whole body was steaming, and a white pillar of air formed on his head, much like the three blossoms gathering on the crown and 5 chi towards the yuan of a martial arts master. It was exhilarating. Xiao Ran was filled with pride and ran faster and faster, like a bolt of lightning. And with his spatial awareness, he could run as fast as he wanted without stepping into the ditch or hitting any buildings. He could continue to strengthen and absorb 10,000 or even 100,000 supernormal abilities. He could even catch up with fighter jets. In less than an hour, Xiao Ran had almost arrived at his destination. It was completely empty. Even though this was once the most lively city in the country, it was now completely silent. There were no birds in the sky, no people on the ground, only a vast snowfield, and then there were tall buildings standing, as if they had sprung up from the earth after the rain. Xiao Ran slowed down and walked normally. Because of the intense exercise, he was breathing out hot air, and even felt a burning sensation. If you measure it with a thermometer, the hot air may even be 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Xiao Ran felt that he was truly inhuman, because the air he exhaled was so hot, so what about his body? Under intense activity, his entire body seemed to have become an engine, with extreme temperatures that could reach over 100 degrees Celsius, and a heart rate of 300 beats per minute. However, he was fine. Am I still a carbon-based organism? Xiao Ran thought of those superheroes who could transform into metal. Humans could transform into metal in a short period of time, and if they used their superpowers too much, they would be permanently solidified in a metal state. How could this be considered a carbon-based organism? Therefore, I am not a pervert yet. Xiao Ran continued walking, and he found someone. Spatial awareness covers an area with a radius of more than 7 kilometers. What is this concept? He walked over, very quickly. Changbei Middle School. A young man was hiding with 5 students, while not far away, 3 people in the distinctive clothing of the little days were looking for them, and one of them entered the room where the students were hiding. What could possibly be hiding in the classroom? The young man and the 5 students were just standing behind a few chairs, which was almost obvious at a glance, but the strange thing was that the chicken had clearly looked over with its eyes, but turned a blind eye and walked out of the classroom. Huh, that's interesting. Xiao Ran said with a sigh. Chapter 344 Sun Li Min. Soon, the 3 chickens gathered together again. Not found. Damn it. That Chinese guy's ability is so annoying. They must still be in the school. Then keep looking, we must find them out. I don't believe it, without food or drink, how long can they last? Yes, there is a female student that Lord Matsushita specifically requested. After the 3 of them cursed in Japanese, they split up again to look for them. Xiao Ran nodded. The young man's ability was to create illusions, or was it to deceive the eyes? Although this ability was not very lethal, it was actually very powerful. But, if I look through a camera or something? Will it still work? Xiao Ran smiled and walked over decisively. He walked leisurely into the school and walked straight towards the young man and the 5 students. Even if the young man's ability was really to create illusions, at most it would only deceive people's eyes, but Xiao Ran was now checking through spatial awareness, and no illusion could have an effect on him. Coincidentally, although Xiao Ran did not hide his tracks, none of the 3 footpans actually bumped into him, so Xiao Ran arrived at the classroom smoothly. The one where the young man and 5 students were hiding. He glanced around and saw that the classroom was empty, but the image that his spatial awareness fed back to his mind was completely different. Interesting. He had clearly absorbed more than 7,000 powers, but his eyes were still deceived, showing how deceptive this illusion was. This young man is actually not strong, and the powers he has absorbed are definitely in the single digits. His physical enhancement is extremely limited, otherwise he wouldn't have to hide from those footbasket chickens outside. Liming, this guy seems to be staring at us. A student said in a trembling voice. Yes, why is he always staring at us? He even smiled. Oh my God, can he hear us? They were all trembling in fear. The person standing at the door of the classroom really seemed to be able to see them. Otherwise, how could a person look at an empty classroom and still smile? What kind of brain damage would that be? Moreover, they also thought Xiao Ran was a devil. The young man gritted his teeth and said, I'll go kill him. You guys follow me. The illusionary space I created is only 2 cubic meters. If you follow me too closely, you'll be exposed. The 5 students all nodded. The young man crept up to Xiao Ran, and in his hand was a fruit knife. As soon as he moved, the 5 students followed, all touching his back. Xiao Ran deliberately didn't look at them, but instead kept staring at where they had been. Is this guy really mentally ill? Never mind, little devil, kill. The young man had already come to Xiao Ran's left side, quietly passed the knife over, and was about to wipe Xiao Ran's neck. At this time, Xiao Ran finally spoke, and he even turned his head to look at the young man. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Can you see me? Can you still hear me speak? The young man was shocked, and the knife almost fell to the ground. That's right. Xiao Ran smiled. Then aren't you fucking playing with me? The young man was angry, but also somewhat inexplicably relieved, because Xiao Ran's attitude and appearance did not seem like Zyarizi. The current Zyarizi is ferocious, completely without pretense, and its brutal nature is fully exposed. It is as if it has returned to more than 70 years ago. Are you a Chinese? But the young man still confirmed. It's the real deal. Xiao Ran smiled and said, You dare to call me Zyarizi? I'll beat the shit out of you. The young man was even more delighted. If you can see through my illusion, then you must also be a superhuman. Great, let's send these 5 students out together. We can't let them fall into the hands of the Japanese. Before Xiao Ran could say anything, a footbath chicken came over again. The young man reacted very quickly. As soon as he heard footsteps, he used his own abilities to envelop Xiao Ran. Now, even without spatial perception, Xiao Ran could see the young man and the 5 students. The 5 students became nervous again, and the young man also looked serious, holding a fruit knife in his hand, ready to fight to the death at any time. Xiao Ran was very relaxed and asked, You have this ability, you can escort people out completely, why are you hiding? The young man smiled wryly, You make it sound so simple. First, it takes a lot of energy to activate this ability, and it lasts no more than 10 minutes at a time. Second, it's snowing outside, and after we walk through, won't there be footprints on the ground? That makes sense. Xiao Ran was just chatting nonsense, and continued to ask, What's your name, and how did you end up here? Where are you planning to place these 5 students? The young man was stunned. There is an enemy not far away, and you are still in the mood to discuss these things with me? You are too generous, and you have no sense of danger at all? No, how can there be any idiots who can still survive until now? Could it be that? He looked at Xiao Ran with sparkling eyes, full of expectation, and said, My name is Sun Limin. I used to be a purchasing agent. This time I happened to come to Haidu to see a friend, but then the natural disaster broke out and I was trapped in the hotel. I almost died, but then I suddenly awakened my superpowers. I've been wandering around for many days, and only arrived here a few days ago. I just happened to see those bastards searching for survivors at the school, and I hate those bastards the most, so I saved these 5 students. I didn't expect to be fast enough, and a few little devils saw it, so they kept staring at us, wanting to stare us until we were hungry and thirsty, and had to run out on our own. I plan to send them to the Zheng'an gathering area. It is said that the management there is made up of veterans, and the order is the best of all the gathering areas in Haidu. He seemed to have suddenly trusted Xiao Ran very much, and he was all out of his heart, without a hint of hiding. Xiao Ran was even more interested and said, How many forces are there in Haidu now? Sun Limin was about to cry, Big brother, my ability is almost exhausted. Can we talk about this at another time? Xiao Ran's face was indifferent. What does it matter if the energy is exhausted? Can you deal with that devil, big brother? Sun Limin asked carefully. Well, no problem. I should be a little stronger than him. Xiao Ran said casually. Oh. Sun Limin thought for a moment. Since Xiao Ran is a little stronger than this little devil, then with him, it is a sure win. Even if the sound of the fight wakes up the other 2 devils, it is possible to solve this devil before they arrive. Then it will be 2 against 2, and they will not necessarily lose. If they can kill the remaining 2 devils, they will have plenty of time to escape. Okay, it works. Chapter 345, What is China if you don't know Chinese? I will withdraw my superpower on the count of 3, and then we will attack together. Sun Limin looked at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran nodded, okay. 1, 2, 3. Attack! Sun Limin suddenly withdrew his ability and swung the fruit knife at the little devil. However, he was not a physical type, and the strengthening of his body was only incidental. The little devil was first surprised, and then immediately came to his senses. He sneered, and his body was covered with a thick layer of scales. Beast type. Once he uses his supernatural powers, his physical fitness will skyrocket, completely on par with the physical type, and he will also have additional advantages such as sharp teeth, claws, and thick skin and scales. The little devil just casually blocked, his eyes full of contempt. You're not a physical type and you dare stab me with a knife? Stupid. Hakagata. With a clang, the fruit knife cut into the little devil's arm, and sparks flew everywhere. Not a single scale fell off the little devil, but Sun Limin felt a sharp pain in his hand, and he couldn't hold the knife handle anymore. It slipped right out of his hand. At this moment, the little devil smiled cruelly at him. Shinar. He waved his hand at Sun Limin, and his 5 fingers were sharp as knives. My life is over. Sun Limin subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, but saw a fist punching the little devil, and it made a crisp sound, and then the little devil was beaten and flew out. Xiao Ran made his move. Hiss, what a strong force. Are you a physical type? Xiao Ran shook his hand. The little devil's head was so hard after the beast transformation that it hurt his hand. And this guy is still alive. Heck! The little devil got up, shook his head, and was a little dizzy. However, after transforming into a beast, his defense power also soared. Such a punch did not kill him, but for some reason, he felt dizzy. Sun Limin and the other 5 people were shocked to see the little devil, because his left half of his face had completely collapsed. It was punched out by Xiao Ran. What a terrifying power. Nanny. Shu, 2 figures also quickly ran over. It was the other 2 little devils. They first looked at their companion, seeing that the other side was beaten, half of the face or collapsed, could not help but shuddered. What kind of supernatural power? You know this companion is a beast type, strong, high defense, this is his characteristic, but still beaten like this, indicating that the person who made the move must be in the power to crush him. This companion absorbed how much supernormal ability? 20 copies. Therefore, his opponent must be a physical type who has absorbed at least 30 or even 40 powers. Then, they looked at Xiao Ran. Sun Limin didn't need to look, they already knew a lot about him. This person's power is to create illusions and deceive their 5 senses, so since a new physical type has appeared, it can only be this man. A Chinese? A little devil said in a strange accent. Xiao Ran was unhappy. If you don't speak Chinese, don't say it. You speak our language so strangely, I hate it the most. He went up and kicked him. The 2 little devils naturally couldn't let him kick them, so they didn't release their abilities to fight back. But before they could use their abilities, they found that they couldn't release their thoughts. Boom! Xiao Ran kicked one of the little devils to death with 1 kick, and then another, and the other little devil was also kicked to death. How could they withstand his power without physical skills? Besides, he didn't use his full strength when he was fighting the animalized little devils. However, the 2 little devils were dead, so the last one had to give up the information. It was not known whether the flattened heads would affect their IQs, and it would be funny if they became idiots. The 6 Sun Limins stared at Xiao Ran with their mouths wide open, as if they were seeing a monster. Brother, you're too fierce. Xiao Ran looked at the last little devil with a smile and said, I ask, you answer, otherwise those 2 people will be your example. Do you understand? At #yen ##, the little devil opened his mouth and spoke gibberish. Pop. Xiao Ran gave him a scalp. Speak human language, can't you even speak? Human language? The little devil looked aggrieved, but of course he was more afraid. #yen #. At. Damn it. Xiao Ran was unhappy. Did he really break the little devil's head? Brother, is it possible that he doesn't speak our language? Sun Limin said carefully on the side. Pop. Xiao Ran was furious, and kicked him out with 1 kick. The little devil was instantly kicked flying, and then he didn't move. He wasn't killed by the kick, but by the space cut. He can't speak Chinese, so what's he doing here? He was still angry. Sun Limin and the other 5 looked at Xiao Ran with awe and shock. Brother, what's your name? I admire you so much. Sun Limin's eyes lit up. He had guessed that Xiao Ran was a master, but he never imagined that he would be so powerful. He simply admired the strong, but the 3 girls among the 5 students each had their own plans. What kind of world is this? Not only has social order collapsed, but there are also a large number of little devils here. How cruel are the little devils? Just think about the atrocities these animals committed during the War of Resistance. Although the crisis has been temporarily resolved, what about the future? They are only as strong as a chicken. How can they survive in such a world? Sell their bodies? It's not impossible, but if they sell to many people, they can only make ends meet, and it's too tiring. But if they only sell to a strong man? They can eat well, drink spicy food, and even hold power. This is a chaotic time. Power is much greater now than before, and it can even control the lives and deaths of others. When the three girls thought about this, their hearts couldn't help but beat fast. Opportunity, this is an opportunity. Brother, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao, you can call me Xiao Xiao. The most beautiful girl among the three immediately smiled. Even in such an occasion, the two boys still looked at her with fixed eyes. My name is Lu Tian. My name is Meng Xin, you can call me Xin Xin. The other two girls also hurriedly introduced themselves, then used their eyes to send electricity to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was amazed. These 5 students are all high school students, right? And the 3 girls are clearly up to no good. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Although Lin Xiaoxiao is the prettiest of the 3, and she is indeed tall and has long legs, she is only on the level of Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei. Although she is young, she is no longer a virgin. None of the 3 girls. In fact, from their enthusiastic and straightforward behavior, it can be seen that they have had a lot of dealings with men, otherwise they would be shy now. They are young, but only in age. As for their bodies, I don't know how many guests have swept through the flower path. I'm not interested. Chapter 346, Going to the Zhangyan Settlement. Xiao Ran looked at Sun Limin and asked, You haven't answered me yet when I asked you how many forces there are in Haidu. Sun Limin was stunned for a moment, and then said, As far as I know, there are 6 major forces in Haidu, namely, the Zhangyan Settlement, the Huazong Settlement, the Boyuan Settlement, the Biyun Settlement, the Taolin Settlement, and finally the Black Dragon Society, which is here for a small day. Xiao Ran nodded. Who are the leaders of these 6 forces and what is their strength? Sun Limin smiled bitterly. Brother, I'm just a small person. I don't even know how to make ends meet, so how would I know so much? That's right. Xiao Ran smiled and said, Okay, I'll accompany you on a trip to Zhangyan Residential District. Great. Sun Limin was overjoyed. With Xiao Ran as a companion, how much could the safety factor be increased? However, the 3 girls, Lin Xiaoxiao, were a bit unhappy. We're talking to you nicely, why are you ignoring us? Damn it. If it weren't for the end times, I'd write you a short essay and make you beg for mercy. But what can they do now? They all tried to show their best smiles and show Xiao Ran their most beautiful side. However, Xiao Ran still pretended not to see them. To be honest, he really didn't want to escort these 5 students. On the contrary, if anyone tries to hold him back, he will just kick them. He agreed to escort Sun Limin mainly because he wanted to use this identity to infiltrate the Zhangyan settlement. Sun Limin didn't know the strength of the 6 major settlements, but did anyone know about the Zhangyan settlement? In war, the most important thing is to know yourself and your enemy, so that you can fight 100 battles without danger. The ancestors said so. Otherwise, let him escort these 3 scheming women and 2 licking dogs? Ha ha. The 7 set off, with Sun Limin leading the way. Xiao Ran opened the space door behind him, and then used space exchange to collect the bodies of the 3 Japanese into a different space. Quietly. These 3 women are fine, and he is not interested at all, so he doesn't want any side effects right now. Xiao Ran has no intention of exposing his strength. In the eyes of the 6 people, he is a physical type, so he is a physical type. Not to mention, there are too many landmarks in Haidu, even the road signs are buried in snow, but it doesn't matter, as long as you are familiar with Haidu, you can naturally determine the direction through many landmarks. In this regard, Sun Limin is no good, but the 5 students, because they are natives, know the entire city very well. When they learned that their destination was probably near the South Railway Station, they took the lead and pointed out the direction. Xiao Ran actually knew every street very well. The road signs below could block others, but they could not block his spatial perception. However, he found that although they were not walking on the optimal route, they were still heading in the right direction, so he did not say anything and just followed them in silence. From where they were, it was only a straight line distance of 6 kilometers to the South Railway Station, and now they could basically walk in a straight line. The river had frozen over and was covered with snow, so there was no need to find a bridge by detouring. But the snow-covered road was not easy to walk on. The 5 students, like ordinary people, could not walk for more than 10 minutes and had to go inside to hide, otherwise their lungs would freeze and then shatter from breathing in too much cold air at minus dozens of degrees. They walked and stopped and walked, and it took them 4 hours to walk the 6 kilometers to the south station. The railway was long gone, and only the waiting hall still stood above the snow, but only a short section of it. But Zheng'an residential area was not here, and they still had to walk for more than 2 kilometers. But it was getting dark, and it wouldn't be long before the fog hit. At that time, everyone would be unable to see their hands, let alone go to Zheng'an residential area. Xiao Ran was not included, of course. They went to find a place to stay for the night. They found a hotel, which had a stove that used gas cylinders. More importantly, there was still gas. They lit a fire and then dismantled furniture to burn for warmth. Xiao Ran deliberately went out for a while, saying that he was looking for something to eat nearby. After a dozen minutes, he returned to the hotel through the mist, and threw some instant noodles and biscuits to Sun Limin, asking him to distribute them. Sun Limin was overjoyed, saying, "Brother, thanks to you, we haven't eaten well for several days." They were trapped in the school, and the little devils were still looking for them, so they didn't even dare to go to the cafeteria to find food. Fortunately, Sun Limin had collected food before, and it was all in his backpack, otherwise they would really have starved to death. Even so, they could only eat a few biscuits a day, barely surviving. Sun Limin went to distribute the food, and gave Xiao Ran the biggest share. "No, I've already eaten," Xiao Ran said. Of course he didn't want this kind of food, and he had already eaten it before. It was a simple bowl of steaming beef noodles, cooked by Wang Lulu. The soup was very fresh, made from authentic beef bones. The beef was not as thin as some ramen noodles, and it would fly away if you blew on it. Sun Limin and the other 5 people had already started eating the hot water. It was obviously food that had frozen and thawed, and the taste was extremely poor, but now that they had something to eat, they weren't asking for much. They all gobbled up the food. After they finished eating, Xiao Ran called Sun Limin over and continued to ask about Haidu. "At least this guy has been here for more than 100 days. Sun Limin naturally answered all questions and said everything he knew. At the end, he said, my brother, I still don't know your name." "Really?" Xiao Ran thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. "My name is Xiao Ran, as in burning." "Hello, brother Xiao, nice to meet you." "Lucky." Sun Limin was full of admiration, "You're really strong." "Well, I've gained a little fan." Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't easily believe Sun Limin, but the other's supernormal ability had no effect on him, and he had always had his spatial awareness on, so there was no way Sun Limin could have been in front of him and then suddenly stabbed him in the back. Even if Sun Limin really gave him a knife to stab Xiao Ran, he would probably not be able to break through the defense. However, Sun Limin's knowledge of Haidu was also very limited. Although he had been wandering around the city, he had always been at the bottom, and he only had a superficial understanding of the power of many supernormal people. Xiao Ran didn't care. He would be able to reach Zheng'an settlement tomorrow. "Get some rest early," Xiao Ran said. They chose a large suite, with Xiao Ran in one room, Sun Limin and 2 boys in another, and the 3 girls in another. The living room was furnished with furniture that provided meager heat, at least not enough to keep people from freezing to death while they slept. It was an extraordinary time, and Xiao Ran kept his spatial awareness on even when he was sleeping. Safety first. He wouldn't trust anyone but himself when he was away from home. In a flash, 2 hours had passed. Xiao Ran's mouth couldn't help but twitch. As expected. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and nodded to the other 2 girls. She must win Xiao Ran tonight. Chapter 347, I've been slapped in the face. The 3 girls crept in quietly. Their target was Xiao Ran in bed. If Xiao Ran wasn't sure they were ordinary people, he might have thought they were up to no good and were trying to assassinate him. No, they were up to no good, but they weren't trying to kill him, they were trying to eat chicken tonight. This was not a good sign for Xiao Ran. He suddenly turned on the flashlight. The blinding light made the 3 girls instinctively close their eyes and cover their eyes with their hands. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" he asked indifferently. "Are you not sleeping?" Lin Xiaoxiao was slightly disappointed. If Xiao Ran was asleep, she could have squeezed into the bed and then used her delicate hands to control the dragon. "I wouldn't want to." Now, she had to use her feminine wiles. "Brother Xiao, you saved us, and we want to repay you," Lin Xiaoxiao said, pretending to be shy. Xiao Ran laughed. "This is in ancient times, and you're still going on about giving your body to me? But now money is useless, and we don't have anything else, just our bodies." Lin Xiaoxiao was still extremely shy, her eyes were misty, and she looked like she was about to cry. TSK, your tea skills are not good, too contrived. Xiaoran commented in his heart and laughed. So, are you going to sleep with me? Don't talk so vulgar. Lin Xiaoxiao despised in her heart. What did this person do before? Did he graduate from junior high school? How can he talk like this? But what can be done? These days, you have to rely on supernormal abilities to survive, and Xiaoran is far superior to Sun Liming, so if you have to rely on a strong person to survive, then it's not hard to choose who. Moreover, Sun Liming said that she had to be self-reliant when she went to Zhang'an's settlement. She is so delicate and pretty, and she has long been used to earning pocket money with her beauty, bribing teachers, and modifying her grades. She can't do it, and she can't bear hardship. So, Xiaoran must cling to this thigh. Well, we all admire Brother Xiao very much, so she blushed and her acting was quite good. Xiaoran said indifferently, okay, someone is offering themselves to me for fun, and I have no reason to push them out the door, and it's even a threesome. But, if you're going to play, don't come crying to me tomorrow and say that I'm responsible for anything. Let me say this up front, I've always just been playing around. After hearing him finish, the three women all turned pale. Damn you, you scumbag. Come on. Xiaoran patted the edge of the bed and smiled. Lin Xiaoxiao forced a smile and said, Xiaoran, you're joking. How could you be that kind of person? You can try it and see if I'm ruthless. Xiaoran said indifferently, his face full of the evil aura of a playboy. In fact, he didn't want these three women to come to him. He didn't know how many men he had experienced at such a young age, and he wasn't desperate enough to do so. The three women looked at each other and all showed signs of resistance. Forget it. It's not worth it to be shot in vain. The point is that it's too cold now. Even if you just take off your pants, it's freezing. Otherwise, they haven't done it for many days, and they don't mind just being cool. Xiao, we were just joking with you. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, it's very late at night, you should go to bed soon. Right, Xiao, you should go to bed soon. We're going back. The three women retreated and went back to their rooms in a dejected manner. Xiaoran snorted and lay on the bed to continue sleeping. His physical strength was amazing now. Even if there was no fire in the room, he was completely unafraid of the cold, and he could sleep soundly without catching a cold. But he still pulled a blanket over himself, and couldn't help but think of the women at home. Those were the best. If he wasn't too lazy, he would have run back to Suzhou now, met with the women, told them his heart, and even slept a little before coming back. It's only the first day, don't act like you haven't seen a woman in 3 years. The night passed. When they woke up in the morning, Xiaoran deliberately didn't go to collect food. Although the 5 students, Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, were hungry, they didn't dare to accuse Xiaoran of anything. Giving orders to a supernatural being? Although they were spoiled, they weren't stupid enough to do that. Set off. They set off on the road, continuing to head towards the Zhang'an settlement. It took more than an hour to walk the 2 kilometers, mainly because the snow was so difficult to walk on, it was slippery and they could hardly stand, and the cold wind was so strong that it made them dizzy and they had to stop and walk. They finally arrived. The foundation of the Zhang'an settlement was a residential area called Zhang'an Residential Area, which has now been transformed into a settlement. The snow in the residential area has been cleared, so you can find it at a glance when you come nearby. It is very conspicuous and out of place with the surrounding environment. There were people on guard at the gate, and there were also people patrolling the area, and they were even walking their dogs. Before the 7 of them even reached the gate, the dogs started barking and jumping around, showing great vigilance. Dogs have much more sensitive noses than humans, and in this special period when high-tech equipment is almost completely paralyzed, using dogs as patrol officers is quite effective. At the gate, 2 men with guns immediately looked over, and the guns were also in their hands, but they were not aimed at them. They shouted from a distance, "Who are you? Report your identity, or we will shoot." Everyone is on their guard these days, and they are too wary. Sun Limin immediately said, "My name is Sun Limin, and this is Xiaoran. Brother Xiao, we are supernormal people, escorting 5 students here. Please wait a moment." One of the guards said, picking up the radio and contacting the inside. Xiaoran didn't say anything, seemingly careless, but his spatial awareness was open, and he knew the entire settlement like the back of his hand. The leader here should be a short-haired man in his 30s, not tall, about 175, but even when he was sitting alone, he had a straight back and his eyes were bright, flashing with determination. Very strong. If he is not a physical type, then the absorbed ability should be around 4,000 copies. If he is a physical type, then it will be reduced to 400 copies, and the difference is not a little bit. Xiaoran felt that he should be the leader, because there was a guard standing at his door, also straight as a pine. However, the doorman contacted someone else. After receiving the message, that person walked out of a residential building, dressed lightly, but not afraid of the cold, and walked to the door. "Come over here," the man said. Xiaoran and the 7 people walked over, and the gate opened to let them pass. "It's cold outside, so go inside and sit down first." The man was very amiable, and he took Xiaoran and the 7 people into a residential building. He introduced himself, saying, "My name is Wang Tai. I'm the little leader here, so you can just call me Brother Wang. What's the situation with you guys?" Chapter 348, The Strongest 3 Combatants. Sun Lining was quick-witted and told them about the origin of their group. Of course, his knowledge of Xiaoran was limited to his name and the fact that he was a physical-type mutant. Wang Tai stood up and saluted the 2 men, solemnly saying, "You are both warriors. You saved our compatriots at Xiarizi." Xiaoran was curious and asked, "Brother Wang, are you a soldier?" He was, but he's retired now. Wang Tai said, "In fact, the people in charge here are basically veterans, because we share the same ideals, so we established this settlement together. We firmly believe that the strength of the country cannot be wiped out by such natural disasters, and it will definitely reappear. By then, our nation and country will definitely be able to rise again. Soldiers are different. They are passionate, loyal to the country, and full of confidence." Xiaoran's thoughts were somewhat pessimistic and dark. If it was a natural disaster, then he absolutely believed that the power of the country could sweep away all evil and restore the world. However, with the existence of supernormal people, it was completely different. When the power of an individual could be strong enough to fight against an entire army, then the army would not be of much significance. And the reality was that it was advancing in this way. The general trend of the times. But this is someone else's belief, so he naturally would not deliberately poke at it and said nothing. "Don't worry, we'll take these 5 students." Wang Tai patted his chest and said, "Are you 2 willing to join us? However, let me be clear. Here, we treat our supernormal people the same as ordinary people. They eat and live with us, and we don't give them any preferential treatment. In addition, we have to take on the task of finding energy and strategic materials. Ordinary people also need to work and take care of our plantations." Sun Lining was taken aback. "There are still plantations here? It's so cold, what plants can survive?" Wang Tai laughed. "We dug a large space underground, where the temperature is high enough. The only problem is that it is too humid down there, and people cannot stay down there for too long, or their bodies will not be able to bear it. Otherwise, we are all planning to move down there." Sun Lining still found it hard to accept. There is no sunlight underground, so how can you grow vegetables? There should be related supernormal abilities. Xiaoran interrupted, saying that he had already seen this at Qin Sui, which was similar to an artificial sun. "Smart." Wang Tai gave Xiaoran a thumbs up and said to the 2 of them, "Join us and help us preserve the fire for our country and mankind." Sun Lining was still young and immediately got excited, saying, "I promise." Xiaoran naturally couldn't agree, and said with a smile, "I like to wander around, so I'll have to disappoint Brother Wang." Wang Tai was indeed disappointed, but he also knew that it would be very difficult to keep the supernormal people here. Other forces would be happy to make supernaturals kings, but here, they are treated the same as ordinary people, eating and living together. How can they keep supernaturals? But on the other hand, even so, there are still 26 supernaturals here. Xiaoran could only say that the beliefs of soldiers are like iron and steel, indestructible, and even the cruel reality of today cannot destroy them. "Xiao, why don't you stay here too? There are more people here, so we can take care of each other." Xiaoran couldn't believe that Sun Lining would actually advise him to do so. Xiaoran laughed, but ignored him and looked at Wang Tai. "Brother Wang, do you have any information on the devils?" Wang Tai was stunned at first, but then his eyes lit up. "You want to snipe them?" Xiaoran didn't deny it. Killing the devils now doesn't count as destroying the friendship between the 2 countries, right? "No, of course not." Wang Tai laughed, his face full of admiration, and there was no longer any disappointment. "Those little devils are really hateful. They search everywhere for our people to capture and force them to evolve. Once they succeed, they will kill them to obtain their superpowers. If it weren't for the large number of civilians here, I would have fought them to the death long ago." Xiaoran nodded and said, "But you guys are pretty good too. With so few superpowered people, you can actually fight back against the little devils." Wang Tai, however, looked serious and said, "It's not that I admire those little devils, but these devils are especially ruthless to themselves. As early as the beginning of the end of the world, they all evolved. Damn, they are really a bunch of lunatics and perverts. There are almost 400,000 of them. They all started to evolve, and more than 300,000 of them died, but they also obtained more than 300 supernormal abilities in the early stages. With this power, they became the first and most powerful force in Haidu, and only the 5 remaining forces could stand up to them." "Brother Xiao, you really think we can stand up to these little devils?" He laughed bitterly 3 times at the end of his speech. It turns out that only the 5 forces can stand up to the little devils. Xiao Ran nodded, thinking that one of the 5 forces could stand up to the little devils. In fact, this is reasonable. Who let those devils have the first mover advantage? And they are ruthless. As soon as they start, all of them start to evolve, and if one dies, it's more than 300,000 people. As Wang Tai said, they are ruthless and perverted. Wang Tai continued, "In fact, the 5 of us can only barely resist together. Those little devils will send people over to harass us every 3 or 5 days. If it's a small-scale attack, we can handle it ourselves, but if there are many supernaturals coming, we'll need help from outside." Fortunately, the various forces are very clear about this and know that they must unite, otherwise they will only be eliminated one by the little devils, and this has maintained the current situation. He frowned, looking worried. The pressure of the little days was great. Xiaoran smiled and said, "Then I'll go snipe the little devils even more. Brother Wang, tell me what you know." If Xiaoran was asking for information about the leaders of the 5 major countries, Wang Tai would definitely be suspicious and would not be able to tell him, but the little devils were different. He said, "The leader of the little day is called Oda Yuri, a beast-like type. After becoming a beast, his strength, defense, and speed are all incredibly terrifying. Oda Yuri has 2 deputies, one of whom is Sakura Koo, a woman who is an isotribute mutant. If she is fighting outdoors, that is her home court, and her strength should not be underestimated. The other deputy is called Ozawa Taro. His superpower is curses. You must not let him take anything from you, even if it is just a hair or a bit of skin. He can cast a curse, and you will be killed by the curse before you even see his face. It is the most unpredictable. These 3 people are the strongest 3 combatants in Xiaorizi." Chapter 349, Black Dragon Society. Wang Tai spoke eloquently. Under the 3 of Oda, there are 10 generals he personally appointed. Although there is a gap in strength, it is not too big. However, according to the information we have received, at least half of the generals have disappeared and we don't know where they have gone. They have gone to the surrounding cities to develop. Xiaoran said to himself, Duan Qiang must be one of the so-called 10 generals. He killed his way from Kuan City to Su City and killed Qin Sui in the dark. Fortunately, Xiaoran killed him in time. He really is a traitor who recognizes the enemy as his father and helps the enemy do evil. He is not a good Chinese, but he actually recognizes the chicken in the foot basin as his father. No, Duan Qiang's betrayal did not start after the end of the world, but as early as when he was working in the company, he had already betrayed the country. For someone who only sees benefits, you tell him to be patriotic? Whoever gives more benefits is the father. Xiaoran nodded and continued to ask about the information on the so-called 10 generals. Wang Tai told him that they had been fighting these little days for more than 3 months. At first, they could only fight guerrilla warfare and could not fight head-on at all. Later, with the increasing number of supernormal people, they formed 5 major forces and only then did they gain a foothold. After all, this is China. Although there are about 400,000 little days in Haidu, how many Chinese people are there? More than 20 million. If the evolution of the entire population can be activated, even if the success rate is only 1 in 1,000, there will be 20,000 supernaturals in Haidu. 20,000 against 300, isn't that a massacre? Brother Xiao, it's good that you have the heart to kill the enemy, but you also have to be careful about your own safety. Wang Tai said solemnly, these little days have gone crazy. When they see a Chinese, the supernaturals kill them directly, and the ordinary people are taken away for forced evolution. You have to be extremely careful, and you can't get yourself involved just because you killed a few little devils. Xiaoran nodded with a smile, I understand, I will be careful. Wang Tai wanted to persuade him, saying that if he had the courage to kill the little devils, why not stay here, at least everyone could look after each other. At this moment, the alarm sounded. No good, the little devils are coming. Wang Tai stood up immediately. The alarms here are divided into several types, and this one is used when the devils are discovered. Sun Limin was ready to fight. Good, I'm going to kill the little devils today. Wang Tai led Xiao Ran and Sun Limin out of the building, saying to Sun Limin, your abilities can be extremely useful on the battlefield. Wait until later, and I'll find 2 snipers. Then it'll just be us fighting them, and they won't even know where we are. Okay. Sun Limin agreed. Xiao, it looks like your first battle will be here, Wang Tai said. Xiao Ran laughed, as long as they're devils, it doesn't matter where we fight them. Good point. Let's go. Wang Tai led the 2 to the front gate, where they saw all the psychics in the entire settlement running out. Most of the ordinary people had hidden, but a few had taken up sniper positions in the residential buildings and set up their guns. Sakura Koo. Wang Tai blurted out, his eyes falling on the woman leading the group at the entrance to the community. Wu Shanglong. There were 50 people in the invading group, led by a woman in her 20s. Although she was less than 1.6 meters tall, she had a very well-proportioned figure. If it weren't for the other people around her, she could easily pass for 1.7 meters tall. She had a well-proportioned figure, a pretty face, and was wearing a kimono, wooden clogs, and thick white socks. She didn't look like she was in the middle of a cold snap at all. All I can say is that psychics are just as willful as they are powerful. Hand over 50 people and I'll leave immediately. This Sakura girl said in broken Chinese. Wu Shanglong is the boss of the Zhengyan settlement, and Xiao Ran was right in guessing that it was the 175-year-old man, the one who sat upright. He snorted and said, dream on. Wu Shanglong, how many people do you have now? Can you withstand such a drain? Sakura Koo was still trying to persuade him. Why insist on doing this for some ordinary people? Our boss really likes you. If you join us, he can make you the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang. Xiao Ran raised his eyebrows. There was a Black Dragon Gang more than 70 years ago, and now the Little Days have really not changed their ways, and they've made another one. Just from the name, you can tell the Little Days' true intentions. Wu Shanglong just glanced at the woman and snorted, let's fight. What's with all the nonsense? He was obviously a hot-tempered person, and he killed his way out directly. Boom! He turned into a ball of flame, as if he had installed some kind of booster, suddenly levitating into the air and flying towards the group of Little Days. He really flew over. Playing with fire should be considered a mage, but Wu Shanglong did not have the awareness of a crispy mage at all. He hid behind others and threw fireballs, but instead rushed into the group of Little Days, like a meteorite crashing into them. Quickly disperse! Sakura Koo shouted, waving her hands, and an extremely thick ice shield instantly formed in front of her. Boom! Wu Shanglong crashed into it, and the ice shield was immediately melted by his blazing flames, but the group of Little Days also scattered and fled. Sakura Koo shouted angrily, and half of her body immediately turned into ice. Even her skin became transparent, and you could vaguely see behind you, but the light was refracted by layers, and the scenery you saw was blurry. Wu Shanglong, you don't drink the toast, you drink the penalty. Sakura Koo and Wu Shanglong fought. Ice and fire just counter each other. The two are about the same strength, you ice, I melt, you cold, I hot. The fight was fierce. Brothers, kill these little devils. Wang Tai also shouted, and pulled Sun Limin away. His superpower is to give objects kinetic energy, so he became a sniper. The speed of ordinary bullets can reach 5 times the speed of sound with his superpower, so under the same quality, how many times more lethal is a bullet that travels at 5 times the speed of sound than an ordinary bullet? 25 times. This is enough to pose a threat to most superpowered people. Suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out. Xiao Ran opened his spatial perception and absorbed everything into his mind. He didn't rush to attack, but when someone from the Wu Shanglong side was in danger, he intervened with his abilities of spatial cutting and spatial exchange. As a result, there was no possibility of injury on the Wu Shanglong side, but the people brought by Sakura Koo began to be injured and even killed one after another. After more than 10 casualties, the morale on that side plummeted, and everyone was afraid of fighting. Sakura Koo had no choice but to retreat. As the saying goes, don't chase a fleeing enemy. But Wu Shanglong, with his hot temper, obviously preferred to chase the fleeing enemy. He chased them all the way, and after 3 more deaths on the Sakura Koo side, he finally stopped chasing. The gongs were sounded to call back the troops, and everyone was in high spirits, roaring non-stop. What a beautiful battle! Only Sun Limin was looking around. Where was Xiao Ran? How could Big Brother Xiao disappear? Chapter 350, Xiao Ran attacks. Xiao Ran jumped up and down on the roof. He now had the strength to jump over 100 meters, and it was no problem to run across the roof. Occasionally he failed to jump over, but there was still room for exchange to remedy the situation. He watched Wu Shanglong stop and turn back, but still did not attack, and followed Sakura Keiko and the others for another 2 kilometers. Sakura Keiko stopped. She counted the remaining number of people and could not help but be angry and surprised. I brought 52 people here, and now? There are only 36 left. Damn it, damn it. They often fought with the 5 major powers, and although there were inevitably casualties, it was not only a loss for both sides, but also no one had ever been as serious as today. 16 people died at once. You have to know that they only have a total of 300 people, and if 16 people die every day, they will all die in less than a month. How could this happen? Sakura Keiko couldn't accept it. Takeo was just the same. He was her equal, and he hadn't suddenly become stronger. The others hadn't made much progress either. It was just that one sniper had become a bit annoying, and she couldn't see him anymore. But that couldn't have fundamentally changed the situation. What was the problem? Sakura Keiko couldn't figure it out. Let's go back first, she said. The boss will be very angry. The little devils were all trembling. They were afraid of the ferocity of Oda Yuri, even though he was one of their own. Oh, actually you don't have to worry. Xiao Ran's voice suddenly rang out, and he also walked out of the building next to the little devils. A person suddenly appeared. The little devils were just being chased, and they were scared. Someone immediately became scared and ran away. But after running 2 steps, they realized that something was wrong. Not only did 2 teammates run away with them, but Sakura Keiko was standing still. The 3 of them walked back in a dejected manner, embarrassed. Pat. 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 Sakura Keiko first slapped each of the 3 men, and said sternly, "In the past, I would have let you commit harakiri." Yes. The 3 little devils all bowed their heads. They weren't afraid that they wouldn't have to commit harakiri now. Sakura Keiko then looked at Xiao Ran, took a look at him, and said lightly, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." She knew all too well the 5 major powers of Haidu, and the generals under them, and there was no way that this person in front of her was one of them. But this person came alone to kill in front of him. What does that mean? He is very powerful. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Sakura Keiko would not underestimate anyone with this kind of thinking. People who think like this usually die very early, but she not only survived, but also became the 3rd or even 2nd person in a small life where male power is deeply ingrained, which shows how careful she is. Xiao Ran smiled, "My surname is Chao. I'm not going to pretend to be cool with you anymore. You bunch of devils, there's no need at all." He didn't attack directly in the Zhangyan settlement because he didn't want to expose his power. After eliminating the devils, it can be imagined that a civil war is inevitable. Moreover, there are satellites in the sky, especially now that there are so many supernormal people with diverse abilities. Although he is now in front of Sakura Keiko and the others, he is covered by his head and his appearance is not exposed. It's never wrong to be careful. He still has more than 500 space exchanges in his hands, and there are only 30 or so little devils in front of him. Even if he uses space exchange on each of them 10 times, it will be more than enough. What's more, he also has a stronger space domain. Let's kill them all at once. He said to himself, what's the point of pretending to be a little devil? A dead little devil is a good devil. Domain, rise. Suddenly, 29 of the 37 little devils were enveloped by the field. It was impossible for 37 people to be crowded together, so there were still 8 people outside the field. Xiao Ran didn't care, and the idea turned, and the space exchange was already launched. 1, 2, 3. The 8 people outside the field immediately appeared in it. This scene naturally made Sakura Keiko and others panic. What kind of ability is this? How can you move people out of thin air? If you throw people into the air, won't they just fall to their deaths? What if it's thrown into the crater? They were all shocked, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Xiao Ran. This Chinese must die. Kill him. Everyone shouted, and they all attacked without waiting for Sakura Keiko to give the order. For a moment, dozens of supernatural powers were simultaneously directed at Xiao Ran. I am a god here, Xiao Ran said indifferently. As his voice fell, the attacks that came at him, whether they were fireballs, ice arrows, sound waves, or swords, all stopped in a bizarre manner. However, although he was pretending to be unable to move, Xiao Ran found that forcibly stopping a large number of attacks caused his psychic power to increase by a large margin. Well, I won't pretend to be like this anymore. It's not safe. Then, the little devils all realized that they couldn't move either. How is that possible? He's only one person. The little devils were trembling, their eyes full of fear. If they fought head-on, then they would die in battle. At the beginning of the end of the world, they dared to evolve as a group, which shows that they are still quite courageous and very abnormal. However, this scene in front of them is really weird. This is the way of life. If you are weaker than them, or just a little stronger, they will try every means to kill you and take everything you have. But when you are countless times stronger than them, and they can only look up to you, then even if you step on their faces and call them dogs, they will accept it gladly. Just like their beautiful father, when he threw 2 bullets, didn't the little ones immediately call him dad? Now Xiao Ran's power has made them desperate, and they immediately lost all their fighting spirit, wanting only to call him dad. Boom! Sakura Koo had already turned into ice, and suddenly, her entire body shattered, turning into countless pieces of ice. Then, at least 200 meters outside the field, her body reappeared, condensed from ice and snow, and then transformed into the color of human skin. She escaped the field in this way. But people can get out of this way, but clothes can't, so she is now naked. Xiao Ran was a little surprised. After the superpower users became stronger, they were able to use all kinds of life-saving methods. He thought about it, and poof, the 36 little devils in the field turned into cell-level fragments at the same time, which were not visible to the naked eye. What even? In the field, Xiao Ran could prevent a fragment from touching him, because this was his world, and he was in control. He reached out and pressed, and a black ball appeared in front of him. This is the 36 little devils, or the materials that make them up. Xiao Ran's mind moved, and the door to space opened, swallowing the black ball. He didn't want any side effects now. Then, he looked over at the only survivor. 200 meters away, Sakura Koo couldn't help but shiver. This Chinese man had an expressionless face, and his eyes were full of cold light, as if he wasn't a person at all, but a corpse. Chapter 351, Fighting the Ice and Snow Psychic. Sakura Koo was filled with fear. Xiao Ran's move just now was too terrifying. 36 people, and all of them were psychics, how could they all die at once? The truth is that she could also kill those 36 people in an instant. When the strength of the psychic power exceeds too much, it is a one-sided massacre. However, Xiao Ran's ability is too strange. It is so strange that she still does not know what kind of psychic power it is. You used fire, ice, and earth to kill people, and that was all traceable, but what was this move? For a moment, she even felt like she was going to die. Who are you? Sakura Koo asked in a low voice. Zurin was very surprised. He had clearly opened his domain, but this woman was still able to escape? Indeed, the domain is not a banishment. It does not form an independent space. As long as he does not prevent it, even ordinary people can freely enter and exit, as if the domain does not exist. The problem is that he has just blocked the space of the realm. No entry, no exit. But Sakura Koo still ran away. TSK, she is worthy of being one of the 3 giants of the Black Dragon Society. It can be imagined that even Sakura Koo is so powerful, then what about the leader, Oda? How powerful is he? He cannot be underestimated, really cannot be underestimated. Chinese. Xiao Ran said in a low voice, his eyes were about to overflow with murderous intent. Sakura Koo laughed, so you're a young radical. Chinese people, history is a thing of the past. That period of history has been over for more than 70 years. Why dwell on it? We all live on this planet together, so why not get along? She was curious about Xiao Ran's identity and feared his strength. She had to find out why Haidu had suddenly appeared as such a mysterious, unknown, and powerful figure. The Black Dragon Society and the 5 major powers have reached a fragile balance, and a slight external force could break the balance. Therefore, a Xiao Ran is naturally no problem, but if he joins the ranks of the 5 major powers, it will be a bit tricky. It could even ruin their plans. Xiao Ran walked towards Sakura Koo with his hands behind his back, seemingly casually, but his superpower did not need to be used with his hands, it was a matter of a thought. Put it down? He laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke. To let go of hatred was the business of our ancestors, but what I have to do is to send you to meet them. 35 million casualties, and in your mouth it is a light and airy let go? Good. I swear here that I will definitely go to your tiny island country, regardless of gender, age, or good or evil, and wipe your dirty nation off the face of the earth. After all, in another 70 years, someone will say that it's just history, and that it's okay to let go. After hearing this, Sakura Keiko's face naturally looked terrible. Although she didn't believe that Xiao Ran had such power, when someone pointed at your nose and said that they wanted to wipe out your country and your entire race, how could you not be angry? But anger aside, Sakura Keiko was even more calm. Xiao Ran only talked to her about hatred, but he never revealed his own identity information, making her spying completely ineffective. She continued to provoke him. You have great ambitions, but you don't even dare to tell me your name? It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that there's no need. Besides, you also have a cursing psychic, although Wang Tai said that this person needs to get something from the target to activate the curse, but will the enemy give you all their cards? Maybe Ozawa Taro can activate the curse by name? Maybe it hasn't been used yet, or maybe it's a new ability. Xiao Ran's heart stirred, and he said, a real man doesn't change his name when he goes, and I'm Xiao Xining. He looked generous. Sakura Keiko's heart gave a slight twitch, and she sneered repeatedly. Ozawa Taro really couldn't curse the target by name, but they did have a psychic who could locate the target by name. If the target had the same name, they would all sense it, which was very strange. She didn't have the confidence to kill Xiao Ran, but as long as she knew his name, she could locate him. At that time, she and Oda Yuri would go out together, and they could still kill this Xiao Xining, couldn't they? Xiao Jun, nice to meet you. Lucky. Sakura Keiko smiled, but the smile on her face had not yet faded. She had already waved her hands, and boom, 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 at least dozens of ice spears poked out of the ground. Xiao Ran didn't even dodge? Sakura Keiko was stunned. This seemingly difficult opponent was solved like this? Wait, no. She saw that although the ice spines she sent penetrated Xiao Ran's body, this guy seemed like a phantom and was not hurt at all. The next moment, boom, 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 all the ice spines were shattered. Xiao Ran used two abilities, banishing himself and then using spatial compression on the ice spikes. Why not use the spatial field? In the field, what attack can hurt him? The theory is like this, but opening the field consumes too much energy. Why spend more when you can get the same effect with less energy? Xiao Ran thought, and the spatial gate opened. Whoosh, hundreds of sonic steel bars shot towards Sakura Keiko. Ding 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 ding. The steel bars shot to Sakura Keiko, but in front of her was a thick ice shield. Because of the difference in attributes, the steel bars only penetrated the ice, like a hedgehog, but could not break it. However, this was just Xiao Ran's trick. He exchanged places with one of the steel bars, and had already brought himself within 100 meters of Sakura Keiko. A stone was thrown. Space exchange. The next moment, Sakura Keiko, who was still inside the ice shield, appeared in midair in a strange way, although she was only 3 meters above the ground. She had already begun to fall, and just a few millimeters below was the space portal. Die. Bang. At this moment, Sakura Keiko, who was facing the threat of death, suddenly shattered and turned into countless snowflakes. It is true that a few snowflakes drifted into the space portal, but more of them drifted to other places. Another 200 meters away, Sakura Keiko reappeared, her body covered in blood. The snowflakes that drifted into the other dimension were part of her body, and this part of her body was permanently lost, so she was naturally very hurt. But it was better than losing her life. You are a spatial power user, Sakura Keiko said with gritted teeth. Through the various methods used by Xiao Ran, she finally determined the nature of Xiao Ran's power. That's all. Xiao Ran ignored her and fired a large amount of sonic stones. She roared, her body suddenly swelling, and the nearby snowflakes surged over, attaching themselves to her body. She instantly became a snow giant over 100 meters tall. She punched Xiao Ran. Chapter 352, just a little bit off. How big is the fist of a giant over 100 meters tall? This punch was fast and heavy, easily breaking the speed of sound, so even though it was such a terrifying punch coming at her, there was not the slightest sound of it. Xiao Ran was indifferent, opening a space portal above his head. The fist came crashing down, and the strange thing was that the fist disappeared into a different dimension, and not only that, because the force was so strong, the entire ice giant was rushing forward, so after the fist disappeared, the forearm and then the upper arm were swallowed up one by one. It was only at this point that Keiko Sakurada finally stopped her body, no longer moving forward, and even took a step back. The huge ice giant was missing a right arm, which looked very strange. Xiao Ran sighed in regret. The ice giant seemed to be one entity, but in fact it was made up of countless pieces of broken ice and snow, which could also be seen as countless individuals. Therefore, the spatial portal could only swallow whatever it could reach, and could not swallow the entire ice giant. Moreover, the size of the ice giant also exceeded the upper limit of the spatial portal, and even if it was one entity, it might not be able to be swallowed. Sure enough, as the supernormal ability users became stronger, the lethality of the spatial portal became worse and worse. Wei Lily lived in the different space for a few minutes, and Duan Qiang lived even longer. Imprisoning Sujuan seemed to be invincible in the different space, and now there was a situation where the space gate could not contain her. One trick won't get you far. It's okay, I'm still accurate with my upper body techniques. Sakura Keiko's real body was under the thick ice of the ice giant. She could see and hear through the ice giant, and even simulate her expression. This Chao Xining is too difficult to deal with. His attacks are fierce, and his defenses are impeccable. How can there be such a perfect superpower in the world? Snow like a mountain. She snorted and activated her superpower again. Around Xiao Ran, giant ice and snow hands reached out and slapped at him, and even the ground turned into a giant ice and snow hand, ready to crush Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran activated space exchange. He appeared in front of Keiko Sakurada about 100 meters away in an instant, and a large amount of sonic stones poured out, but he continued to advance, cutting into Keiko Sakurada by 100 meters. Space cut. He slashed at Keiko Sakurada's brain. Keiko Sakurada immediately felt a strong warning of danger, and her body instantly turned into ice. Bang! The space-cutting sword went up, but it didn't cut through. However, hundreds of sonic stones had already hit, and the ice giant was instantly blown to pieces, and Sakurada Keiko's body fell from the sky. Good opportunity. Xiao Ran opened the space gate again and prepared to collect Sakurada Keiko from below. Sakurada Keiko let out a scream and turned into snowflakes again. Humph. Xiao Ran activated space compression, compressing all the falling snowflakes into the space portal. Is it done? No. From a distance, Sakurada Keiko reappeared. Except for her pale face, she was unharmed. She glared at Xiao Ran and suddenly plunged toward the ground. Boom! When her body hit the snow, she turned into countless pieces of snow and fell to the ground. She ran away? Xiao Ran searched through his spatial awareness. He found her. He discovered that 5 kilometers away, there was a person moving through the snow and ice at a surprisingly fast speed, and she was about to leave his range of perception. Damn it, why is this woman so hard to kill? Xiao Ran was determined, and he used spatial exchange on himself continuously. He could move 100 meters at a time, and he could activate it with a single thought. With the help of spatial awareness, he could precisely locate the available objects on his route and exchange them in an instant. How fast he could run depended entirely on how fast he could think. After so many days of training, his thoughts were naturally flying. 10 thoughts per second. In other words, he could advance 1 kilometer per second. This was of course much faster than Sakurada Keiko's speed, and he quickly closed the distance between the two. 4 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 300 meters, 100 meters. It's okay. Space exchange. Suddenly, Sakurada Keiko appeared in midair in front of him. This time, Xiao Ran directly opened his domain to completely kill this woman. The abilities of this woman were also strange and varied. The combination of the spatial gate and the spatial exchange had already been ineffective twice, so this time he switched back to the spatial domain. The last time it was used against 37 people, this time it was used against one person, which was completely different. He didn't want to give Sakurada Keiko time to react, and immediately began to dismantle. I'll reduce you to the cellular level, and you'll still be able to come back? However, while he was dismantling her, Sakurada Keiko was also dissipating on her own, turning into flakes of snow. Hey, she's running away. Xiao Ran looked over 200 meters away, and Sakurada Keiko appeared again, only this time her face was even paler, and there was even a hint of a sickly redness on her cheeks. This kind of escape technique must be part of her abilities, but it could be fatal to use once. If she does it again, she won't be able to hold on. He immediately activated the space exchange to pursue her, but Sakurada Keiko only looked at Xiao Ran with a look of hatred and then turned into a giant over 100 meters tall and ran away. She was really desperate, and her speed was terrifying. But no matter how fast she ran, could she outrun the space exchange? Sakura Koo only ran for more than 2 kilometers before Xiaoran closed in on her to within 100 meters. So what if you hide among the giants? I'll swap you out. Xiaoran was about to attack, but suddenly felt a sense of danger, and immediately used the space swap on himself. He appeared 100 meters away at an angle. Where he stood, a dazzling light flashed, and poof, it cut into the snow, creating a 3-meter-long, 5-meter-deep crack. In the meantime, Keiko Sakurada had run out again. But she didn't run too far, but stopped next to a man in a samurai outfit. This man looked to be in his early 40s, holding his samurai sword in his hand, and behind him were 2 wings, with a wingspan of 10 meters, and the wings were covered with feathers like daggers, exuding a cold light. Chairman, this man is called Xiao Xining, a spatial psychic with many abilities. He is very strange and I am completely no match for him. Sakura Koo removed her giant appearance and said respectfully to the man. Xiaoran suddenly realized that this man was Oda Yuri. He is worthy of being the leader of the little devils here. His strength is really not to be underestimated. Just now, he just waved a knife in the air, but the knife energy could actually cut through the ice and snow, reaching a depth of 5 meters. How terrifying! It is just that since this person came, it is difficult to kill Sakura Koo. Not only that. Xiaoran saw that more people came to support him. Oh, I have come to the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. Chapter 353, Retreat for now, come back tonight, 3,200 more. Oda Yuri pressed his hand, and all the little devils stopped and stood behind him respectfully. He looked at Xiaoran and smiled. Xiao Jun, there is an old saying in your country, he who knows the times is a hero. Our Black Dragon Society is the strongest force in Haidu, without a doubt. Haidu is the most densely populated city in your country, and we can be the king of Haidu. No matter which city in your country we are in, we are the strongest force. If you are our enemy, you are also an enemy of the general trend. This is a very unwise act. But we in the Black Dragon Society are thirsty for talent. As long as you join us, I won't care what you've done before. On the contrary, I will use you and let you enjoy countless riches and glory. His Chinese was not very standard, but he obviously had a lot of research on Chinese culture, otherwise he couldn't have said so many colloquialisms. Xiaoran sneered. The devils are really cunning. Although it seems that Oda Yuri is speaking very openly, if he really believes it, he will be beaten to death by a group of people in the next second. If it were anyone else, Xiaoran might be able to put on a show and see who the best actor is, but the little devil is not worth it. I feel sick just talking to you. Here, let's start with a small appetizer. He thought for a moment, and a large amount of sonic steel and sonic stone shot out. Moreover, he opened the space gate in alternating directions, so although the attack was generally from one direction, there was a big difference. Humph. Oda Yuri snorted in displeasure, and swung his sword. Swish, 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 a large amount of sword energy was cut out by him, each one was extremely dazzling and blinding. Boom, 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 one after another, pieces of sonic stone and pieces of sonic steel were cut and shattered. One person was able to neutralize most of Xiaoran's attacks, but Xiaoran's attacks were pre-stored, and they did not consume any special abilities. So, the other little devils also took action, each showing off their special abilities, and neutralizing the remaining attacks. The more people, the more power. The main thing is that there is this main force, Oda Yuri, who can withstand most of Xiaoran's firepower, so the others naturally feel at ease. The next moment, countless attacks were fired back at Xiaoran. Xiaoran didn't even bother to dodge, he just opened the space door to collect all the attacks and then returned them directly. This is called hitting yourself. He doesn't create attacks, he's just a porter for them. Suddenly, the little devils were all flustered, but they were able to disperse the wave of attacks. In fact, it's easy to disperse Xiaoran's attack. Just stand apart, surround him, and attack at the same time. But once they separate, they will easily be defeated one by Xiaoran. This is also the reason why Toshiro did not issue an order to disperse the attack. He frowned, and even his eyebrows were about to knot. This suddenly appeared opponent is too difficult to deal with. Seeing that he was about to unify Haidu, the next step was naturally to sweep the entire China, easily taking this huge country into his pocket and turning all the Chinese into his slaves and raw materials for providing supernormal abilities. How did such a monster suddenly appear? He pressed his hand, don't attack all at once, one by one. One by one, then Xiao Xining will also have to use his power to deflect the attack. He didn't believe that Xiaoran could do this with zero consumption, because the activation of any power requires the consumption of power, which is currently the only scientific place. The little devils were divided into groups and took turns attacking. Xiao Ran accepted all of them, but did not counterattack. He had to be careful not to let the other side see him clearly. In this way, Xiao Ran did not consume any energy, and the little devils did not either. Taking turns to attack meant that they could take turns to recover their powers, and they could also waste a very long time with Xiao Ran. The two sides seemed to be at a stalemate, but they were all thinking about their own plans. Xiao Ran thought about it and decided to retreat. What are you playing during the day? The night is his home court. I'll come back at night. Will you run away like Gao Liang? Retreat. Little devils, don't forget to wash your necks clean. I'll be back soon to take your lives. He laughed, and the space exchange activated, instantly disappearing. What should we do? Ojajiri's face was gloomy. This had never happened since they had all evolved. They had been beaten up and yet let the enemy escape. You have to know that the Black Dragon Society is the strongest force in Haidu, and they have always been the ones doing the bullying. This damn Chinese. Chao Shining, 8 squares. He couldn't help but curse. When Sakura Koo said that the people they took out this time were all wiped out, Oda Yuri was so angry that he almost wanted to kill someone. 52 people with superpowers, all dead. This is too much of a loss. Chao Shining, 8 squares. 8 squares. He hated this Chinese man named Xiao Shining. But what can he do? Can he stop someone who comes and goes as he pleases? I really want to dig up Chao's ancestral grave. Xiao Ran seemed to have left, but he turned a corner and came back. He was standing in a building, 3 kilometers away from the residential area occupied by the Black Dragon Society, but his spatial awareness was already enough to cover the entire residential area. The entire Black Dragon Society had only 300 people, but there were nearly 1,000 people in the residential area. Some were women plundered by the Black Dragon Society to let them vent their animal desires, and more were in the process of feverish evolution. However, whether they can successfully evolve or not, the outcome will not change in the slightest. Xiao Ran quickly located Oda Yuri. There were actually 5 women in his house. However, 2 of them were obviously Sakura girls, one looked almost 30 years old, and the other was only 20 years old. Through their names, Anata-san, Xiao Ran knew that the 2 women were Oda Yuri's wife and daughter. In fact, he had never learned the language of the demons, but later he watched a love-action film with the girls, and there was such a term in it. After watching it many times, at least these nouns were remembered. In addition, there is also one-san sauce, which means brother and sister. The little devils are very keen on making softcore films. Xiao Ran felt that he was still very good at learning. Obviously, Oda's current wife is not his original wife, otherwise how could a barely 30-year-old woman give birth to a 20-year-old daughter? Well, it's a lot like the Zhuang Jiechen family. He did miss the lunatics at the sanatorium, though. 114 and 9 were crazy, but they were pure crazy, unlike the other psychics who seemed to have 800 eyes. It was still early, just past noon. Xiao Ran took out his tools and prepared to make himself a hot pot meal. But before the water had even boiled, he received a call. It was from home. He answered the call immediately. Xiao Ran, it seems that Shinran has begun to evolve. Su Qingmei's voice immediately came through. What? Chapter 354, Su Shinran has really evolved. Xiao Ran was stunned. He had tried many times before, and as long as someone has evolved, they can no longer continue to evolve. All the women who had failed had tried. He had previously suspected that Zhang Jingya was an exception, and perhaps others could evolve twice or even thrice? No, it really can't. But now Su Qingmei said that Su Shinran has actually begun the second evolution? How can you be sure? He asked. Shinran has a high fever, and the medicine she took didn't work at all. Su Qingmei said that it looks a lot like the way she looked when she evolved. Can she really evolve a second time? Zuran thought about it and asked, what did she do? Or what happened to her? Su Qingmei immediately said, in the morning, we planned to clear the snow from the manor. After working for a while, it started to snow lightly. We went back to the house, and not long after, Shinran started to have a fever. Did she catch a cold? Xiao Ran asked. She caught a cold. Su Shinran is not a superhuman, so it's normal for her to have a fever. Su Shinran said, Lulu treated Shinran, but it didn't work. She also said that Shinran wasn't sick. If a healer says that Su Shinran is not sick, then it is most likely true that she is not sick. Xiao Ran was curious, and looked at the time again. It was only a little after 11 o'clock, and it was still early in the evening. Okay, let's go back to Qingfeng Garden first, and then come back in the evening. He immediately set off, heading for Suzhou. After more than an hour, he appeared at home. Where is Shinran? He asked. Her bedroom. Su Qingmei came up to greet him. Xiao Ran came to the 4th floor and saw Su Shinran lying on the bed. Sure enough, she was running a high fever, and her consciousness was clear and confused at the same time, which was very consistent with the characteristics of evolution. He looked at it with his enhanced spatial perception and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This is indeed evolving, and it's very strange. Because Su Shinran's cells are strengthening. How could this be? Even if evolution really begins and even if it is ultimately successful, it will not be different from ordinary people until the energy seed has successfully condensed and then automatically disintegrated. But looking at Su Shinran, it is clear that she has already reached the stage of the energy seed dissolving and nourishing the body. The problem is that she is still running a high fever, but it is a long prelude. Strange, very strange. Is it snowing? Xiao Ran thought, and asked Su Qingmei, is there anything strange about this snow? Su Qingmei thought for a moment and shook her head. It was just ordinary snow, and it was very small, falling for a short time, no more than half an hour at most. But apart from the snow, what other variables are there? Also, not only Su Shinran, but also Zhang Jingya, Yan Xin, and many other women have not succeeded in evolving. They are also shoveling snow outside, and they should have been hit by snowflakes. Xiao Ran was a little worried. It seemed that she would have to wait until Su Shinran came to her senses and ask her again. Maybe she would know what had happened to her. It's okay, don't worry. Xiao Ran said, she is evolving, and she has succeeded. Her cells are growing. In my experience, this is a sign of successful evolution. The strange thing is that her evolution is inexplicable, it is too rapid, and it is still accompanied by a high fever. Su Qingmei was both happy and worried. It was a good thing that her sister had evolved, but why was she still running a high fever? This was different from everyone else, and she had to worry about it. Xiao Ran looked at her for a while and then left Su Shinran's room. It's useless to just sit there. But he didn't know when Su Shinran would suddenly change, and if he was in Haidu, he wouldn't be able to get back in time, so after thinking about it for a while, Xiao Ran decided not to go to Haidu tonight. He could only let the scum of the Black Dragon Society live a few more days. After returning home, Xiao Ran threw out the bodies of those with supernormal abilities, absorbed some of them himself, and also let the women share some. Xiao Ran estimated that he had killed 3 little devils at school, and then he had taken in 36 in one go, for a total of 39. The strength of the little devils varied, and on average they could provide 4 doses of supernormal ability, so that was almost 160 doses. He absorbed about 100, and the rest was shared by the women. Soon, the side effects of absorbing the supernatural powers came. Suddenly, everything was colorful, and every path led to bliss. It was a night of absurdity, and it was very refreshing. With a flash of light, Xiao Ran appeared in Su Shinran's bedroom. Her skin was red, and even steam was rising from her body. Xiao Ran immediately activated the enhanced version of his spatial awareness and took a closer look. Su Shinran's body had a strong energy surging within, but it was not surging or violent, instead it was very gentle, and even without Xiao Ran's interference, it would not cause any harm to her body. She had reached a critical time in her evolution, and putting it on someone else's body was the moment of life and death, and the possibility of death was as high as 90%, but in Xiao Ran's opinion, Su Shinran was 100% able to pass it smoothly. Strange. The last time I saw such a smooth one was when Imprisoning Sujuan artificially created a superhuman. The superhuman she created with her soul fragments as the core had no possibility of improvement, and even the superhuman needed to be refined. But Su Shinran and Imprisoning Sujuan had never met, so there was no possibility of Imprisoning Sujuan tampering with her. Okay, let's ask her when she wakes up. At this time, Su Qingmei also ran over, and she was naturally most worried about her younger sister. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Suddenly, Su Shinran moaned and opened her eyes. Shinran. Su Qingmei cried out at the first opportunity. Su Shinran was still a little confused, and suddenly saw 2 faces in front of her. When she saw that one of them was Xiao Ran, she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. I had so many nightmares, it was so scary. Su Qingmei rolled her eyes. I'm your sister, and now you're giving me second priority? Xiao Ran patted Su Shinran on the shoulder. You should have superpowers now. What are they? Sushin let go of Xiao Ran and realized that the other person next to her was her sister. She blushed. Oh no, I've been so busy with men that I forgot about my sister. She lowered her head sheepishly, and her senses were picking up. I really have superpowers. She was overjoyed and extremely excited. There was no way around it. That green tea always hit her, showing off in front of her. She really wanted to have superpowers in her dreams, so of course she was naturally surprised, excited. Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei both looked at her. What superpower did you awaken? Su Xinran suddenly smiled. This smile was inexplicable, but Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei were infected by it, as if something wonderful had happened to them, and they couldn't help but smile. Could it be? Su Xinran's sad expression reappeared, and the joy that Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei had just felt immediately disappeared, and they suddenly wanted to cry out. Chapter 355 Golden Snowflakes. Xiao Ran was shocked. His emotions had actually been affected. He was a big boss who had absorbed more than 7,000 powers, and yet he had been affected by a novice who had just awakened? No. Xiao Ran checked Su Xinran's cell strength. Even though she had just awakened, her body's strengthening had not yet been fully completed, but her cell strength was already 5 times the normal amount. Su Xinran had just awakened, and her body's enhancement was not yet complete, but her cell strength was already 5 times the normal amount. Su Xinran had just awakened with 5 times the normal amount, and she was not a physical type. So, when her body enhancement is complete in 2 or 3 days, will it actually be equivalent to 10 times the normal amount? She had awakened with 10 times the normal amount of power. Where did this come from? That's great, Xinran, you finally have superpowers. Su Qingmei was holding her sister and looked excited. Su Xinran also nodded vigorously. Now I can give that green tea a good scolding, and see how she can still be arrogant. Yes, I'm going to make her cry to death. Gee, the little girl has quite a big sense of revenge. Xiao Ran didn't care about the jealousy of the women, and asked, do you remember what happened before you fainted? Su Xinran nodded repeatedly after a brief recollection. I remember. After the snow, I noticed a very special snowflake because it was golden. I tried to catch it with my hand, but it melted as soon as it touched my skin, and then I felt my heartbeat quicken. And my whole body heat up. Xiao Ran couldn't help but freeze in place. A golden snowflake? Wait. Wasn't the golden liquid that Qin Sujuan extracted from the bodies of those with supernormal abilities also a pale golden liquid, which she called supernormal ability liquid, and which could enhance supernormal abilities when absorbed? What is the connection between the two? If Qin Sujuan hadn't died, he would really be worried that this woman was behind it. But the problem is that this woman is dead, split into cells by the space field, and her superpowers have been absorbed by him, so it is completely impossible for her to survive. So what is going on? If the factors affecting the superpower users are removed, is it purely a natural phenomenon? Now there is another way for superpower users to be born? Moreover, Su Xinran had almost 10 times the amount right after her evolution, which is a bit scary. If you think about it, all abilities are caused by mysterious cosmic rays, so what's so strange about these rays causing mutations and allowing people to become supernaturals without risk? No, maybe Su Xinran has already evolved once, and although she failed, she is now immune to death, so this time she has become a supernatural being directly, while others still have to go through the evolution process for about 10 days? There are too few samples to make a conclusion. But there is now indeed an additional path to evolution. Xiao Ran had previously guessed that after the evolution of the entire population began, the current meager number of survivors would be reduced by 90%, with only 10% able to survive in the end, and about 1 in 1,000 people able to become a superpower. However, now it seems that the number of superpowers will undoubtedly increase dramatically. The premise is that this golden snow will continue to appear, and the quantity cannot be small. Can I absorb this golden snowflake? Xiao Ran thought, can I absorb it directly after the death of a superpower? Unfortunately, I can't try it. And even if this golden snowflake is not an isolated case, and even if it will become a normal occurrence in the future, the Earth is so big that no one knows where the next snowfall will be. This is definitely a new variable. Xiao Ran thought for a while, and then he just put his doubts aside. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it more? Let's just take things one step at a time. As the old saying goes, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Xiao Ran looked at Su Xinran with interest. It had been a long time, and the side effects should have set in by now. However, Su Xinran's eyes were clear, and her face was only flushed with excitement, but there was no redness of desire intertwined. Strange. Xiaoran couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have any special feelings?" Ah? Sushin was at a loss, and looked at Xiaoran blankly. Su Qingmei also realized and couldn't help but be surprised. After awakening the ability to absorb, there will be very strong side effects. Don't you have any? Oh. Su Xinran thought of this only now, and her face turned even redder. How embarrassing. She felt carefully and shook her head. No, I don't have any lewd thoughts. Speak from your conscience, don't deceive yourself. Xiao Ran said solemnly. Su Xinran looked down and saw the big hand on her conscience, speechless. Shouldn't I be the one to feel my conscience? This guy, always teasing himself in different ways. The facts prove that Su Xinran really has no side effects. Although her eyes are very charming, she is not at all the type that is on fire. From beginning to end, she is only devoted, not driven by desire. This is really strange. Unfortunately, all the supernaturals in the different space have been used up, otherwise she could try absorbing supernaturals to see if there are still no side effects, or if it is only when she awakens. Variables. Xiaoran stayed at home for a long time, and only left at 5 p.m. to go to Haidu. It was still early in the day for Lu Mei and 2Xinu to finish their evolution, so he could go out and have fun without worrying about them. It would only take an hour to get back. It was dark, and Xiaoran had also arrived at the territory of the Black Dragon Society. Tonight, he was going to kill mercilessly. There is no need to feel any pity for the little people. Whoever they are all going to die. Xiaoran opened his spatial perception, and the entire neighborhood was under his control. Although he only recognized Taichi and Keiko Sakurada, he immediately discovered Ozawa Taro, the caster, through the identification of cell strength. He was a man in his 20s with unkempt hair and beard, and was a complete otaku. Unlike other little devils, as long as there is a man in the house, there will be at least one woman to accompany him. There is no woman in this man's house, but there are instead a row of thighs. The woman's legs should be cut off alive and placed neatly. Ozawa Taro stared at these thighs and did unspeakable things. What a pervert! Little days are all perverted, and this is simply perverted to the extreme. Chapter 356, Come with high spirits and leave satisfied. Xiaoran endured the discomfort and located 5 little devils whose strength was obviously a lot stronger. These 5 people should be the so-called top 10 generals, but there are only 5 of them here now. The rest should have been sent out to fight, just like that strong man. Apart from these 8 people, there are actually no more masters on the side of the little devils, and their strength has directly fallen off. The 9th ranked person has absorbed at most 30 supernatural powers, which is completely unremarkable. Xiaoran has 2 choices. First, capture the king before capturing the thief, and solve the 8 masters one by one. Even if there are still nearly 300 little devils, if they don't run away when they face each other, Xiaoran is confident that he can solve them all within a few minutes. Second, he could leave the 8 masters alone and focus on eliminating the little karamis. This would weaken the little devils and make him stronger, so that he could face the 8 masters with more confidence. After thinking it over, Xiaoran decided to start with the masters. His first target was Ozawa Taro. This pervert. At this time, the fog was thick, and with the blessing of the night, it was pitch dark. It was the perfect time to kill. Xiaoran quietly set out. His current psychic power reserve is 100%, and the space exchange is also unused, which can be used continuously for more than 700 times, which is prepared for tonight's hunting activities. He moved quietly and came to the building where Ozawa Taro was located. This building has only 9 floors, so it is naturally impossible to be more than 100 meters high, which is completely within the scope of space exchange. If you only know how to curse, then you can just die. Xiaoran threw a stone, and as it started to fall, he opened a space portal below it, then locked onto the stone and Ozawa Taro, and activated the space exchange. Suddenly, the perverted otaku appeared in front of Xiaoran, and fell into the invisible space portal. Without a doubt, Ozawa Taro disappeared without a trace. No! Xiaoran frowned, because what appeared in the different space was not a person, but a hare. A living person has become a hare? What a strange thing. This should be Ozawa Taro's superpower. Sure enough, no superpower can be underestimated. Look at him, he doesn't have the physique of a martial artist, nor the flashy skills of a mage, nor the ability to transform like a beast, but he has this means of taking someone else's life. A hare for a life? Shit, do I have to shave this person bald first? But just think about it for a moment, this life-saving method is definitely extremely limited. How can it be activated whenever you want? 3 times, 5 times? At most 10 times. On the other side, Ozawa Taro appeared in a secret room, his face full of shock and fear. He was sitting at home, but for some reason he appeared outside, and he didn't see anything. He was forced to use his life-saving ability once. You have to know that it's very difficult to create a hair that can take the blame for you, and after it's created, it only lasts for 10 days. After it's used once, it's gone. He only has 5 of them in total, and they're all in different places. This time, he really died for no reason. Zhao Xining, it must be that Chinese guy. Sakura Koo had described in detail the process of fighting with the Chinese, and everyone analyzed it together, basically figuring out the abilities of this Chinese person. Therefore, he immediately realized that it was Zhao Xining who had killed him after the shock. How could the other party see in the fog? This is a power they didn't guess. Miscalculation. Ozawa Taro sent out an alarm as soon as possible, beep beep beep. He blew a whistle, which seemed ordinary, but it instantly spread throughout the entire community. This was the sound of a powerful psychic, and it had a penetrating power. The next moment, all the psychics in the entire neighborhood were alerted. Enemy attack. Feng Jianjin. Odo Yuri shouted. Yes. A man broke out of the window. The strange thing was that he didn't land, but floated in the air. Suddenly, the wind was raging. The snowflakes danced in the air, white and white, but the fog was also blown away. Coupled with the bright light beams from the searchlights on the roof, the entire neighborhood was not as bright as day, but it was not much different. Gee, to be able to become a major force, there are indeed all kinds of talented people. This little devil named Kazama is one of the 10 generals, and his ability should be to control the wind, otherwise it would be impossible to blow a gust of wind to create a storm, and even blow away such a dense fog. Unfortunately, this person is not only floating in midair, but also far away from the ground, beyond the limit of space exchange, and a large group of little devils have rushed out, and the light beams of the searchlights have all been directed at him. Obviously, he has been discovered. He has come here, so how can he return without accomplishing anything? Xiaoran once again activated space exchange. As long as it was within the scope of this ability, I didn't care what it was, I got it all and let it fall into the space gate. However, not everyone fell into the space portal helplessly. On the contrary, many people showed strange abilities to escape from danger. But Xiaoran used space compression again, and 90% of the people were unable to resist and could only fall in. But there were only 10 people. Swish! The terrifying blade energy came at him, forcing Xiaoran to open the space portal in front of him and absorb the blade. He smiled and then spat out the sword energy, slashing it towards the group of little devils. This was the sword energy of Tatajiri. How could the ordinary little devils block it? At this moment, Sakura Koo rushed out, transforming into a snow giant over 100 meters tall, and with her huge body, she took the sword energy. Pa! The snow giant was immediately cut in half, but such a fierce sword energy was also dissipated. Xiaoran sighed slightly and turned around without hesitation. The space exchange was activated, and who could stop him? This night raid killed 10 little devils, not a waste. He came here in high spirits and left satisfied, but the little devils were all furious. Hagaku. Oda Yuri cursed. They are the Black Dragon Society, and they were attacked by a Chinese person in the middle of the night, losing 10 supernaturals. If they lost, doesn't that mean that the enemy is strong? This Chinese person can move in the fog, so be on your guard at night in case he comes back to kill us, said Oda Yuri. Yes. The little devils all nodded and bowed. Although the losses were only ordinary subordinates, the Black Dragon Society, which had always been used to being the king, was actually beaten so badly that it made everyone feel a breath of anger and also had a strong fear. This Chinese person is too terrible. Chapter 357, Boss Shin comes to the door. When the enemy thought that Xiaoran was going to make a comeback, he had no intention of doing so at all. He slept soundly. When he woke up, he felt comfortable. He had breakfast and thought about it, and decided to go to Zhang'an's settlement to take a look. At his speed, how long would it take to get to Zhang'an's settlement? When he arrived at the door, the guard already recognized him and let him in directly. Wang Tai immediately came out to greet him, first looking him up and down, and when he saw that he was not injured, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Maybe Xiaoran was just bragging and didn't go to the Black Dragon Gang." Xiaoran handed some frozen food to Wang Tai. He couldn't come empty-handed, could he? Besides, he admired these veterans very much. It's one thing not to want to be a saint, but as long as the saint is not his teammate, that's fine. Wang Tai naturally took it with pleasure and was even more enthusiastic about Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran went to see Sun Limin again. This passionate young man was now full of fighting spirit and passion, as if he had found his life goal and was full of energy. Xiao, where have you been these 2 days? Sun Limin asked. I went to the Black Dragon Gang's lair and killed a few of them. Xiao Ran said casually. Sun Limin was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, Xiao, you really know how to joke. Xiao Ran was speechless. I was clearly telling the truth. Forget it, you can believe it or not. Are you used to living here? He asked. Well, I think this is the path I should take in life. Sun Limin nodded. Xiao Ran joked, are you going to stop buying things for others in the future? How can I? Sun Limin also laughed. Will anyone need the cosmetics and skin care products of the stick in the future? There should be none. Xiao Ran said. The two laughed. Sun Limin said for a while and then went to work. These superheroes not only have to go out every day to find supplies, but also have to train when they are free to improve their combat skills, mainly the cooperation during combat, so that 1 + 1 can produce an effect greater than 2. Xiao Ran is just wandering around in boredom. Xiao brother. After a while, 3 girls appeared in front of him. Aren't they Lin Xiao and the others? After only 2 days, they had a kind of, how should I say, even if they were in trouble before, they still had a touch of spoiled, but now it's different, they all seem to have become the aunties working in the fields. It's not that they're old like this, but it gives the impression. They should be busy planting vegetables every day. Lin Xiao cried out directly, saying, Xiao brother, take me away. It's too hard here. I have to get up at 6 every day, run before I eat, and then work after I eat. Look at my hands. They used to be white and smooth, but now they're almost calloused. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but if she works for 10 or 15 days, she'll definitely get calluses. Lu Tian and Meng Xian nodded repeatedly, both about to cry and looking pitiful. They've never had to suffer like this since they were little. Brother Xiao, just let us follow you. We don't have any extravagant demands. As long as you can support us, we'll do whatever you say. Lin Xiao bit her lip and said, her tears rolling in her eyes. Lu Tian and the other 2 women also nodded eagerly. Xiao Ran had not yet had time to refuse, but he could not help but exclaim. Someone is coming. The 5 of them were led by a very strong and powerful person, definitely not weaker than Wu Shanglong, and the other 4 were very weak, with a gap of 100 times. When the 5 arrived at the entrance of the residential area, the guard immediately notified them by radio. Report, Boss Shin of the Boyuan residential area is here. Oh, it turns out that he is the boss of one of the 6 major forces, no wonder he is so strong. Xiao Ran looked out the window and saw that Boss Shin was surprisingly tall, standing at 2 meters, with a large frame. However, Wu Shanglong was not at all inferior in terms of momentum, and he was still domineering in the face of such a big man. What are you doing here? Wu Shanglong asked very straightforwardly, not giving the other party any face. The boss of the Boyuan settlement, Shen Mingfei, was said to have been a freestyle fighter in the past and had won several championships. Shen Mingfei laughed and said, Boss Wu, it seems that you don't like me very much? I've always hated you. Wu Shanglong still completely ignored him, his face tight and serious. Shen Mingfei was obviously angry now, staring at Wu Shanglong for a long time, his eyes sharp as a sword. After a while, he said, you soldiers are really like rocks in the toilet, smelly and hard. Do you want to fight? Wu Shanglong said coldly. Shen Mingfei pressed his hand and said helplessly, Okay, I'm not here to fight, but I want to talk to you about an alliance. I said, Boss Wu, don't you want to change your mind? You're obviously a superhuman, but you actually eat and live with a group of ordinary people. What equality? The world has never been equal. In the past, it was money, and now it's strength. With strength, you're a superior person and can have privileges. I'll give you a chance. We'll form an alliance and first, we'll destroy the other 3 clans one by one. By then, our power will definitely be greater than that of the other clans. Then we'll kill those clans and we'll dominate Haidu. Boss Wu, cooperate with me. Shen Mingfei stared at Wu Shanglong, his face full of expectation. Wu Shanglong flew into a rage and punched Shen Mingfei. Boom! The fireball burned the air, terrifying. Shen Mingfei immediately used his superpower. His body, which was already 2 meters tall, expanded again, turning him into a giant nearly 4 meters tall, covered in striped hair. His hands also turned into huge, sharp claws, which he swung at Wu Shanglong, hitting him hard. The two of them both took a few steps back after the clash. Wu Shanglong's fist was clearly cut, but no blood flowed down, but a string of flames fell, and Shen Mingfei's fur was slightly scorched. Gee, even if Boss Wu doesn't agree, he doesn't have to be so ruthless, does he? Shen Mingfei was still talking sarcastically. Wu Shanglong's face turned pale, and he said sternly, if it weren't for the fact that we still need to fight the little devils together, just for what you just said, I could shoot you. Shen Mingfei laughed heartily, Boss Wu, you must be a fool in the army. Okay, I've done my best. If you insist on being stubborn, don't regret it later. Goodbye. He led the crowd to leave without even entering the door. Get out. Wu Shanglong spat. When he turned back and walked into the community, his eyebrows immediately tightened. Shen Mingfei must have approached him more than once, but he would have refused, and that doesn't mean that others will do the same. Will the alliance of the 5 major powers fall apart because of this? Chapter 358, White Snow, Black Hair, Red Clothes Like Blood. Although Xiao Ran was more than 100 meters away from the entrance to the residential area, under his spatial awareness, he didn't miss a word of the conversation between Wu Shanglong and Shen Mingfei. He shook his head. Are the alliances between the 5 major powers already so fragile? The devils have not yet been destroyed, and they are already thinking about fighting among themselves. But on the other hand, Shen Mingfei's proposal is not that far-fetched, because if the two families can really unite, then as long as they launch a surprise attack, they can completely kill any ally in the dark. Once they can absorb the abilities of a certain boss, they may be able to break the game in an instant and dominate the market. From this point of view, Shen Mingfei is not that stupid. Xiao Ran shook his head. It seems that the alliance of the 5 major powers in Haidu will soon be broken. Shen Mingfei went to the 4 powers one by one, and which power can believe in others? Do the other 3 have a private alliance with Shen Mingfei? Now there are no binding laws and regulations, can everyone not be suspicious? Is this Shen Mingfei a fool? Obviously, there is still a major enemy, the devils, but at this time he is messing up the internal situation? Xiao brother. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Ran in a daze and actually walked over, about to kneel between Xiao Ran's legs, the intention being more than obvious. Xiao Ran frowned and casually pushed her aside. Go play by yourself. He was too lazy to deal with this kind of woman. She was still a high school student, but she had already seen countless people. Lin Xiaoxiao was rejected again, and she couldn't help but look ugly. She hated Xiao Ran even more in her heart. But what could she do? Ordinary people are like trash in front of supernormal people. If it weren't for the fact that this place is controlled by a group of veterans, women like them wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in labor, but would instead be reduced to playthings. This is the end of the world, and human nature has already been extinguished. They were too lucky. First, they had Sun Limin's protection, and then they were sent here. If they had escaped from another settlement, they would definitely think that this place was paradise. Human desires are bottomless and can never be satisfied. The 3 women were unwilling to leave, but they had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Xiao Ran did not leave, but continued to wander around here, killing time. He decided to go to the Black Dragon Society again at night. Since the decapitation plan could not be carried out smoothly, he would kill the small ones first and nibble away at them step by step. Now he would rest and wait for the night to move. He killed 10 yesterday, so he would have to kill at least 20 today. Well, I guess after the commotion last night, today's tail end will be prepared for it. It will be difficult to kill 10 people, let alone 20. It's okay, killing one is good. Eliminating this group of little devils will allow his supernatural ability to reach a new level, but I don't know if it will generate new abilities. Fighting devils should be the production setting of every citizen. People like Shen Mingfei are defective goods. It's a waste that he grew up to be so big. At noon, Xiao Ran ate a little bit at random. It was a day of eating and drinking spicy food, and it was good to eat lightly occasionally. Sun Limin came and went several times, and he chatted with Xiao Ran for a while, and was quite excited to invite Xiao Ran to go with him to find supplies. It was idle anyway, so Xiao Ran agreed. The two set off, searching through the city of high-rises. Xiao Ran had spatial awareness and could easily find supplies, but in front of Sun Limin, he was a physical type of big guy, so how could he show his ability to predict the future? Anyway, he didn't need supplies, and it was a hassle to find them and carry them back, so he didn't bother to remind him. They searched for more than an hour, but they got nothing. The nearby shopping mall had long been emptied. Sun Limin was very disappointed. He was looking forward to being able to show off, to return with a lot of supplies and to be recognized by his companions, but the reality was so cruel. Xiao Ran didn't want to comfort him. He was about to call him back, but he was slightly stunned. The spatial perception captured a woman walking into the edge of perception. Her footsteps were a bit unsteady. Even though she was wearing thick clothes, she was still freezing and her face was pale, and her lips were bloodless. This is a 90-point beauty, only 24 or 25 years old, with a great figure. Xiao Ran subconsciously strengthened his perception and saw the woman's figure clearly. Big, thin, perky, white. What is big, thin, perky, and white can only be experienced by oneself. At this moment, it suddenly started snowing in the sky. It actually snowed. The woman stopped, looked up, and even held out her hand, as if to catch the falling snowflakes in the sky. 1, 2, the snowflakes floated on her beautiful face. She closed her eyes slightly, as if making a decision. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and revealed a knowing smile. She took off her thick down jacket and inside was a bright red wedding dress, pure Chinese style. When she took off her hat, her hair was neatly combed and there was not a single strand out of place. Although there were many, there was no sense of nouveau riche, but rather an elegant beauty. She kicked off her leather boots and lay down barefoot. Her hair was blacker than ink, and her clothes were as red as blood, dazzling. This woman was obviously committing suicide. In such a thin wedding dress, she would freeze to death in less than 5 minutes. However, she closed her eyes. Although she was trembling from the extreme cold, her mood was extremely calm, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, as if she was saying goodbye to the world. At this moment, a golden snowflake fell from the sky. Xiao Ran was startled. A golden snowflake. He actually saw it, so quickly. This snowflake is exactly the same as the one Su Shinran described, and it also looks a bit like the pale golden liquid that Qin Sujuan extracted. So this is the supernormal fluid, but it is an enhanced version, so that Su Shinran's evolution can achieve an amount equivalent to 10 servings? What is the essence of this supernormal fluid? Xiao Ran had enhanced his spatial awareness to the extreme, but he could not see anything special about this golden snowflake. It seemed to be just a different color. What a pity! Xiao Ran shook his head. Spatial awareness was a huge spherical area centered on him, and the woman was on the edge. What did that mean? When he caught the golden snowflake, it was already falling to the ground. It was falling toward the woman lying on the ground. Xiao Ran sighed. Even if he activated the spatial exchange now, it would be impossible for him to arrive before the golden snowflake fell on the woman's face and rob her. He had to give up this tempting idea. However, he couldn't rob her, but could he not take a look? Chapter 359, Three-Way Confrontation. Let's go over there and take a look. Xiao Ran said, and without waiting for Sun Limin's reply, he walked in the direction of the woman in the wedding dress. Sun Limin hurriedly followed after a moment of surprise. Brother Xiao, wait for me. Xiao Ran walked with a very specific purpose, and although Sun Limin had some doubts in his heart, he didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and he wasn't so casual as to ask questions. He was even more curious. Xiao Ran suddenly said he wanted to go over there. Could something be going to happen? The beautiful woman in the wedding dress was more than 7 kilometers away. It would naturally take some time to walk there. When Xiao Ran had walked 3 kilometers, he noticed that someone had appeared within his range of perception, following the footprints left by the beautiful woman in the wedding dress. This was a handsome man, definitely a supernormal ability user. Xiao Ran could see that his cells were far more powerful than ordinary people. But they were only limitedly strong, at most 10 times as strong. Xiao Ran quickened his pace a little, because this person's goal was obviously the same as the beautiful woman in the wedding dress. He had to get ahead of him. Xiao, we don't have to rush like this. Sun Limin was a little overwhelmed. His supernormal ability was no more than 10 points, so when Xiao Ran quickened his pace, he felt the strain. Xiao Ran didn't pay any attention to him. He just kept going forward, and he wouldn't get lost. After a few minutes, a red streak appeared in the vast white snow. The red dress was like blood. Xiao Ran walked over. At close range and with his eyes open, the woman looked even more vivid. Especially in the vast snowfield, her red wedding dress was particularly eye-catching. The woman's heartbeat was very fast, over 150 times per minute, and her body temperature was extremely abnormal, over 40 degrees. The extreme cold completely failed to cool her down. The snow around her melted visibly, but it was immediately refrozen, causing her to sink slightly into the snowfield. If time goes on, she should slowly sink to the bottom of the snow, and a thick layer of ice will cover her, as if she had entered a natural ice coffin. Yes, she should have begun to evolve. In just a short while, Xiaoran discovered that the cells in her body had been strengthened by a large margin. The golden snowflake can really make people evolve, and it is 100% successful. There is no need to wait for about 10 days for the energy seeds to condense, but to skip this process and go directly to the strengthening stage. No, it's not the golden snowflake that makes people evolve, but the golden liquid inside it. Liquidation is actually just a form of expression, and Xiaoran has seen the golden liquid extracted by Qin Sujuan, which is actually very pale and far less brilliant than the golden snowflake. So, is this the correct way to evolve for all people? There is no failure and no danger to life. Xiaoran sensed, but although Shoshue continued, none of the snowflakes were golden. This was true within a 7-kilometer radius. It seems that there is very little of this golden substance. Xiaoran sighed. Even though he had spatial awareness, it was like having a cheat code, but the golden substance was still something that could be obtained by chance, not by design. However, as long as the golden substance fell within 7 kilometers of him, he would definitely be the most likely to obtain it. Situations like the beautiful woman in the wedding dress were special cases. It was too close to the edge of his perception, and he couldn't even catch up. And if the golden snowflakes don't land on a person, will they melt and disappear? I don't know, I haven't had a chance to try. Xiao, big brother Sun Limin ran over panting, out of breath. He had been running at full speed the whole way, and he wasn't a martial artist, so even though his physical strength was several times that of an ordinary person, he was still exhausted. You ran too fast. Sun Limin suddenly saw the beautiful woman in the wedding dress, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise and admiration. In the freezing cold, a woman wearing only a thin wedding dress lying down as if she were asleep was already surprising, but the woman was also incredibly beautiful, naturally making people's eyes light up and their hearts filled with pity. Then Sun Limin shook his head, his face full of regret. Xiaoran laughed, she's not dead yet. Ah? Sun Limin couldn't believe it, she's not dead yet? Do you want to feel her heartbeat? Xiaoran said indifferently. Sun Limin looked at the woman's chest, which was still high and firm even when she was lying down, and blushed, no need. Xiaoran laughed, you're not still a virgin, are you? No, you've absorbed your powers at least once. He seemed to have thought of something, and his mouth opened wide in surprise. Stop it, brother Xiao, stop it. Sun Limin couldn't even lift his head. Damn, Duan Qiang is a fake saint, but this guy in front of me really has the potential to become a saint. No wonder he seems to have found a home in Zhang'an settlement. You guys really fit together in terms of ideals. At this moment, the person who followed the footprints of the beautiful woman in the wedding dress finally appeared in the field of vision. Xiao, someone is coming. Sun Limin couldn't help but shudder. He is kind, but that doesn't mean he is stupid and will be defenseless against anyone. On the contrary, he is very smart. Xiaoran nodded to show that he understood. Ruoji. The man saw the red clothes in the snow at a glance, and was both surprised and happy. He quickly ran over. After taking a step, he noticed Xiaoran and Sun Limin, and his expression became solemn. However, he did not stop, but continued to walk forward, stopping about 10 meters in front of the three of them. This was the safe distance, he thought. He could attack or defend. That's my wife, so please step back. The man said. Xiaoran didn't doubt this at all. After all, the woman was still wearing her wedding dress. However, what did it mean that this woman had braved the cold to come out, and would rather commit suicide? Xiaoran didn't like to meddle in other people's business, but this woman had just absorbed a golden snowflake and begun to evolve, which was of great research value. To put it another way, this woman had obviously fallen out with the man, so why would he give his superpower to someone else? Oh, he's not attracted to her beauty. Is he the kind of shallow person who gets excited by a pretty face? No. But before Xiaoran could answer, the bride-to-be suddenly woke up, staggered to her feet, and cast a complicated look at the man. She then suddenly turned to Xiaoran and said, he's not my husband, he's just a heartless scumbag. If you can take me away, I'll follow you forever. This remark made the man angry, and he turned pale and shouted, Shu Raji, what are you talking nonsense about? Shifu beauty should be called Shu Raji. She smiled sadly. I'm talking nonsense? Zhang Rongmin, you said you were my husband, but which husband would give his wife to someone else? You don't mind being a cuckold, but I still have self-esteem. I'm not the kind of woman who can be used by everyone. Chapter 360, Sacrifice. When Shu Raji publicly revealed the family's dirty secrets, the man and Zhang Rongmin could not help but blush, and their eyes flashed with murderous intent. They looked at Xiao Ran and Sun Limin with extreme hatred, obviously already contemplating killing them. Sun Limin was shocked and stunned, but Xiao Ran was very calm. Since the end of the world, he has seen all kinds of human tragedies, comedies, and ethical dramas, and nothing can move him. Zhang Rongmin took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk about it at home. Don't embarrass yourself here." Shu Raji was obviously in a bad state, her face was flushed like a fire, she was in a high fever, and she should have been in a coma, but the strong resentment made her wake up after hearing her husband's voice and say so much while remaining lucid. She smiled sadly. Embarrassing? You don't feel embarrassed about giving your wife to your cousin? Ha, anyway, you don't mind being a cuckold, so who cares who puts the hat on you? Zhang Rongmin glanced at Xiao Ran and Shu Raji, but he didn't know how strong they were, and he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only suppress his anger and say, "Do you think I want to? But Jang Yuan Kai specifically asked for you. If I don't agree, he won't let us join, and he will do something to us. At that time, our whole family will die, and you will not escape his fate of being toyed with. Sacrificing you can save more people. I love you, so of course I don't want you to be touched by another man. It hurts me to make this decision, but it's not selfishness on my part. It's just that your fate is already irreversible, and I want to save more people." These words were more of an explanation to Xiao Ran and Zhang Rongmin than a persuasion to Shu Raji. "Look, I'm not a scumbag, and I don't want to dye my hair green, but I have to do it. Sacrificing you can save many people. How can you not sacrifice yourself?" Shu Raji's face was sad. "If you hadn't agreed to Zhang Yuan Kai without hesitation, but instead said you were willing to die with me, maybe I would have sacrificed myself for you. But your behavior made me realize that you are an incredibly selfish person." Zhang Rongmin was furious and shouted, "Where am I selfish? You are my favorite woman, but I also have parents and a younger sister. Don't I have to think about them? You are selfish. Just because you want dignity and reputation, you can sacrifice all your loved ones? Tut tut, tut tut." Xiao Ran listened with great interest. In the end times, the most exciting thing is always the human heart. Every time you think you have discovered the bottom line of human shamelessness, it is refreshed by the facts. Interesting, this is much more interesting than stepping on the enemy's face and pretending to be cool. He wanted to sit down on a chair and take out some melon seeds to eat. He could easily do it, but he couldn't scare people, otherwise he wouldn't be able to enjoy the show. Alas, it's not perfect. He was watching the show, but Sun Limin couldn't help but jump out and say, "How can you be so shameless? If I were you, I would fight with Zhang Yuan Kai. If you can't even protect your own wife, what's the point of protecting your family? Bah, I fucking hate people like you." Zhang Rongmin snorted. "Do you know who Zhang Yuan Kai is? He is the boss of the Boyuan settlement and the leader of one of the 6 strongest forces in Haidu. Knowing such a status, do you still dare to go against him?" Sun Limin forcefully snorted, "Not to mention being the boss of a single force. If someone wants to hit on my wife, even if all the bosses of the 6 forces come, I would dare to fight to the death with them. This is called different people, different plans. People are different." Zhang Rongmin snorted, "You can only talk empty talk at this time. If you really encounter Zhang Yuan Kai, don't kneel faster than anyone else. You let Zhang Yuan Kai come over and see if I kneel." Sun Limin spoke with great spirit. "Haha, I'm here." Just as he heard a voice, a sudden gust of wind blew over from the front. When the wind stopped, there was a man in the wind. He was short, only about 167 centimeters tall, and his looks were nothing special. Compared to Zhang Rongmin, who was tall and handsome, he was far inferior. Moreover, he had a fat head and a fat face, which exuded a sense of ferocity and mercenary, much like the kind of street riffraff of the past. Zhang Rongmin couldn't help but change his expression, and hurriedly said, "Cousin, you're here." Shu Raji, on the other hand, began to tremble, and her face suddenly became hideous. She hated this cousin who was not doing anything useful. When she got married 6 months ago, this cousin tried to touch her under the pretext of celebrating the wedding, but she was able to fend him off with a stern look. She never expected that after the disaster, he not only had supernatural powers, but also became the leader of a powerful group. What's more, he found their family and demanded that her husband give himself to him. The key point is that Zhang Rongmin agreed. She couldn't accept it. If she was to be toyed with by a disgusting man like Jang Yuan Kai, she would rather die. Therefore, she pretended to be preparing to leave, but escaped and came here, determined to die to protect her innocence. Putting on the wedding dress, she missed the tenderness and love of her husband when they were newlyweds, and she used the blood red to express her determination. However, she didn't die, and Zhang Yuan Kai chased her here. She didn't want to fall into the hands of this evil man. If she was violated by such a man, it would definitely be more painful than death for her. Zhang Yuan Kai had a smile on his face. He liked the feeling of having power and control over everything, and he liked beautiful women as much as he liked power. He first looked at Shu Raji with greedy eyes, and he was very satisfied with the beautiful woman's wedding dress. He liked to do evil things, and it was even more exciting to play with her in her wedding dress. Then he looked at Sun Limin. Are you going to kneel? Sun Limin cursed in his heart, saying that it was really true that when you mention Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrives. Is it so difficult for me to pretend to be a bully? Kneel, my ass. He yelled, and was already ready to use his superpower to conceal himself, Xiaoran, and Shu Raji. But this is the snow, and every movement will leave footprints. If you don't move, won't you be easily found? Big embarrassment. Xiaoran did not let Zhang Yuan Kai continue to be arrogant. He didn't even look at this person, but said to Zhang Rongmin, "You are full of righteousness and sacrifice. If my strength is stronger and I like men, and now I like you, are you willing to sacrifice?" Zhang Rongmin's face changed. Isn't this trying to intimidate him and hitting him in the face? But Zhang Yuan Kai was right next to him. What was he afraid of? Of course, I am willing to sacrifice, he said with awe. Xiaoran smiled slightly. This is what you said. Zhang Yuan Kai was unhappy. I'm pretending to be cool here, and you, who the hell are you, dare to steal the limelight from me? Die. He waved his hand, and 3 wind blades slashed toward Xiaoran.